Chapter 1903. At 4 o'clock, Dongzhu's army gradually quieted down. The soldiers were exhausted as they dragged their feet toward Chang. But at this moment, the sky suddenly lit up. Then, a huge ship that didn't belong to this era appeared above the army, especially above Dongzhu's chariot, which was at the front. Whoosh! In an instant, the people of Luoyang and the army were in an uproar. No matter how the soldiers shouted or killed, they couldn't stop it. Then, under the gaze of many officials and people, a square door opened on one side of the ship. Mighty soldiers wearing shining armor and holding sharp weapons came out one by one. They descended from the ship like celestial soldiers and generals and approached Dongzhu's chariot. "Men, kill those demons for me," Dongzhu shouted in a fearful voice. The Shiliang army was indeed known for their valiance. Even though they were afraid, they still picked up their weapons and attacked the soldiers who had descended. However, their courage was immediately extinguished by bolts of lightning that came out of nowhere. In an instant, there was a series of rumbling sounds. Bolts of lightning struck down like eyes, turning the surrounding Shiliang soldiers into charcoal. The heavens have shown their power. The heavens have shown their power. The people who saw the lightning fell to their knees and cried out, "The heavens have blessed us! The heavens have blessed us!" The old officials of Shiliang cried out with tears streaming down their faces. Men, come and kill these demons." Dongzhu shouted in a trembling voice, his face pale. But at this time, even the elite Shiliang soldiers couldn't help but hesitate. They wondered if it was worth it to go against the heavens for Dongzhu. "Dongzhu, you have committed many unrighteous deeds. Now, the heavens have come to punish you." One of the officials couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He pointed at Dongzhu and shouted, "Bastard!" Dongzhu was furious when he heard that. He immediately drew his sword and scimitar and strode toward the official. He raised his scimitar and chopped off the official's head. The officials who didn't expect Dongzhu to dare to kill at this time all cried out in alarm. "He didn't chop me. He didn't hit me. Old bastard, even the heavens don't like you. Why should you die at my hands?" Dongzhu, who didn't see the lightning strike him, laughed madly to vent the fear in his heart. Correspondingly, the ministers exchanged looks with each other. He didn't quite understand what God meant. Fortunately, this silence did not last for long. Very soon, the situation changed when the heavenly general took action and captured Dongzhu. Ha, Dongzhu, to think that you would have such a day." A senior official of the Han dynasty laughed complacently. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a few more heavenly soldiers immediately rushed over. Without any trace of politeness, he kicked these old Han dynasty officials to the ground and captured them. The angels misunderstood. The angels misunderstood. "We are loyal subjects of the great Han dynasty. Why do you want to capture us?" The officials asked in panic. What angel? I think he's a demon." Dongzhu laughed wildly. The expressions of the ministers changed slightly when they heard Dongzhu's words. They became suspicious. However, at this time, with the exception of Emperor Xian, Lu Xie, who was still in the carriage, all the other ministers and Dongzhu had fallen into the hands of the heavenly soldiers. How could they still have any room to resist? "Beef breast, Li Ke, Guisi, why aren't you leading your men to kill them?" Dongzhu shouted. The three people who were called hesitated for a moment. In the end, they led their men and charged forward. "Let's see who dares." However, at this time, a shout that caused the three of them to change their expressions suddenly spread through the night sky. The three of them subconsciously stopped and turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice. "Lu Bu," Beef Breast said in shock. The person who came was Lu Bu. After being hypnotized by Sei To and having his consciousness changed, he was sent back to the Bing province army by Sei To. Together with Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and the other generals who were loyal to him, he secretly regained control of the Bing province army. He was hiding among them, waiting for the right moment to take action. And now was the time to take action. Lu Bu walked to Dongzhu's side and kicked Dongzhu to the ground. Then he raised his head and cupped his fists. "Respectfully greetings, master. Respectfully greetings, master. The other celestial soldiers shouted in unison. In an instant, the wind and clouds shifted, and Seito's figure appeared in the air. God! The common people of Luoyang shouted. After revealing himself, Seito did not say anything. He raised his hand and summoned several bolts of lightning from the sky. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Several of Dong Zhuo's generals, advisor Li Ru, and officials of the Han dynasty were turned into charcoal. Under such heavenly might, everyone instantly became well-behaved. Lu Bu, you will lead the troops and lead everyone to Chong, and Seito, who had intimidated them enough, said indifferently. Yes, Lu Bu said. The various generals, civil officials, advisors, and the Son of Heaven are under your watch. If any of them act recklessly, kill them without mercy. Then Seito looked at the celestial soldiers surrounding Dong Zhuo's caravan and the Son of Heaven's chariot. Yes, the soldiers replied. After receiving the reply, Seito turned his head to look at the injured and exhausted people of Luoyang. With a wave of his hand, he used his life energy and the surrounding water and wood origin energy to create a light green cloud that spread for 50 kilometers. A sweet rain descended and healed the injuries and exhaustion of the people. Thank you, God, for your mercy. Thank you, God, for your mercy. The common people, who felt the benefits, knelt and said. Seito ignored them. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from the sky. Then, the common people stood up from the ground and followed the army, which now had a new master, toward Chang'an. No matter how the army and people moved, the Son of Heaven's thoughts were complicated. Seito used instant transmission to return to Hulao Pass. From above, he looked down at the entire Allied army camp. Then he suddenly shouted, Yuan Shao. His voice was like thunder, surging through the air and spreading for hundreds of kilometers. The moment this voice rang out, the entire Allied army camp immediately fell into chaos, and the soldiers began to panic. Yuan Shao's expression changed when he heard the call. He led the generals out of the tent and arrived at the entrance of the camp. At the same time, the other marquises, who had woken up from their sleep, walked over one by one. Everyone looked over, searching for the person who had spoken. Raise your heads, Seito shouted again. Immediately, the marquises who heard the voice all looked up. It's him. Suddenly, Liu Bei's expression changed slightly. When the others saw Seito floating in the air, their expressions changed as well. Faintly, fear appeared on their faces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Very good. Not a single one is missing, Seito said with a smile as he swept his gaze over the various marquises. The moment this was said, the expressions of some of the more astute marquises immediately changed. They anxiously said, He wants to kill us. Smart, Seito said with a chuckle. Having said that, he willed an invisible force to spread out among the marquises. Apart from Tao Qian, everyone, including Liu Bei, was lifted into the air. Brother, Zhang Fei shouted when he saw Liu Bei being lifted into the air. He then snatched a bow from a nearby guard, knocked an arrow, and shot it at Seito. Whoosh! The arrow turned into a black shadow and instantly arrived in front of Seito. However, just as it was about to hit his head, it was blocked by an invisible barrier and fell to the ground. What are you doing? I am the descendant of the 3 dukes of the 4th generation. You really dare to kill me? Yuan Shao looked at Seito in fear. Why wouldn't I dare? Seito said indifferently. Then, without seeing him do anything, Yuan Shao's face immediately paled, and his 5 gates quickly lost all signs of life. Dead, dead, dead. The other marquises cried out in fear. Seito did not say anything and made a gesture to kill the others. Wait. At this moment, Yuan Shu's sharp voice sounded, I am willing to pay for my life. We are also willing. The others were stunned at first and quickly echoed. Not interested, Seito said indifferently. Having said that, he did not give them a chance to speak and directly used psychokinesis to crush their hearts. Brother, Zhang Fei cried out in grief. My lord, the other marquises, generals, and strategists also cried out in grief and indignation. Thief! Why did you leave this old man alive? Is he on your side? A ferocious-looking general abruptly pulled out his saber and pressed it against Tao Qian's neck before anyone else could react as he asked viciously. Who are you? Sei To asked indifferently. I'm Bao Tao of the northern Ji province. The big man replied. Then you can die, Sei To said casually. As soon as he finished speaking, the man who called himself Bao Tao immediately died on the spot, just like Prime Minister Jibei Bao Xian. His face was swollen, and his body lay flat on the ground. The others were shocked and subconsciously moved away from Bao Tao's body. Who is Tian Feng? Who is Shun Pei? Who is Feng Ji? Who is Zhang He? Who is Yin Liang? Who is Wen Chou? Come out! Sei To suddenly shouted. I'm Wen Chou. After those words were spoken, a man wearing armor, with a pale complexion and small eyes, said loudly, I am Yin Liang. Then, a man who was also wearing armor, but his skin was slightly darker, his face was rough, and he had a beard under his chin, said, I am Shun Pei. I am Feng Ji. I am Zhang He. Then, two middle-aged men dressed like scholars and a young general walked out of the crowd and said loudly, as if they were ready to die, Tian Feng is missing. Looking at the 5 people who came out, Sei To whispered in a voice that only he could hear, but it is enough. Then, with a thought, the 5 people, Tao Qian, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei were taken from the Allied army camp into the air. Chapter 1904. Yin Liang and Wen Chou were famous generals from Hebei. They knew Yuan Shao when he was in Hebei and joined him later. Dong Zhuo, one of Yuan Shao's strategists who had fled with him, was very trustworthy. Shen Pei was Han Fu's subordinate, but he was not used by her. He got to know Yuan Shao by chance, and became his confidant when Yuan Shao was the governor of Ji province. However, now that history had been changed, he no longer had that chance. Zhang, he was also Han Fu's subordinate. Because of his contribution to the war against the Yellow Turban, he was conferred the title of Major in the army. Zhu Shou was still Han Fu's subordinate. He was the current cavalry captain and was deeply trusted by Han Fu. He was also dragged by Han Fu to join the Alliance army. In addition to them, Ito Sei was actually more concerned about Tian Feng, but because of the lack of time, he was still waiting in a sage house, so he couldn't act like the other people. Sei To then slammed his palm down. In an instant, a huge air palm visible to the naked eye appeared in midair. Under the gazes of Yin Liang, Wen Chou, Zhang He, Feng Ji, Shun Pei, Zhu Shou, as well as Tao Qian, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, who were just watching, it landed on the Alliance camp. Boom! Dust flew everywhere, and a giant palm print appeared on the ground. The blood from the corpses that were crushed into meat paste were dyed red. Following which, the soldiers in the camp all knelt on the ground and kowtowed. God, please spare our lives. Sei To ignored the soldiers and turned to look at the people in the air and asked, Are you all willing to surrender? The hatred of killing my brother is irreconcilable. Zhang Fei replied without thinking. Although Guan Yu did not say anything, from his expression, he had the same thoughts as Zhang Fei. I am willing to surrender. Zhang He looked at the palm print on the ground and said loudly. Yin Liang and Wen Chou looked at each other and said loudly, We are willing to surrender. We are willing to surrender. Feng Ji hesitated for a moment before replying. Following which, Shun Pei, who was not favored by Han Fu, also chose to surrender. Sir, please treat the people of Shuzhou well. Tao Qian struggled in his heart. Tao Qian didn't want to agree, but when he saw the strange deaths of those dukes, he couldn't help but feel terrified. In the end, he had no choice but to agree. I'd rather kill myself than be associated with thieves like you, said Zhu Shou resolutely. Sei To sneered and pulled Zhu Shou in front of him. Then, he released his psychic power into Zhu Shou's mind in front of everyone, tampering with his consciousness. Under the influence of Sei To's powerful spiritual force, Zhu Shou's consciousness was quickly modified. Then, Zhu Shou's expression froze for a moment. Under the astonished gazes of others, he said respectfully, Greetings, Lord. Sei To nodded and moved Zhu Shou to the side. He then turned to look at Zhang Fei and Guan Yu. With the example of Zhu Shou, he had learned his lesson. How could the two of them not understand what was about to happen? Immediately, their expressions changed, and they struggled with all their might. However, their strength was no match for Sei Ito's strange power. Without any surprise, they were pulled to the front of Sei Ito and were forced to accept Sei Ito's psychic power. After a while, their expressions changed, and they said respectfully, "Fei Yu greets Lord." Seeing this, Yin Liang, Wen Shou, Zhang He, Shun Pei, Feng Ji, and Tao Qin's expressions changed. His eyes flickered with suppressed fear. "Go and comfort the troops." Sei Ito didn't care about the changes in their expressions and directly ordered. After that, he moved his mind and put them back on the ground. The few people who landed on the ground first looked at each other and then spread out silently. Following Ito Sei's order, they began to pacify these headless soldiers so that they could quickly return to their original state. After that, Sei Ito flew down and entered Yuan Shao's central tent under the respectful gazes of many soldiers. Then he moved his mind. He summoned Dugu Feng, Tao Wu, Fu Junzuo, and Dan Mei from the Rubik's Cube world. Where's this place?" Tao Wu asked in surprise as she sized up the tent. "Easter Han, the first year of Chuping, outside Hulao Pass. This is Yuan Shao's central tent," Sei Ito explained with a smile. "Wow, your Majesty's ability is indeed powerful. You can actually reverse time and bring me back to the past." Tao Wu smiled charmingly. "Little vixen." Sei Ito stretched out his hand and pinched Tao Wu's perky buttocks. He smiled. Seeing this, Dugu Feng curled her lips and turned her gaze to the side. "Out of sight, out of mind. All right, let's get down to business first." Sei Ito smiled and withdrew his hand. He took out a small red box and opened it, revealing the jade seal of the jade annulus of He. In an instant, a multicolored light blossomed in the tent under the illumination of the candles. "This is the jade annulus of He?" Dugu Feng asked in surprise. "Yes." Sei Ito carefully held the jade annulus of He. Then, with a thought, he took out the jade annulus of He from the Great Tang world, which was now the Great Huan Nation's jade annulus of He. He grabbed it with his other hand and held it in front of him along with the Han Dynasty's jade annulus of He. Roar! In the next moment, a dragon's roar reverberated through the entire night sky. Then, the clouds in the night sky churned and formed a dragon that connected the sky and the earth. It looked at Sei Ito's tent with a ferocious expression. "My lord," even though they were forced to, since they chose to surrender, everyone immediately got into their roles. Thus, when this shocking change occurred, Yin Liang, Wen Shou, Zhang He, Feng Ji, Shun Pei, Zhu Shou, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei arrived in front of the tent and shouted loudly. However, just as they were about to barge into the tent, two gleaming swords suddenly appeared in front of the tent. They were the swords in the hands of Dugu Feng and Fu Junzuo. "Who is it?" Yin Liang, Wen Shou, Zhang He, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei shouted in unison. Just as the two groups of people were about to fight, Sei Ito's voice sounded at the right time and explained, "It's fine. They're my wives. Liang, Chou Yu He Fei greets mistress." When the five heard this, they quickly put away their sabers and cupped their fists. "Pei Ji, Shou greets mistress." Then, Shun Pei and the other two also saluted. "All of you, stand guard outside the tent. If anyone comes close, kill them without mercy," Sei Ito said coldly. "Yes." Yin Liang and the other four received the order. They summoned the soldiers and surrounded the tent with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Then, they looked at the dragon in the sky and the streaks of lightning that occasionally appeared around the dragon. "I didn't expect such a heavenly phenomenon to appear." Sei Ito sighed as he looked at the sky. Then, with a thought, he summoned Zhenyi out of the Rubik's Cube world. A formless and powerful pressure instantly spread out from Zhenyi's body. It made by in Fu Junzuo, Dugu Feng, and Dan Mei who were standing in the tent, as well as Yin Liang, Wen Shou, Zhang He, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Shunpei, Jusho, Fengji, and the soldiers who were standing guard outside feel their hearts tremble. They subconsciously knelt down. This aura was none other than the divine might that was unnaturally emitted from Zheng Ye's body. Seeing this, Ito's heart shook. He released a strand of aura and blocked Zheng Ye's divine might. Phew! Without the influence of the divine might, everyone felt their hearts loosen up, and they all relaxed. I will now try to fuse with the Jade Annulus of clan. During this period of time, some enemies might come and cause trouble. Help me stand guard. Ito looked at Zheng Yi and the others in the tent and said, Yes, Dugu Feng, Bayan, Fu Junzuo, and Dame replied. After getting everyone's reply, Ito didn't hesitate. He opened the entrance to the Rubik's Cube world behind him, making it look like a spatial black hole. At the same time, he urged the energy in his body to pour it into the Jade Annulus of clan, which was emitting a gorgeous and mystical light, and slowly brought the two together. Crackle, crackle. As the two gradually got closer, waves of azure-colored electric sparks sputtered out from the space between the two Jade Annulus of clan. They were like small snakes that shot out in all directions. Fortunately, the people in the surroundings weren't ordinary people. They all exerted their strength and extinguished the electric sparks that shot out in front of them. However, the surrounding buildings didn't have that kind of ability. They all started to burn amidst the electric sparks. Ito ignored the flames and continued to bring the two jade seals closer to the center. Then at the next moment, a space distortion appeared between the two Imperial Jade Seals and gradually shattered as the two Imperial Jade Seals approached, releasing a powerful space-time wind treasure sweeping toward Ito-Sei's body. Ito didn't dare to be careless. He immediately used his psychic energy to create a defensive barrier in front of him, guiding the incoming energy away. However, at this moment, Ito seemed to have thought of something. With a thought, the strange stone from the Great Tang world, the five-colored stone, suddenly appeared in front of him. It very mystically absorbed the space-time energy, and then it blossomed with a magnificent five-colored light that spontaneously flew toward the two jade seals. With the addition of the five-colored stone, the energy of the jade seals that were originally competing with each other paused and quickly became gentle. They released a green light that intersected with the colorful light released by the five-colored stone, forming a triangular energy cycle. Under the influence of the energy cycle, the jade seals floated up from Ito's hand. An indescribable aura that made one's mind clear was released from the energy cycle formed by the five-colored stone and the Jade Annulus of clan. I feel that the true chi in my body is rapidly increasing. Dugu Feng suddenly said at this moment. Me too, Fu Junzuo added. That's right, is indeed increasing. Bayan nodded with a serious expression. Zheng Yi raised his head to look at the Jade Annulus of clan and the five-colored stone floating in the air and said, I feel a powerful psychic energy from it. Almost as soon as Zheng Yi finished speaking, two dragon roars reverberated in the night sky. Then, the black hole behind Ito-Sei shook slightly, and a thick golden dragon flew out from it. It entangled with the red dragon that suddenly fell from the sky. They circled around the two He clan walls and the multicolored stone, chasing each other, fighting and tearing at each other. Chapter 1905. At this moment, two old men in Taoist robes appeared on a mountain not far from Hulao Pass. Fellow Taoists, you're here. One of them was an old man with white hair and a ruddy face. He held a deer staff and used a green vine to bind his body. Greetings, fellow Taoist Nanhua. Another skinny old man with a Dao basket on his head and a beard under his mouth bowed to the person who spoke and asked. He had a Dao basket on his head and was tied up with a wooden cap. Fellow Taoist, you came first. Did you discover anything? The thin old man asked as he turned to look at the red and gold dragons circling in the sky above Hulao Pass. Nanhua softly sighed and said, The person who changed the tripod has appeared. It's just that it's strange. There are no stars in the sky and no reason on Earth. Where did this cauldron creator come from? After that, Nanhua said with some confusion, fellow Taoist, you can't find out where he came from?" The thin old man asked in surprise. Nanhua shook her head and said, "The heavenly secrets are in chaos, and the heavenly Tao has changed. I wonder what the world will be like after this battle." Roar at this moment. A long dragon's roar came from above the Allied army's camp below Hulao Pass. The two old men's expressions changed when they heard the dragon's roar. They exclaimed, "That golden dragon can devour the fate of the nation to strengthen itself?" It was not hard to guess from their words that the Crimson Dragon was the manifestation of the Han Dynasty's fate. Although the Golden Dragon was the same, the entire world had been unified and merged into the Rubik's Cube world. How could the fate of a nation completely represent the Golden Dragon? At the very least, the Great Tang world will have to be included. Thus, even though this was the Crimson Dragon's home ground, in the chaos of the Eastern Han Dynasty, when the fate of a nation was in chaos and the Flood Dragons fought for supremacy, they were still no match for the Golden Dragon and were devoured one by one. Such actions, I'm afraid there's something strange about them. The skinny old man said in a low voice. Nanhua softly asked, "Fellow Taoist, what do you want?" The thin old man solemnly said, "This humble Taoist believes that those items can be born." Nanhua asked again, "Do you have anyone to choose?" This humble Taoist observed Sun Jian's son Su. He and Zhou Yu of the land of Wu's Zhou clan are both people with great fate and can be chosen. The skinny old man paused for a moment before stating his choice. Then he asked, "Fellow Taoist, Nanhua, do you have anyone in mind?" "There's a gathering of spiritual qi in my Guanyin River. There should be a suitable candidate." Nanhua thought for a moment and said. However, as soon as he said this, it was equivalent to him agreeing with the skinny old man's suggestion to cause some trouble for this new person. "It's just a few people. I'm afraid they won't succeed. It's better to choose more wise people." Then, Nanhua suddenly thought of Zhang Jiao and sighed again. "You can contact Yu Ji, Shui Jing, and Zisu. The three of them can work together," the skinny old man said. "All right." Nanhua nodded slightly in agreement. Then, the two stopped speaking. They focused on the competition for luck above Hulao Pass. Under the constant consumption of the Golden Divine Dragon, the Crimson Divine Dragon's body became weaker and weaker. The physical impact it could cause was getting smaller and smaller. It didn't take long for it to explode into a cluster of red photon particles. After letting out a long cry, full of unwillingness, it slowly melted into the air. Roar with the disappearance of the Crimson Dragon, whether it was Emperor Xian, Lu Xie, who was near Chang, and the surviving ministers of the Han Dynasty, or the officials and people all over the 9 regions, they all felt their hearts become empty. It was as if something very important to them had suddenly disappeared. They couldn't help but feel their hearts become heavy. Then, another long roar came from the mouth of the Yu family's Golden Dragon, which had become thicker and thicker, twisting and dancing in the sky. Roar! In an instant, the wind and clouds shook and the clouds dispersed, dispersing the cloud dragons in dark clouds full of lightning in the sky, revealing the bright night sky. It shone brightly with the stars in the sky. Then, the Golden Dragon roared again, and like a swallow returning to its nest, it descended from the sky and plunged into the jade wall of Eclan below. After it swallowed the red dragon, it merged with the jade wall of Eclan and turned into a colorful imperial jade seal. It slowly fell back into Ito-Sei's hand. It was a strange feeling of holding the 9 regions in his hand. Then, the moment Sei Ito caught the imperial jade seal, it spread out from his heart. I didn't expect the 5-colored stone to have such a magical effect. In the future, I might have to find time to go to the world of Dream of the Red Chamber and take the legendary spiritual jade transformed from the 5-colored stone. Seito thought to himself as he silently felt the strange feeling of the imperial jade seal in his hand. Then, with a thought, he put away the jade annulus of he. Then, he turned around and looked at Fu Junzhou, Dugu Feng, and Danmei, who had been affected by the jade annulus of he and entered the deep realm. Looking at the mysterious aura that was constantly emerging around the 4 people, Sei Ito couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that the four of them have a great harvest. Then, with a thought, he sent them back to the Rubik's Cube world. After sending Dugu Feng and the others back to the Rubik's Cube world, Sei Ito shouted, "Come, my lord." Zhang He, Yin Liang, Wen Chou, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Shun Pei, Zhu Shou Xuanji, and Tao Qian, who had just arrived, quickly ran in front of Sei Ito and cupped their fists. Yin Liang, Wen Chou, Zhang He. Sei Ito called out, "Present." The three of them stepped forward and replied, "I order the three of you to lead the troops of the Ji province back to the Ji province and take over the entire Ji province." Sei Ito ordered, "Yes." The three of them looked at each other and replied in unison. Shun Pei, Zhu Shou. Sei Ito called out again, "Present." The two of them stepped forward and replied, "The two of you will be the strategists and assist Yin Liang, Wen Chou, and Zhang He. If you encounter any resistance, kill them." Sei Ito said, "Yes." The two of them replied, "I know that this matter is too difficult for the three of you. However, I have my own arrangements for this matter. The three of you can go and organize the troops." Sei Ito said to Zhang He and the other four, "Yes." The five of them cupped their fists and left the tent. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei. Sei Ito turned his head and looked at the two remaining generals. "Present." The two of them replied respectfully, "The two of you will lead the troops of the Yu province and take over the entire Yu province." Sei Ito ordered, "Yes." The two of them replied, "Feng Ji, you will be the strategist for this trip. Tao Qian, you will lead the troops of the Su province and assist from the side until you rebel against the Su province." Sei Ito turned his head and looked at Feng Ji and Tao Qian. "Yes, go and organize the troops." Sei Ito waved his hand. The two of them cupped their fists and bowed as they left the tent, leaving only Sei Ito and Zhenyi. However, at this moment, Sei Ito flipped his hand and revealed a basin-sized object. An octagonal copper plate engraved with octagonal patterns and strange runes appeared in his hand. He casually tossed it on the ground and pointed with his finger, shooting a beam of energy at the copper plate. In the next moment, the runes on the copper plate lit up slightly. A circular mirror image formed entirely of energy appeared in front of Sei Ito. "Your Majesty." Ren Mimi's charming face appeared in the mirror, and she called out respectfully, "Notify all the spies in the Ji and Yu provinces to assist Yin Liang, Wen Chou, Zhang He, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei in taking over the entire territory." Sei Ito ordered, "Your Majesty has finally decided to take action?" Ren Mimi's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she smiled. "Yes," Sei Ito replied with a smile. "Okay, I will do it now." Ren Mimi hurriedly replied, "Wait." Ren Mimi was about to turn off the communication. Just as she was about to pass on the order, Sei Ito's voice sounded again and stopped her. "Your Majesty, do you have any other orders?" Ren Mimi asked doubtfully. "Notify the Jiao province and the Queen's fleet to attack Yangzhou from both land and sea," Sei Ito said. "Yes," Ren Mimi replied. After waiting for a little while and confirming that Sei Ito did not have any other orders, she immediately turned off the communication array and passed on Sei Ito's orders. It could be said that it was almost instantaneous. Ji and Yu provinces became turbulent, and the Jiao province's troops became sharp. After that, Sei Ito waved his hand and put away the communication array on the ground. And then with a thought, a large number of armored generals and young men and women wearing strange clothes appeared in the field. And these generals and young men were none other than the generals of the Dahua army from the Tang Dynasty world and the elite ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages from the Naruto world. In order to make up for the lack of strength of the Alliance army, Sei Ito had to increase the strength of the Rubik's Cube world, so that the two armies could take Yu and Ji into their hands according to the established plan. "Come with me," Ito Sei said in a low voice. After that, he turned around and led the generals and ninjas to the army that had gradually gathered. "My lord," seeing Sei Ito coming over, Yin Liang, Wen Chou, Zhang He, Shun Pei, and Zhu Shou hurriedly saluted. "They are my subordinates, and each of them is an excellent general who can take charge of an area on their own. You can arrange them into the army." Say Ito pointed to the generals beside him and ordered. Then, without waiting for Yin Liang and others to speak, he turned to the ninjas and said, "These are my elite ninjas. You can think of them as the combination of scouts, assassins, and warlocks. When attacking Ji province, if you encounter difficult problems, you can hand them over to them." After that, Say Ito waved his hand, and a part of the generals and ninjas walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Yin Liang and others. Looking at these people in front of them, even if they were smart counselors like Shan Pei and Zhu Shou, for a moment, they didn't know what to do. However, Seito didn't give them more time to think. After leaving some people, he immediately turned around and left with the rest of the people. After a brief introduction, he left the rest of the people to Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Feng Ji, and Tao Qian. After a simple introduction, he left the rest of the people to them in the same way. Knowing that they had no reason to refuse, the two groups of people couldn't say anything either. They could only brace themselves and arrange for these high-ranking military officers to enter the army with the titles of Marquis, Commander, Commandant, and other high-ranking military officers. But fortunately, Seito's immortal identity was enough to deter them. Even if the original generals in the army were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to resist. They obediently gave up their official positions and continued to stay in the original team as deputies. As for what happened after that, Seito was even less worried. If these selected generals couldn't even subdue such a small character, then even if they died on the battlefield, Seito wouldn't care too much. It could only be said that their strength was not good enough, and they deserved it. After an hour of tossing and turning, the two groups of soldiers and horses were completed, and then, under Seito's gaze, they left the camp in the night and marched to Ji province and Yu province respectively. For a time, the camp that originally stretched for nearly 100 miles immediately became a lot emptier. But even so, there were still nearly 100,000 soldiers and horses left in the camp. Under the leadership of the remaining generals, they mechanically carried out the task of night patrol. Seeing this, Edo-sei summoned a lot of generals and ninjas from Rubik's Cube World and Naruto World, and divided them into teams one by one, and led them to rush to places such as Gunju, Hanoi, Shangdo, and other places to take over the empty areas left by the death of the feudal lords. After 2 hours, when the sky was about to brighten, the entire coalition camp finally completely disappeared from the ground, leaving only Ito and Shinya, as well as various traces left behind by the army when they were stationed, proving that this place was a grand place before. Let's go. Follow me to see the son of heaven of this era. At this time, Ito slowly walked to Shinya's side, stretched out his hand, and wrapped it around her slender waist that was hidden under the luxurious kimono, and said softly. Then his figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the place. In the next moment, on the official road in the Hongnong Prefecture, Ito and Shinya appeared in the migration convoy, standing on top of the imperial carriage that Emperor Xian was riding. Then, Ito and Shinya jumped down and landed on the carriage. In an instant, a young man wearing a black ceremonial robe and a 9-drooping beaded crown appeared in front of Ito-sei and Shinya's eyes. He looked thin and small, less than 10 years old, and had a sad face. "Are you an immortal?" Emperor Xian, Lucia, hesitated. From the way he addressed Ito, it was obvious that he also saw the scene of Ito flying in the sky before. As far as the situation is concerned, yes. Ito sat cross-legged in the carriage and stretched out his hand to pull Shinya into his arms. Ito nodded and said, "Then why are you looking for me?" Although he was young, the people of the imperial family have always been precocious, so Lucia quickly adjusted his position and asked cautiously, "Abdicate, I can spare your life," Ito said lightly. Lucia's expression slightly changed, but he didn't immediately speak. After a while, Lucia asked with a trembling voice, "Since you are an immortal, why do you want to rob us mortals of our country?" "Because your Lu family's fate is over. I don't want the people of the world to suffer, So I came here to personally end this chaotic world. Seito said in a low voice with a solemn expression. His appearance was like that of a golden Buddha in a temple, one that was filled with benevolence. Chapter 1906. After a moment of silence, Lucia said in a low voice with reddened eyes, I can promise you that I will abdicate the throne to you. Seito didn't say anything. He felt that Lucia still had something to say. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lucia spoke again, but please spare the lives of those ministers, even if it's just letting them return home in grief. Is that okay? Okay. Seito looked deeply at the young and weak boy in front of him and nodded in agreement. Then he stood up from the carriage with Zhenyi in his arms and turned to walk out of the carriage while saying, after arriving in Chang'an, immediately hold the abdication ceremony. After saying that, he left the imperial carriage with Zhenyi. Outside, when the palace maids and imperial guards saw Seito and Zhenyi come out of the imperial carriage, they were stunned at first. Then, their expressions changed, and they anxiously looked at the carriage. It wasn't until they confirmed that the emperor was unharmed that they heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. However, after this incident, the palace maids and imperial guards became even more cautious. If there was any sign of trouble, they would check Emperor Xian before they could feel at ease. At the same time, in another place, Edo-sei and Shinya went straight to the carriage that originally belonged to Dong Zhuo and sat inside. Are you sure you want to promise that child to spare those ministers? Zhenyi looked at Seito and asked softly. Of course. It's rare to have such good bait. It would be a pity if I didn't make good use of it, Seito said softly with a meaningful smile on his face. Seito sighed softly and said, but that boy is indeed a member of the imperial family. He knows how to leave a backup plan at such a young age. If he hadn't been treated as a puppet by Dong Zhuo and Cao Cao in history, he might have been able to rule the Han dynasty for 200 years. That's right. Lucia's last request was to leave a backup plan behind. Although many of the ministers who followed Lucia were from aristocratic families and believed that the emperor was young and easy to bully, they wanted to take advantage of him. However, they were all ministers loyal to the Han dynasty. As long as they didn't die, they wouldn't give up any chance to save the Han dynasty and the emperor. Even after Lu Xie abdicated, in their eyes, as long as Tianzi was not dead, there was still a chance. Even if the emperor died, they could also find a royal bloodline that suited their interests from some nook and cranny and elect them as the emperor, continuing to maintain the Han dynasty as their appointed minister. After all, only with the Han dynasty could they reap the greatest benefits. Therefore, for the sake of the Han dynasty, for their own benefit, they would definitely use all their power and connections to cause trouble to achieve their goals. For this reason, they did not hesitate to start a war, making the already miserable people even more miserable. This was exactly what Seito could use. Through their connection, Edo-sei could completely wipe out these people who were loyal to the Han dynasty before or after the establishment of the new country, and completely restore peace to the world. Let's not talk about him. Let's rest first. We've been busy the whole night. As Seito spoke, he reached out and grabbed Zhenyi. He hugged her body and lay down on his side. Smelling the faint fragrance from Zhenyi's body, he closed his eyes and rested. Outside, the sun and moon rotated, changing the sky into a new one. The caravan moved and stopped and continued to move toward Chang, and without stopping. Just as the caravan was smoothly heading toward Chang, Ji, Gun, and Yu prefectures, as well as Shangdo Prefecture in Bing Province and Hanoi in Xi Province, were engulfed in the flames of war. Almost every day, there would be 1 or 2 cities and even 5 or 6 counties that would fall into the hands of Zhang He, Yin Liang, and Wen Chao's Ji Prefecture Army and Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's Yu Prefecture Army. They would also fall into the hands of the Gun Province Army, led by the Great Tang Generals, as well as the Shangdo Prefecture and Hanoi Army, led by the Great Tang Generals. Coupled with the waves of flag changes brought about by the spies in these places, this number increased even more. One day, a large prefecture would silently fall into Sei Ito's sphere of influence. Then, when the Son of Heaven's caravan was still a day away from Chang, and the flames of war in Jiao province and Yangzhou were suddenly ignited. With the assistance of the Queen's fleet and the convenience of the waterways within the borders, more than half of Qiji and a small portion of Yuzhong were taken in the span of a single day. It could be said that they had reaped a bountiful harvest. As a result, such a powerful force unwittingly stimulated the nerves of the governor of Jingzhou, Liu Biao, who was born in the imperial family. In addition, he did not have a good relationship with Zhang Jin. Therefore, without any prior notice, he suddenly mobilized his troops and went straight to Kangwu. As a last resort, Jiao province could only send out a portion of their forces to fight with Jingzhou. This caused the speed of attacking Yangzhou to slow down a bit. However, at the same time, Jingzhou's hidden forces started a rebellion, which caused Liu Biao to have a headache. This greatly restricted Jingzhou's strength and caused Jingzhou to be unable to deal with Jiao province. A day later, the Son of Heaven's caravan arrived in Chang. Sei Ito first found an intact palace and arranged for the detained officials, the Son of Heaven, Dong Zhuo, and their subordinates to enter. Lu Bu and Su Rong personally led them to watch over them. Then, he flew into the air above Chang, and then opened the gate to the Rubik's Cube under the witness of the original residents, the people of Luoyang and the army. Groups of craftsmen and laborers from the Great Tang, who knew how to use cultivation technology, were sent out to begin the renovation of Chang. With the increasingly mystical development of cultivation technology, it was almost like an immortal was performing. Bricks and wood were quickly piled up into mountains, and buildings and walls rose from the ground. In just a few moments, an intact building was erected. Then, at nightfall, new houses that could accommodate some of the people appeared in Chang'an. A miracle! A god has appeared. Thank you, God. The residents of Chang and Luoyang excitedly prostrated themselves on the ground at this exaggerated sight, loudly expressing their emotions as they kowtowed. Another day passed, and, in the blink of an eye, it was the morning of the next day. On this day, under the watchful eyes of the people of Chang and in Luoyang, as well as the soldiers of the Tuzhou provinces, the Son of Heaven, Lu Xie, his trusted officials, Dong Zhuo, his subordinate officers, and counselors moved toward the altar that had suddenly appeared in the center of Chang'an in the night. The altar was quadrangular and made entirely of limestone. It was 3 levels high, and each level was progressively higher, like a small flat-top pyramid. There was an offering table on top of it, with 3 animals and 5 animals, a pile of yellow earth in the middle, and a large bronze cauldron burning with fire on the ground. Black, white, red, yellow, and green banners with dragons of the 5 directions stood around it, gently swaying in the cool breeze. Seeing the Son of Heaven come out, the people, who didn't know what was going on, uniformly prostrated themselves in accordance with their old habits. In an instant, a solemn and serene aura filled the air above Chang'an. A few moments later, Lu Xie walked up to the altar, tidied his ceremonial robes and the hanging curtain on his head, and began to stride toward the altar. Behind him were the red-eyed officials of the Han dynasty who had stopped below the altar, and Dong Zhuo's group who were either coldly watching or absent-minded. Your Majesty. But when Lu Xie walked up to the altar and took out a prayer from his bosom, a sorrowful cry came from one of the officials below. Your Majesty. And this cry of grief seemed to have activated some kind of signal. The other ministers also knelt on the ground one after another, and let loose a cry of anguish. Lu Xie turned his head to look at the ministers below the altar. His eyes reddened. Then, he took a deep breath and resolutely turned around. Facing the altar in front of him, he opened the silk cloth in his hand. Almost as soon as Lu Xie unfolded the silk cloth, Sei Ito suddenly appeared above the altar, floating in the air and looking down at Lu Xie. We, Lu Xie, the son of Han Dynasty, pray to the heavens. Lu Xie didn't look at Sei Ito above his head. Instead, he solemnly recited the abdication prayer written on the silk cloth by one of the officials. His voice was clear and resounding, and it was supported by the sound amplification formation on the altar. It was like the sound of the heavens, and it was transmitted into the ears of every soldier, commoner, official, and merchant present, allowing them to know exactly what kind of shocking event was taking place. After a while, Lucia finally read, "We deeply feel that we have failed the trust of the people, the protection of the army, and the assistance of the officials. We have decided to follow the example of the ancient emperors and abdicate the throne to the virtuous Chun-Yi. We pray here, and the heavens and earth will bear witness." With that, Lucia threw the silk cloth in his hand into the cauldron in front of him, burning it to ashes. Then he gently raised his arms, took off the curtain crown with 9 pearls on it, and placed it on the altar. At the same time, Ito flew above the altar, reached out his hand, and grabbed the curtain crown with 9 pearls, and put it on his head expressionlessly. Civilian Lucia greets your majesty. Lucia knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, "Your subjects, civilians, greet your majesty." In the next moment, the officials, soldiers, and countless civilians below the altar all knelt on the ground and shouted loudly. From now on, the country is changed to Dahua, and the era name is Yongshi. Ito released a little of his divine power, spreading it to the people in Chong and city, and said lightly. Then Ito turned his head to look at Lucia, who was kneeling below, and said again, "In addition, civilian Lucia's virtue is outstanding, and he has always been talented. Moreover, he is aware of the situation at the right time, and he has made great contributions. He will be conferred the title of Marquis of Annal, and will be given a residence in Chang'an. I hope you can live up to your name, live in peace, and enjoy wealth forever. Your subject, Lucia." "Thanks, Your Majesty." Lucia got up and knelt again. Then Ito turned his head to look at the officials below the altar, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he told them about the arrangements for them. Just as Lucia had requested, they were all stripped of their official positions and sent back to their hometowns, and a new batch of people, whose names no one had heard of except for the Dr. Kai Yong, became the 3 ministers, 9 ministers, and other officials to assist the new emperor in governing the country. Chapter 1907. After the abdication ceremony, the world was shaken. The various vassals all had complicated thoughts. The aristocratic families were ready to make a move. There were even those who were loyal to the Han dynasty, who openly rebuked Ito as a traitor and called for all those who were loyal to the emperor to punish him. From the looks of it, it was as if the 18 vassals were going to ask for Dong's forgiveness. However, Ito didn't care about this at all. He still stayed in Chang, and with peace of mind. He was bored and searched for traces of Jiao Chan among the many accompanying palace maids and singers who had been confiscated by Wang Yin. Because in historical legends, other than Lu Bu's wife and Lu Bu's subordinate Qin Lu's wife, Jiao Chan's only family was Dong's palace maid and Wang Yun's singing girl. The former, at least, was recorded in the book of the later Han, biography of Lu Bu. Zhui used cloth as a cavalry commandant and swore to be father and son. He was often disappointed, but Zhui pulled out his halberd and threw it away. Cloth was always full of resentment. Zhui used cloth to guard the middle of the pavilion, but in private he was in love with the palace maids and was not at ease. The latter was more in line with the folklore. However, it was a pity. He did not know if it was because his influence was too strong or if it was for some other reason. But even when he used his spiritual eye to carefully observe the fates of the women, he could not find a woman whose color matched Lu Bu's. This made Ito feel very regretful. Forget it, it's just Jiao Chan. If I can't find her, then I can't find her. After all, sometimes regret and mystery are also a kind of beauty. Ito muttered softly. Then, he simply stopped searching for Jiao Chan and raised his head to look at the woman playing the zither. This woman was about 15 or 16 years old. She was beautiful and had white skin. She wore a late green female dress and calmly knelt on the soft couch behind the square table. Her white hands plucked the strings of the zither, playing an elegant and ethereal tune. This woman was none other than the daughter of Kai Yong, the only doctor who was left behind in the great Han dynasty. She was known as Zhao Ji and Wen Ji in the future, Kai Yin. And here she was after that. She did not marry into the Wei family of Hedong at this time in history because of Sei Ito's wishes. He used Kai Yin as a hostage to force Kai Yong to work in Chang, and then be responsible for compiling and revising the books in the East Temple that Sei Ito had simply sorted out. Of course, there was also the thought of meeting historical beauties and taking them into his harem. After all, this was the Han dynasty, no, the Hua dynasty. Other than her and Diao Chan, as well as those famous beauties who were already married, the other famous beauties were either just born not long ago or were still young. They were still curled up in the wombs of other women. Even if they wanted to find them, they could not find them. Swish. However, at this moment, a soft whistle suddenly sounded in the hall, and then Mitarashi Anko appeared in the hall wearing a yellow windbreaker. You sure know how to enjoy yourself. Anko Mitarashi curled her lips as she glanced at Kai Yin, who was pressing down on the strings. What happened? Sei Ito asked in surprise. At this time, Mitarashi Anko Mitarashi was not only a woman he had an ambiguous relationship with, but she was also the person he had summoned to clean up all the spies in Chang'an City. She was also the person directly in charge of some secret missions. Thus, her appearance often indicated that something big had happened. Take a look. Mitarashi Anko turned her palm over. A small scroll appeared and casually tossed it to Sei Ito. Sei Ito caught the scroll with a pa sound and took it in front of him. He untied the string on the scroll, opened it, and lowered his head to read the contents. There has been a change in Jingzhou. Several strange people have appeared in the Jingzhou army. They can create fire and thunder with their hands. They can use battlefield healing techniques and have extraordinary wisdom. Currently, they are helping Liu Biao quell the rebellion. Our army has suffered heavy losses, and I am afraid that we will no longer be able to contain them. The content was not much, only about 100 words. However, the matter mentioned made Sei Ito frown. Have someone investigate the origins of those people. Sei Ito said in a deep voice as he casually tossed the scroll back to Mitarashi Anko. Understood. Mitarashi Anko nodded in agreement. What about the ministers in the city? Have there been any changes? Sei Ito asked again. Because Kai Yin did not understand the strange language, there was no need to worry about it being transmitted to Kai Yong's ears and then to the minister's ears. Thus, Sei Ito did not avoid her and asked directly in front of her. They are very obedient. They are all preparing to return to their homes. Mitarashi Anko sneered. They can endure it. Sei Ito chuckled. Continue to monitor them closely. I'm looking forward to them being able to send back some useful information. Mitarashi Anko nodded and immediately used the body blink technique to disappear from the main hall. At the same time, within the borders of Jingzhou's Dangyang County, a group of 5,000 soldiers appeared below the county. They surrounded Dangyang County and set up camp, ready to attack at any time. Correspondingly, the citizens and soldiers of Dangyang City were filled with panic and were ready to fight. The cold wind whistled and rolled up the yellow sand, filling the sky with a chilling aura. Military advisor Shi, can we begin the siege? A general with the surname Yin came to the camp and asked respectfully to a slightly sloppy middle-aged man who was carrying a bag. Go up and say a few words. See if you can make them surrender. If you can't, then make a plan. Military advisor, She frowned slightly. Yes. General, She cupped his fist and replied. Then, he called over a young colonel with a loud voice and had him come out of the army formation. He came to Dangyang City and began persuading them to surrender. People of Dangyang City, listen up. My general is here on the orders of Governor Liu to suppress the rebels. He is the Orthodox teacher. It's still too early to open the door and surrender. Don't listen to the slanderous words of the rebels and do meaningless resistance. Otherwise, when my military advisor takes action, there will be lightning everywhere. We won't be able to tell who is loyal and who is treacherous, who is an official and who is a citizen. They are the heavenly army with the help of immortals. Hearing the young colonel's words, the defenders of Dangyang City immediately went into an uproar. They began to tell their colleagues about the rumors that had been spreading in Jingzhou for the past few days. What should we do? Then, at the same time, all the soldiers and civilians who were in charge of defending the city showed fear on their faces. They all looked at the mighty man in shining armor. Silence. If anyone dares to speak nonsense again, kill them without mercy, the general, who was emitting a chilling, murderous aura, shouted. Instantly, the soldiers and civilians were shocked and quieted down. At this moment, the general jumped out of the crowd and walked to the top of the city wall. He took a longbow from a soldier beside him and nocked an arrow. With a swoosh, the arrow in his hand was released. In an instant, a black shadow flashed. It flew over a distance of nearly 200 steps and pierced the young colonel's throat. Then, under the impact of the arrow, the young colonel fell from his horse. Plop! The general is mighty. Seeing this, the surrounding soldiers were stunned at first. Then, they cheered and shouted loudly. Almost in the blink of an eye, their morale was greatly boosted. The oppressive scene from before was completely different. Oomph! At this moment, General Shi, who saw the young colonel die, let out a cold snort with a face full of anger. He turned his head and looked at military advisor Shi beside him. Sigh, a bunch of stubborn fellows. Military advisor, Shi shook his head and sighed with a look of unteachable stupidity. Then, he straightened his clothes and turned around to leave the high platform. Under the protection of dozens of shield-wielding soldiers, he walked out of the army and came to the front of Dangyang City. He covered his chest with one hand and pointed at Dangyang City with the other. Then, in the next moment, a green light bloomed from military advisor Shi's body. Like a laser beam, it instantly shot into the blue sky above his head. Then, a large patch of thick dark clouds strangely appeared in the originally clear sky. It slowly pressed down, and streaks of azure lightning as thick as an arm descended on the soldiers on the city wall below. Boom! 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 Under the continuous bombardment of lightning, a large patch of charred corpses appeared on the parapet of Dangyang City. Just like this, 5 to 6 minutes passed. Then the dark clouds in the sky stopped descending lightning and quickly dissipated. The originally clear sky appeared in front of everyone's eyes once again. However, compared to before, the side of the city wall that was originally filled with soldiers was suddenly empty. There was not a single living person standing there. The entire sky above the city was filled with a deathly silence. On the other hand, the Jing province army below the city was cheering endlessly. They all shouted, "Mighty military advisor, go and inform General Shi that we can attack the city now." Military advisor, Shi turned his head and said to the soldier beside him, "Yes, sir." The soldier replied and quickly ran back to the camp. Then, not long after, accompanied by a sudden earth-shattering battle cry, the entire army rushed toward Dangyang City like a tide. They set up scaling ladders and began to attack the city. Then, after another 5 to 6 minutes, the tightly shut gates of Dangyang City suddenly opened. A soldier holding a white flag walked out from within. Obviously, after the lightning strike just now, the entire army and people of Dangyang City were scared out of their wits. They no longer had the slightest desire to resist. In addition, the descending rebel was also blasted into a charred corpse by the lightning strike. Without any obstacles, surrendering became an unsurprising choice. At this point, less than 20 minutes after the start of the battle, Dangyang City was once again under Jing province's rule. Destiny. At night, in a certain large residence in Dangyang City, military advisor, Shi took out a fist-sized green pearl from his bosom. He held it in front of his eyes and stared at it in a daze as he muttered to himself, "Destiny. But why would destiny be decided by a Taoist priest?" Military advisor, Shi sneered after a long while as he thought to himself, "However, I didn't think that such a secret treasure would exist in this world. It seems that the yellow turban Zhang Jiaobak then wasn't really a Taoist priest who deceived people. Instead, he should be a hermit who cultivated, just like that Taoist priest who called himself Nanhua." After a moment of silence, military advisor, Shi put the pearl back into his bosom. Then, He grabbed the wine pot on the table and happily poured himself a drink. Sparks flew outside the window, appearing even more mysterious and serene. Chapter 1908. Military advisor Shi, whose full name was Shi Jitsai, was from Incheon in Yuzhou. Originally, he wanted to learn from his good friend Guojia and visit the world to find a wise leader to follow. However, before he could do so, he met a Taoist, Nan Hua, who suddenly came to visit him. Nan Hua said, "The heavens have different destinies and should not return. I am looking for the world's wise men to save the sky." Only then did he find Zhuxiai, who had the aura of a hero. He gave Zhuxiai several secret refining pills and taught him a qi refinement secret technique. He also gave him a secret treasure, the Azure Dragon Jade. Then, on the second day, he took Shi Jitsai and left Yuzhou for Jingzhou. In the end, they stayed at Jingzhou's famous scholar Huang Qingyin's place. However, when they arrived, Shi Jitsai discovered that there were several other people besides him who had been chosen. Moreover, there were a few familiar faces among them. They were Cheng Yu, Sun Yu, and Sun Yu, who were all from Incheon, and Su Shu, who was a disciple of Master Shui Jing Sima Hui. Then, the five of them formed a special team and entered the Jingzhou army under Huang Qingyin's contact. They used the secret treasures obtained from Nan Hua and their own wisdom to help the Jingzhou army quell the rebellion within their borders. Moreover, Huang Qingyin revealed that apart from them, there were other selected talents who were hiding all over the world, waiting for the right time to plot something big. Your Majesty, on this day, when Sei Ito was looking down at something, a girl suddenly called out, "You're here. Sit." Sei Ito raised his head and smiled. He turned his head and gestured for the girl to sit to the side. The girl didn't say anything. She walked to the side of the hall with a xylophone in her arms and knelt down on a praying mat. However, at this moment, Sei Ito's voice suddenly sounded. "Who are you?" Sei Ito's eyes flickered as he asked. "This subject's daughter is Kai Yin." The person who came was Kai Yin, who was wearing a green robe. She revealed a puzzled expression before bowing her head. "No, you're not Kai Yin." Sei Ito's killing intent rose as he said indifferently. "Then who does your Majesty think this subject's daughter is?" Kai Yin raised her head and looked straight at Sei Ito as she asked softly, "I don't know who you are, but we know that you will die soon." Sei Ito slowly raised his hand and pointed at Kai Yin. Immediately afterward, without waiting for Kai Yin to speak, a bolt of lightning shot out from between his fingers. Crack! With a flash of lightning, it instantly arrived in front of Kai Yin. Kai Yin's expression changed slightly, and she quickly threw away the xylophone in her hand. In an instant, a huge wooden wall the size of a door appeared in the middle of the main hall, blocking the incoming lightning bolts. Boom! Then, the wooden wall disappeared, revealing a thin, old man in gray clothes. He had a beard under his chin, and his black and white hair was simply tied up with a wooden hairpin. This person was none other than a stranger. It was the skinny Taoist who had plotted with Nan Hua outside Hulao Pass. And this time, he didn't come to see Sei Ito specifically. It was a temporary uprising. Originally, he was going to Yangzhou to look for Ma Teng, the son of Ma Chao and Ma Mengqi, who had been killed by Ito Siyu's allied army. Ma Teng wanted him to work with the other selected people to work together on this important matter, to fight against Sei Ito together. Unfortunately, Ma Chao's personality was too proud and aloof. He didn't even bother to pay attention to him. In the end, he had no choice but to give up and prepare to return to Jingzhou. However, just as he was about to return, rumors about the Emperor of Dahua, Chen Yi, coincidentally entered his ears and piqued his interest. In addition, Liangzhou was very close to Chang, and he had to pass through Sili to return to Jingzhou. Therefore, he decided to pay a visit to Chang, and along the way to meet this new person who was widely rumored to be an immortal descending into the world by the people. However, out of caution, the skinny old man didn't directly meet him in person. Instead, after some investigation, he disguised himself as Dr. Kai Yong's daughter, Kai Yin, to meet him. However, to the old man's surprise, The transformation technique that he was proficient in only lasted for a moment before being seen through by the other party. The other party even used a Taoist technique to force his true form out. Fellow Taoist, you are indeed an extraordinary person, the skinny old man said. Who are you? Saito asked in a deep voice. This humble Taoist is Zhuo Ci, the skinny old man replied with a smile. Yours was Ci? Saito raised his eyebrows. That is this humble Taoist. Fellow Taoist, have you heard of me? Zhuo Ci said in surprise. He had some reputation in the world, but it was only spread among certain areas and certain people. He never expected that the other party would have heard of him. Nanhua, Zhuo Ci, and Yuji. The three immortals of Eastern Han are well known to me, Saito said with an inexplicable smile. Zhuo Ci, who didn't understand what Saito was trying to say, frowned and asked, I see that fellow Taoist also has a complete Tao. Logically speaking, you should be far away from the world and live in seclusion in the mountains. You should be searching for the ascension key and seeking eternal freedom. Why do you reveal yourself in the world and even use your half-immortal body to rob others of their riches? Fellow Taoist, are you not afraid that you will be too deeply involved in karma and ultimately lose everything? Saito narrowed his eyes and asked, Since you say so, I would like to ask, why don't you return to the mountains and forests? Why do you stay in a mortal world and let yourself be tainted by the filthy air? After a moment of silence, Zhuo Ci replied with a compassionate face. The world is in chaos, and the people are unable to live. The fertile land is full of pagoda. I can't bear to see it, so I reveal myself in the world and save the people. Then why haven't I heard of you saving people? Saito immediately asked. However, a person's strength will eventually be exhausted. Even if I exhaust all my energy, how many people can I save? This is my thought. The one who saves the world should be above all others. Therefore, I walk among the crowd and travel through the cities, hoping to find the Emperor Star Lord and borrow his hand to save the world. Zhuo Ci lowered his eyes and said lightly, What you said is the same as that Jianghu sorcerer. You want to do the supporting dragon court. Saito sneered. In the official history, although Zhuo Ci was a mysterious Taoist from the beginning to the end, from some of the things he did, it didn't rule out that he had other desires in his heart besides the Tao of immortality. For example, sometimes he would take the initiative to visit the masters of some big families, some famous people, and even directly visit the leader of a force. For example, Sun Tzu. Moreover, he was willing to show off his magic to people. For example, when he was captured by Cao Cao, or when he met Liu Biao in Jingzhou. But whether he wanted fame or something else, it was unknown. Zhuo Ci was silent and tacitly agreed. What you did was to support the supporting dragon court. What you did was to establish the supporting dragon court. Both are to save the world and return peace to the world. Then why do you make things difficult for me? At the beginning, his voice was calm, but later, Ito-sei slammed his palm on the square table in front of him and smashed it into pieces with a pa sound. At the same time, he stood up and glared at Zhuo Ci. Because the voice was too loud, immediately, a group of Imperial army from the Tang Empire rushed in from outside the hall. They drew their swords and exuded a biting cold aura. Zhuo Ci slightly turned his eyes. His eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at the Imperial army. Leave. Saito waved his hand and ordered. Yes. The Imperial army responded in unison. Just as they appeared, they neatly retreated outside the hall and disappeared as if they did not exist at all. What are you talking about? Zhuo Ci asked in surprise. Jingzhou, Shijitsai, Chengyu, Sunyu, Su Shu. Don't tell me that the appearance of these people has nothing to do with you. Saito said coldly. How could the people of this era guard against and understand the intelligence network formed by ninjas, martial arts masters, and spies who mastered cultivation technology? Moreover, Jingzhou itself did not have a strong sense of confidentiality. Therefore, on the night Saito ordered to investigate the intelligence of those people, matters related to Jingzhou appeared in front of his desk. Combined with his understanding of history and memories of the romance of the Three Kingdoms, it could be said that except for Su Shu's appearance, if there were no accidents, the others would never appear in Jingzhou at this time. This was because whether it was in history or in the romance of the Three Kingdoms, Cheng Yu, Sun Yu, and Shi Jizai would not go to Jingzhou at this time. Instead, they should stay in Jizhou or directly in Yingchuan's hometown. Sai, it's not that I want to obstruct you, but what you're doing is not right. So, for the sake of the people of the world, I have no choice but to do this. Since he had been exposed, Zhuo did not hide it anymore. He sighed and said in a low voice with a compassionate look. At the same time, he was secretly glad. Fortunately, this person only had information on those 5 people and did not have information on the other heroes. You make it sound nice, Sei Ito sneered. Then his expression turned cold, and he continued in a cold voice, "It seems that I can't let you live." With that said, he waved one arm, and a strange wave instantly enveloped the entire hall. Upon sensing this strange power, Zhuo's expression changed again and again. Then, he raised his hand and made a hand seal. His lips moved continuously, and he instantly disappeared from Sei Ito's sight. The invisibility technique of Dunjia. The so-called Dunjia's full name was the Heavenly Book of Dunjia. It was considered a strange book in the Chimen Dunjia that specialized in the Dunjia technique. It was the root of all Zhuo's spells except for the Jindan Dao method that he cultivated. Judging from the nature of some of the spells recorded in it, it was very similar to the origin of the later Japanese ninjutsu. The source. That reminds me. Seeing this, Sei Ito sneered. With a flick of his finger, a bolt of lightning instantly shot toward a corner of the hall. Crack! Then, with a flash of fire, a burning scarecrow appeared in the hall. The substitution technique of Dunjia. Sei Ito's eyes lit up slightly. With a thought, a large number of thunderbolts immediately appeared in the empty hall. Like free elves, they flew freely in the entire hall. Crack! Boom! A series of fierce roars immediately resounded throughout the entire hall. But even so, it still couldn't force Zhuo's figure out. Seeing this, Sei Ito frowned slightly. He waved his hand to disperse the thunderbolts all over the room. He released his mental strength and searched the entire hall. Using the power of Dunjia, he escaped from the Chimen Gate with Earth Escape. After a while, Sei Ito, who withdrew his mental strength, whispered to himself thoughtfully. Since Zhuo knew the spell of Dunjia, then the formation, positioning, and deduction of the Chimen Gate should also be mastered by Zhuo. It was not surprising that he used the power of the Chimen Gate to break the seal, and then escaped with Earth Escape. What's more, the escape technique recorded in the Heavenly Book of Dunjia was a real Taoist escape technique. There might be some miraculous ones, so Sei Ito quickly accepted the fact that Zhuo escaped. Dunjia Heavenly Book. I almost forgot that there is such a good thing in this chaotic era of the Three Kingdoms. Ito-sei slowly walked to the door of the hall and looked up at the blue sky outside the hall and whispered softly. Sei Ito paused for a moment and turned to the hall guard beside him. Go and call Lu Bu, Chao Chao, Chao Run, Chao Hong, Li Jian, Xiao Dun, Xiao Yuan, Su Rong, Hua Xiong, Shan Xiongxin, Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, Wisi, Li Kei, Niu Dan, and Jiasu. Yes. The guard cupped his fists in response and quickly ran away. The number of military advisors is still a little small. I wonder if the people I sent to search for Tian Feng, Guijia, Lu Su, Zhou Yu, and the others have found them. Sei Ito couldn't help but think to himself as he watched the guard leave. He then turned around and returned to the main seat in the hall. 10 minutes later, the people who were summoned earlier, either through hypnosis or directly summoned to surrender, arrived in the hall. We pay our respects to your majesty. Apart from Chao Chao, everyone bowed. Chao Chao was an exception because he was the only one who wasn't hypnotized and didn't take the initiative to surrender. Sei Ito didn't mind Chao Chao's impudence. After all, he wanted Chao Chao to see the world changing in his hands in a sober manner. He wanted his former subordinates to fight for him. Therefore, he was already mentally prepared for Cao Cao's behavior. After everyone took their seats, Ito looked at them and said, "This time, I summoned all of you here mainly because I have a few things to arrange. Your Majesty, please instruct us." Su Rong bowed. "Right now, Ji, Gunyu, and Su have all fallen into my hands. More than half of Yangzhou has also fallen into my hands. In addition to my original Jiao province, there are 5 provinces in the world that have submitted to me. Therefore, I feel that it is time to sweep the world and return peace to the universe," Ito said calmly. The moment he said that, apart from Cao Cao and Jia Su, everyone's eyes lit up. "We are willing to serve your Majesty like dogs and horses," Lu Bu loudly said. "We are willing to serve your Majesty like dogs and horses." The other generals also echoed. "Good. Lu Bu, Li Jian, Chao Run, listen up." Ito smiled and suddenly shouted, "This general is here." The 3 stood up and replied, "The 3 of you are ordered to lead your troops to Bing Province and help me reclaim Bing Province," Ito loudly said. Chapter 1909. "Yes," Ito called out once more. "Li Kei, Guisi, Niuji, Xiahou Dun, Xiahou Yuan, Hua Xiong." The 6 stepped forward and clasped their fists. "This general is here," Ito ordered. "Gather all the soldiers and set out for Liangzhou." "Yes," the 6 replied in unison. "Jiasu," Ito turned to the middle-aged man seated next to him. This was a famous poison warrior in history, but he was also one of the few Jiasu, Jiao Wenhe, who had lived to the end of his life. Jiasu calmly bowed and replied, "This subject is here." He had not been hypnotized by Ito. Rather, after Jiasu had seen how he had turned Li Kei, Guisi, and Niuji into his own people and had been intimidated by the Immortal's wind, Jiasu had decided to join Ito. "You will serve as the military advisor and be responsible for the overall plan," Ito said. "Yes," Jiasu replied. Ito called out, "Su Rong, Chao Hong, Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin." The 4 stepped forward and replied, "This general is here. We permit the 4 of you to take 5,000 soldiers each and divide them into 4 groups to take control of the entire region. We want to ensure that there is no dissent in the region," Ito coldly said. "This general understands," the 4 replied in unison. "Go," Ito indifferently said, slightly restraining his aura. "Yes," Lu Bu and the others replied in unison and prepared to leave the hall. "Your Majesty, what about me?" Shan Xiongxin gloomily asked when he saw that he was the only one who had not been assigned mission. You will be stationed in Chang and ensure our safety. Is there a problem?" Ito glanced at Shan Xiongxin and chuckled. "No," Shan Xiongxin gloomily replied, "because this mission was simply too difficult for him. Given the Emperor's skills and strength, how could he, a fellow who could not even live up to his reputation as a first-rate expert in the Great Tang, protect him? However, it was difficult to disobey the Emperor's orders. Even if he had any objections, he wouldn't dare to oppose it, even if he had more guts." Shan Xiongxin cupped his fists and left the hall with Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and the others. For a moment, only Cao Cao and Ito were left in the hall. "Meng, after so many days, have you changed your mind?" Ito turned to look at Cao Cao, who was sitting silently at the side, and asked softly, "Your Majesty need not say any more. Cao Cao has already made up his mind. If I cannot serve the Han Dynasty, then Cao Cao would rather be a rich old man, managing the 3 or 5 fertile fields. Stay at home, find a wife, and raise a child." Cao Cao's expression was calm, but his tone was resolute. "I see. If Mengda hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. We should send someone to pay state to bring Madame Ding, Madame Bien, and my 2 nephews to Chong, and reunite with Mengda's family." Ito suddenly understood. Chao Pai was born in the winter of 187. Right now, it was the middle of the 2nd month of 190. Although he did not know when Chao Zhang was born, his 3rd son, Chao Ji, was born 192 years ago, so it should be around this time. Thus, it was not wrong to say that he had 2 sons. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Cao Cao's expression changed slightly, revealing a gloomy expression. Man, Sei Ito ignored Cao Cao's expression. He directly raised his voice and shouted, "Your Majesty." A palace guard entered the hall and replied, "Pass down the order. Immediately lead a group of people to Pei State's Qiao County and bring Cao Cao's family to Chang'an." Sei Ito ordered. Then, he was afraid that the guard would misunderstand, so he added another sentence. "Remember to take good care of them. If anything happens along the way, I will take your heads." "Yes," the palace guard replied, then bowed and left the hall. "Mungda, please be at ease. Right now, Yuzhou is under my rule. Currently, I am wantonly managing it. There are very few bandits and yellow turbans in the territory. Moreover, the entire territory of Sili will become my territory. The journey should be very safe. Moreover, the people I will send are the heavenly soldiers that Mungda has seen before. They will definitely protect your family." After giving out the order, Sei Ito turned to look at Cao Cao and said with a smile, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for granting my wish." Cao Cao forced a smile on his face and said, "Fuck, I feel a bit unwell. I will take my leave first. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Cao Cao continued, "Do you need me to call for an imperial physician?" Sei Ito pretended to be concerned. "No need. This should be caused by the cold wind last night. I will be fine after a little rest." Cao Cao replied, "All right. However, Mungda, remember to pay attention to rest. You are a great talent. I do not want your talent to disappear with you because of a little negligence." Sei Ito instructed with a serious expression. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. I will take my leave first." Cao Cao got up and bowed to Sei Ito, then slowly left the hall. After Cao Cao left the hall, Sei Ito, who had been in a daze for a while, lightly sighed and said, "Jingzhou, then let's go take a look." Then, with a thought, a shadow clone of Sei Ito appeared in the hall. "I will leave this to you." Sei Ito got up and said. The shadow clone nodded, indicating that it understood. Then, Sei Ito's figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the hall. Almost not long after he left Chang'an, in a mansion located in the newly built Chang and East Street, Cao Cao met an unexpected person in the bedroom. After a while, Sei Ito appeared in Jingzhou. Disguised as an ordinary scholar, he appeared in the administrative area of Jingzhou, Hanzhou City. It seems that Liu Biao is quite capable. He has only been in Jingzhou for a few months and has already managed to govern Hanzhou to such an extent. In addition, because of the changes caused by me, he was able to pacify the chaos in Jingzhou in advance. Moreover, with the help of Su Shu and the others, it has become even better. Sei Ito could not help but sigh as he looked at the people on the street who were gradually smiling. However, it is a pity that he followed the path of a thief. After thinking, Sei Ito did not stay any longer and went straight to Liu Biao's mansion. A moment later, he arrived in front of Liu Biao's mansion. "Who is it?" "Halt!" Just in time, the 2 soldiers guarding the door shouted loudly. However, their eyes immediately became dazed as they allowed Sei Ito to pass through them. It was only until he disappeared from the courtyard that their eyes regained their spirit. However, they had completely forgotten about Sei Ito's arrival. After entering Liu Biao's mansion, Sei Ito seemed to know where to go and went straight to one of the rooms. At this time, a slightly plump old man was sitting in that room. He was looking at a bamboo scroll in his hand and sighed. "Master, why are you sighing?" Hearing the old man sigh, a beautiful woman wearing black clothes with spots on the surface walked to the old man's side with light steps. She stretched out her hands and gently pressed on his shoulders, gently massaging them as she asked softly, "The world is in chaos. As a dignified member of the imperial family, I am unable to save them. I have let down the emperor." Liu Biao raised his hand and patted the back of the woman's hand. "Master has already done his best. Moreover, Jingzhou is not peaceful right now. Even if Master has the heart, we are unable to save them. Master should not be too worried," the woman advised. "A woman's view." The old man snorted. Good. I'm just a woman's view. Master, you are far-sighted. However, even if you are far-sighted, you will not be able to save the world. The woman smiled and turned around to sit in the old man's arms. She wrapped her hands around the old man's neck and said charmingly, "You seductress." The old man laughed. Governor Liu seems to be in a good mood. However, just as the old man and the woman were about to do something, a clear laughter came from outside the door. Then, without waiting for the two to react, a young man in green clothes walked in from outside the door. What a handsome young master! The woman in black's eyes lit up as she secretly praised. Then she tactfully stood up from the old man's arms and left the room from the side. However, she did not leave completely. Instead, she hid behind a screen and listened to the conversation in the room. "Who are you?" The old man's face was dignified as he asked in a deep voice. "I am the Emperor of Dahua, Chun-Yi." Sei Ito straightened his body, and his body naturally emitted a supreme aura. He looked indifferently at the old man, sitting behind a short table, and introduced himself. "What?" The old man was shocked. At the same time, the woman who was hiding at the side covered her mouth and nose with her hand to prevent herself from exclaiming, "Aren't you supposed to be in Chang'an? Why are you here? And why are you in my mansion?" The old man asked in shock. From his words, it was not difficult to tell that he was the current lord of Jingzhou and the future hero of the world, Liu Biao. It was not difficult to guess the identity of the young woman. She should be the younger sister of Kai Mao, who helped Liu Biao pacify Jingzhou. She was also the younger sister of Huang Qingyan and the future Zhuge Liang's aunt. Liu Biao's second wife, Lady Kai. I can't help it. I can only blame the recent changes in Jingzhou. It really makes me curious. Sei Ito smiled faintly. "What are you here for?" Liu Biao's expression changed several times before he asked in a deep voice, "Hand over those 5 fellows and submit to me." Sei Ito said indifferently, "You want me to work with those traitors? Dream on." Liu Biao said angrily, "In that case, I will have to use some extreme methods." Sei Ito sighed softly. "Someone come." Almost at the moment Ito Sei finished his words, Liu Biao had a bad feeling and shouted loudly, "Don't waste your time. I have already placed a restriction on this room. Unless I want to, you will not be able to leave this room." Ito Sei looked at Liu Biao and Lady Kai, who was hiding at the side, and chuckled. Liu Biao's expression changed and turned ugly. As for Lady Kai, who was hiding at the side, her eyes were filled with fear. "Don't worry. You won't die." Sei Ito chuckled. Without any hesitation, he immediately released his mental energy into Liu Biao's mind and began to modify his consciousness. Chapter 1910. In the past, as a member of the Han Dynasty, Liu Biao might have had the protection of the dynasty's destiny. But now that the wall of the clan had been destroyed, there was nothing left. In addition to his old age and mental fatigue, it did not take long for Sei Ito to modify his consciousness and make him one of Sei Ito's subordinates. "Biao greets your majesty." Liu Biao stood up from his seat and bowed respectfully. "Ah!" When Lady Kai saw Liu Biao's reaction, she could no longer suppress the fear in her heart and instinctively cried out. Sei Ito and Liu Biao both turned to look at Lady Kai's hiding spot. Lady Kai knew that she could no longer hide, and her face turned pale. She forced herself to calm down and walked out from behind the pillar and screen. Her eyes were filled with panic, and she did not dare to meet Sei Ito's gaze. "Why are you here?" Liu Biao asked angrily when he saw Lady Kai. I. Lady Kai said fearfully. "Forget it. No matter what, she is still your wife. I believe that she is smart and will not tell anyone about our meeting. Am I right?" Ido Kanari waved his hand to stop the angry Liu Biao. He then looked at Lady Kai, who was pale and exuded the charm of a mature woman. Yes. I swear that I will not tell anyone about what happened today. If I go back on my words, may I die a horrible death." Lady Kai quickly said. "Smart woman," Sei Ito praised. He then walked over to Liu Biao's seat and sat down. "Tell me what is going on in Jingzhou." Ito Sei looked at Liu Biao and asked in a low voice. This is all because of my wife." Liu Biao turned to look at Lady Kai and said with a bitter smile, "Oh, Ito looked at Lady Kai in surprise. Lady Kai trembled and lowered her head. Some time ago, Huang Qingyan recommended a few famous scholars through this subject's wife, Madame Kai. This subject thought that Huang Qingyan and I were related by marriage, and the people chosen were also virtuous. Thus, this subject followed Kai Shi's suggestion and arranged for them to be in the army. However, who would have thought that these people were actually demon cultivators? At this point, Lu Biao let out a long sigh, as if he had lost all of his reputation. I had no choice. This subject could only make the best of the mistake and listen to Kai Mao and Kuai Yu's advice to use them to help me clear out this place. Lu Biao paused for a moment before continuing. In other words, Ito raised his brows. You didn't know their background at first and only appointed them because of Huang Qingyan's recommendation? Yes. Lu Biao. Then how did Huang Qingyan get involved with them? Ito was puzzled. He knew that Huang Qingyan was a famous scholar in Jingzhou. The woman he wanted to meet was Huang Yueying's father and Zhuge Liang's father-in-law. However, he did not seem to have any contact with Swiss CI. Could he be one of the famous people that Swiss CI had visited in the past? This subject does not know. Lu Biao replied. This concubine does not know either. Lady Kai saw Ito looking at her. Lady Kai quickly shook her head and replied, It seems that I have to get in touch with Huang Qingyan. Ito muttered to himself. Then he raised his head and looked at Lu Biao and Lady Kai. Jingsheng, immediately go and summon the 5 scholars recommended by Huang Qingyan back to Hanzhou. Lady Kai, use the name of Shangyan and your niece to invite your sister's family over. Yes. Lu Biao immediately replied. Yes. Lady Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding. He also nodded in agreement. I will not disturb the two of you any longer. Farewell. As for those people, you don't need to inform me when they return. I will naturally appear in your mansion at that time. Seeing that the two agreed, Ito smiled slightly, got up from his seat, and said. Then, without waiting for Lu Biao and Madame Kai to say anything, he disappeared in a flash. Your Majesty is truly a deity. Lu Biao praised sincerely. Lady Kai's eyes flashed. He sighed softly, his heart filled with helplessness. About a day and a half later, in a wealthy residence in the suburbs of Mianyang County. Husband, my sister sent a letter. He said that he misses me and Yueying, so he wants us to come to Hanzhou to stay for a few days. What do you think? A young woman dressed in black came to a man in yellow robes. He looked to be in his 40s and looked to be in his 40s. He was in high spirits and asked softly. These two people were none other than Lady Kai's sister and her husband, the famous scholar Huang Qingyan. Didn't we just meet a few days ago? Huang Qingyan frowned and asked in surprise. Probably because she is lonely. Lady Kai hesitated for a moment before sighing. Okay, since I have nothing to do recently, it would be good to stay in Hanzhou for a few days. Looking at his wife's face, Huang Qingyan, who was reading the bamboo scroll, could not help but agree. Thank you for your understanding. Lady Kai thanked him. I will go and pack my things. After saying that, he stood up and quickly went back to the back room to pack his luggage. Huang Qingyan shook his head as he watched his wife leave. He continued to focus on the bamboo scroll in his hand. Speaking of which, I wonder what the new paper from Jiao province looks like. Huang Qingyan thought to himself as he felt his wrist aching. At the same time, Shi Jitsai, Cheng Yu, Sun Yu, and Su Shu, who were staying in several counties in Jingzhou, also received orders from Lu Biao. They did not suspect anything and immediately rushed back to Hanzhou. 2 days later, Huang Qingyan and his family's carriage entered Hanzhou from the east gate and stopped outside Lu Biao's residence. Greetings, Mr. Huang, Lady Kai, and Miss Yueying. An elderly man who appeared to be a butler quickly made his way over to the gate with a smile on his face as he spoke to Huang Qingyan and Mistress Kai, as well as the little girl who appeared to be around 3 or 4 years of age. She was wearing a set of red robes, but she had a head of golden hair and dark skin. Is Lu Jingzhou at home? Huang Qingyan nodded and asked casually. Actually, this question was pointless. Although this residence was the Lu Mansion, it was no different from the provincial overseer mansion. This was because in the Han Dynasty, other than the ordinary officials and ministers who needed to work, the provincial overseer, provincial governor, county magistrate, and other important officials would have their residences connected to the Lu Mansion. Thus, unless Lu Biao went out, he would definitely be at home. "He is at home," the steward replied. "Bring me to him." Since Lu Biao was at home, Huang Qingyan could not be unreasonable. He had to pay his respects to his master first. "Okay." The steward bowed and replied, "Go ahead. I will go to my sister myself." Lady Kai smiled when she saw the steward looking at her. "My apologies." The steward apologized and brought Huang Qingyan to Lu Biao's study. Lady Kai did not treat Huang Yueying as an outsider and led her to her sister's residence. A moment later, Huang Qingyan followed the steward to Lu Biao. "Qingyan greets Gong Jun." Huang Qingyan greeted. "Qingyan, you are here." Lu Biao raised his head and smiled. According to common sense, Lu Biao should address Huang Qingyan as brother-in-law, while Huang Qingyan should address Lu Biao as brother-in-law. However, this was impossible because of the difference in status between them. One of them was the governor of Jingzhou, a high-ranking official who acted on behalf of the emperor and was a member of the imperial family. The other was just a so-called famous scholar who didn't have half a year of official rank. Even if the etiquette was as such, it wasn't appropriate for the two of them to do so. Because of this, both of them made a compromise. Huang Qingyan still used his official title to address Lu Biao, while Lu Biao used his name to address Huang Qingyan. This way, they could avoid the awkward etiquette issue and also not embarrass both of them. "Where's your wife and niece Yueying?" Lu Biao asked. "They have already gone to the back room. They should have met with my sister by now." Huang Qingyan guessed. Lu Biao nodded and remained silent. "Is there something troubling Gong Jun?" Huang Qingyan could not help but ask when he saw Lu Biao's silence. "There is something troubling me." Lu Biao sighed. "If it is not a confidential matter, Gong Jun can tell us. We can discuss it together." Huang Qingyan said, "All right." Lu Biao pretended to hesitate for a moment before nodding. He then looked at Huang Qingyan and asked softly, "Qingyan, how is our relationship?" "We are related by marriage. Although we are not as close as brothers, we are still close relatives." Huang Qingyan raised his eyebrows and replied straightforwardly, "If that is the case, then I ask thee, where did the 5 of them come from? Why did thou recommend them to me?" Lu Biao asked with a gloomy expression. "What is the meaning of this?" Huang Qingyan asked with displeasure. "Are the 5 of them famous people?" "Naturally, they are famous people." Lu Biao nodded. This point was not false. Among the 5 people, other than Lu Biao, had never heard of the name of Shiji Tsai. All of them had a faint reputation of being virtuous and talented. "Then I ask Gong Jun, are the 5 of them talented?" Huang Qingyan asked. "Although they are not Wang Zhua, they are all talented." Lu Biao nodded and admitted. Lu Biao had confirmed this point through their performance in the army. They were all rare talents. "Since they are famous people and talented, I saw that Gong Jun had just entered Jingzhou. Is it wrong for me to recommend them to you?" Huang Qingyan retorted. "But thou did not say that they are skilled in sorcery." Lu Biao frowned and said. Hearing this question, Huang Qingyan choked and didn't know what to say for a moment. Chapter 1911. "You are Huang Qingyan?" As the two of them fell silent, an unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out beside Huang Qingyan's ear. Huang Qingyan's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously turned to look in the direction of the voice. In an instant, a young man dressed in black Han attire appeared in front of him. It was Sei To. "This subject, Lu Biao, pays respects to your majesty." Before Huang Qingyan could guess the identity of the visitor, Lu Biao had already stood up from his seat and bowed in greeting. As soon as these words came out, Huang Qingyan's face immediately showed a look of shock. His eyes widened as he stared at Ito, Sei, in disbelief. Ito Mori didn't speak. He just smiled and looked at Huang Qingyan, who was sitting on the couch. "This subject, Huang Qingyan, pays respects to your majesty." A moment later, Huang Qingyan recovered from his shock and stood up to salute. Although he secretly worked for Zhuai and the others, he did not dare to openly offend Saito. After all, he wasn't a Taoist priest like Zhuai, who could hide in the forest if something really happened, and nobody could do anything to him. He had a big family behind him. In this era where the concept of clan was very strong, and sometimes it could even surpass the imperial power, Huang Qingyan didn't want to become a center of the Huang family. What's more, it wasn't as if he didn't have the intention to let the Huang family obtain an official position in the Great Hua Empire if there was an opportunity to continue the Huang family. It could be said that this was the normal way of thinking for the sake of the Huang clan. From your previous performance, it can be seen that you are not the mastermind in this world. Now, I will give you a chance. If you tell me who is involved, I can let you go. Ito Sei's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked directly at Huang Qingyan, who was bowing down, and said lightly, "This subject promised that person that he would not tell anyone about this matter. I hope that your majesty will forgive me." Huang Qingyan spoke with great integrity. "Ah, you are a man of your word." Ito sneered. Huang Qingyan did not reply. He continued to maintain his kneeling posture, showing a respectful and cautious appearance. "Are you not afraid that we will exterminate your entire clan?" Ito's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. "I have heard that your majesty is a benevolent ruler. Since ascending the throne, you have governed with benevolence and a clear administration. Although you have killed many people, you have killed for a reason. You deserve to be punished for your crimes. It can be seen from your majesty's virtuous reputation that you would never do such a thing that would harm your reputation and hurt the hearts of the people and make your enemies happy." Huang Qingyan's heart tightened, and he hurriedly replied with a compliment that contained some kind of warning. "What if we insist?" Ito asked with a faint smile. "Then this subject and his entire family will be executed." Huang Qingyan's voice helplessly. Ito's voice when he heard this. Then he suddenly shouted, "Raise your head!" Subconsciously, Huang Qingyan raised his head and looked at Ito. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and his consciousness became chaotic. "Am I going to die?" Huang Qingyan mournfully asked in the last moment of his consciousness. Then, his consciousness disappeared and his eyes became confused. Only after a while did they regain their color. "Your Majesty," Huang Qingyan said respectfully after recovering. "Go see your wife." Ito said, "Yes, this subject will take his leave." Huang Qingyan replied and immediately left Lu Biao's room. "Why did your majesty suddenly stop asking?" After Huang Qingyan left, Lu Biao asked in confusion. "We already know." Ito glanced at Lu Biao and said, "It turned out that when he used his mental strength to invade Huang Qingyan's mind and modify his consciousness, he also browsed through his memories of the past year and found the answer he wanted from those memories. Master Shui Jing of the 8 Great Wandering Men, Sima Hui." Ito muttered to himself as he recalled the information he obtained from Huang Qingyan. Sima Hui was originally from Yangdi in Yingchuan. He temporarily lived in Jingzhou to avoid Huang Jin and was friends with Peng Digong and Huang Qingyan of Xiangyang. Currently, he lived in Donglin Temple, 20 li east of Xiangyang. As for the so-called 8 Great Wanderers of the late Han Dynasty, they refer to 8 experts who were widely known in the world but whose whereabouts were unknown. They were respectively known as the 3 Immortals of the late Han Dynasty: Nanhua Immortal, Zhuai, and Yuji. Master Shui Jing, Sima Hui, Master Zisu who lived in Izhou, Huatua, and Warlock Guanlu who was born in 209. There was also Su Xiao, Su Zijiang, who commented that Cao Cao was a traitor in peace and a hero in troubled times. Of course, he got from Huang Qingyan that Sima Hui was the contact between him and Zhuai, and that Sima Hui was the one who pushed him to recommend the 5 people to the provincial governor's mansion. He also knew that Nanhua, Zhuai, Yuji, and Zisu were searching for heroes. However, even Huang Qingyan did not know who they were looking for. It seemed that either Sima Hui did not know or Sima Hui did not tell Huang Qingyan. After a while, Ito turned to Lu Biao and asked, "Have the 5 people returned?" "They are already on their way back. They will reach Hanzhou in 2 days at most." Lu Biao replied. Good. I will come to you in 2 days. Ito said. After that, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of Lu Biao. Not long after, he appeared in the sky above Xiangyang City. Then, with another flash, he appeared in the sky above a quiet forest 20 miles east of the city. Looking down from above, Ito released his mind power and searched the entire area. Soon, an elegant house surrounded by trees appeared in Ito's mind through his senses. After discovering the house, Ito's figure flashed and appeared in the courtyard of the house in the next second. As he walked into the house, he said loudly, Master Sima, we have guests. Do you welcome them? It is a pleasure to have friends coming from afar. Almost at the same time as he finished speaking, a male voice full of energy came out from the house, laughing loudly. Then, the door opened to reveal a man in clean gray linen clothes with a feather headband. His face was ruddy, his hair was white, and he had a foot-long beard around his lips. His eyes were bright and full of spirit. He was a slightly plump old man who naturally exuded an air of elegance. It was Sima Hui, who was also known as Shui Jing. Sima Hui looked at Ito and felt that the young man in front of him had a heroic spirit. Moreover, his body contained an air of nobility and power. At first glance, it was obvious that he was born in an official's family and had been in power for a long time. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cultivate such an aura. Forgive me for my poor eyesight. May I know who you are? Sima Hui asked with a smile as he had a preliminary impression of Ito. Chuni. Ito smiled. He said softly with a smile on his face. Sima Hui's expression changed slightly when he heard the name Chuni. However, Sima Hui was a shrewd person after all. He recovered almost instantly. His face appeared to be warm, but there was a sense of alienation. He bowed and said, So, it's His Majesty. I apologize for not going out to meet you. Your Majesty, please forgive me. It is fine. I came abruptly. Ito said lightly. Your Majesty, please come in. Sima Hui smiled and extended his arms to invite him in. Ito nodded and walked into the room. The two of them entered the room and sat down as the host and guest. The servant on the side quietly left after serving the tea and left the room to the two of them. Your Majesty, please. Sima Hui picked up the tea and said. Ito did not stand on ceremony. He reached out and picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. A salty, spicy, and sour liquid mixed with tea leaves immediately flowed into Ito's mouth. Ito's expression did not change as he put it back on the table. Sima Hui also put down the teacup with a smile on his face. Your Majesty, why did you come to Jingzhou when you are not in Chang'an? Sima Hui asked casually. The world is not peaceful. There is a demon. The world is in Jingzhou. I am worried, so I came to check. Ito said lightly. Your Majesty is considerate. However, the Son of Heaven does not sit in the hall. Your Majesty has left the capital so suddenly. Are you not afraid of causing an emergency? Sima Hui said softly. It is fine. I have the best soldiers in the world to protect me. A few small fries are nothing to worry about. Ito said carelessly. This commoner has said too much. Sima Hui said lightly. Then, the topic changed. He asked, Then, Your Majesty, did you find anything on this trip? There are noble families in Jingzhou. They are hermits who collude with the demon. Hidden people are causing chaos in the world. They deserve to be killed. Ito's expression changed. His words were as cold as the cold winter wind. Although Sima Hui's expression did not change, Ito's sharp ears caught it. His heart beat rapidly. And, at this time, Ito suddenly looked up at Sima Hui. His gaze was deep as he said lightly, Mr. Sima's name is also on the list of implicated people. Does Mr. Sima have anything to say? This commoner has never asked about the outside world. I live in seclusion and study. I really don't know why my name is on Your Majesty's secret list. I hope Your Majesty can investigate. Sima Hui laughed dryly and cupped his fists. Mr. Sima, is that all you want to say? Ito asked slowly. Yes. Sima Hui confirmed. Ito sighed softly. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up. He pierced his spiritual power through his eyes into Sima Hui's mind and began to modify Sima Hui's consciousness. He didn't know if it was because Sima Hui's chi cultivation level was high enough that the Confucian Great Spirit appeared in his mind. Sei Ito, who had just seen the Great Spirit for the first time, was caught off guard. Fortunately, Sei Ito's spiritual power was high enough to completely crush Sima Hui's Great Spirit, which had not reached a certain level yet. Thus, after spending some time, he was able to successfully control Sima Hui. However, compared to the people he had controlled in the past, not only did he have to use more spiritual power, it also seemed unstable. Looking at it, he didn't know when the Great Spirit would break through the restriction again. This Three Kingdoms world is getting stranger and stranger. Sei Ito recalled the Great Spirit in Sima Hui's mind. Lu Bu's Shi of the Human Dragon, as well as Shiji Tsai and the others who could use spells because of Nanhua and Zhuxiai. He couldn't help but sigh softly. I don't know what kind of messy things we'll encounter when we conquer this world. Your Majesty, Sima Hui, who had regained his senses, saluted and greeted. You have a means to contact Zhuxiai in Nanhua, right? Sei Ito asked in a light voice. Your Majesty, I only have Zhuxi's letter. Sima Hui replied. That's fine. Send a message to Zhuxiai and have him come here. As for the reason for summoning him, think of it yourself. Sei Ito ordered. Yes. Sima Hui accepted the order. That's enough. Just do what you did before. Don't show anything. Sei Ito stood up and said, also, when Zhuxiai comes, I will appear. Don't think about how to inform me. Yes. Sima Hui replied. Then, Sei Ito didn't stay any longer and disappeared in front of Sima Hui's eyes. Seeing Sei Ito leave, Sima Hui didn't hesitate. After instructing the servants to clear away the teacups, he turned back to the bedroom and took out a small brown wooden box from the secret chamber onto the bed. He opened it and took out a yellow paper talisman. He held it in his hand and muttered a few words. Then, he put it in front of the candlestick and burned it to ashes. In an instant, a wisp of green smoke floated out from the burnt paper talisman. It passed through the roof beam and was blown away by a gust of cold wind. One of the 72 arts, ethereal passage. Sei Ito thought to himself as he saw the changes through the strand of consciousness he left on Sima Hui. Since he knows how to use ethereal passage and transform it into a technique that can transmit thoughts from 1,000 miles away, then he should also know how to use artifact concealment and doppelganger. After all, they're all things from the 72 arts. If that's the case, I don't know if the one who comes to see Sima Hui will be the real one. Sei Ito thought to himself. He soon had an answer to this speculation. About a day later, accompanied by the clear cry of a crane, Zhuxiai suddenly flew down from the sky like a fairy and landed in the courtyard. How should he put it? He was a little unlucky. It was Zhuxi's doppelganger who came. Creak. At this time, the door opened and Sima Hui's figure appeared from behind the door. Priest Zhua. Sima Hui smiled. Greetings. Zhuxiai raised his hand and said, Tsao, what's the matter? Why did you call me here in such a hurry? AI. Sima Hui sighed and was about to speak. But at this moment, a strange force instantly descended on Sima Hui and Zhuxiai, who were about to walk into the house, making the two of them stop moving as if someone had pressed the stop button on them. The rule of time was applied and time stopped. Sei Ito, who had already suffered a loss once, naturally wouldn't use the usual method to deal with Zhuxiai. Not to mention, he came with a doppelganger this time. Therefore, he used the greatest power he had now, time, to stop Zhuxi's figure. Chapter 1912. Then Sei Ito's figure appeared, and his hands changed several shapes like a blooming lotus flower and made a mysterious, inexplicable finger gesture, and finally pointed to the imprisoned Zhuxiai. In an instant, Zhuxi's figure trembled slightly, and suddenly turned into a clear gas, and was taken into the hand of Sei Ito, and he threw it into a stone and temporarily sealed it with a sealing method. After doing all this, Ito released the time imprisonment imposed on Sima Hui and let him regain his freedom. Sima Hui, who was still thinking of the previous moment, continued. However, before he could finish his sentence, he heard a soft pu sound. A scarecrow the size of an adult's forearm emerged from the smoke and fell to the ground with a pa sound. Just like Konoha's ninja and Mu Zhuang in Naruto's world, Zhuangzi's various Taoist techniques also like to use this scarecrow. Huh? Sima Hui, who didn't expect such a change, exclaimed subconsciously. Ito glanced at Sima Hui faintly, and without saying hello, his figure flashed and immediately disappeared from Sima Hui's courtyard. In the next moment, Ito appeared in the Rubik's Cube world. Zhuangzi, let me see who is more proficient in the 72 techniques. Taking out the sealed Ito with Zhuangzi's essence, Ito chuckled. After saying that, he summoned a huge rock from afar with a thought. Then he used his finger sword technique to shoot out sword chi, carving the huge rock into a rectangular table, and placed it on the ground. Then he stretched out his hand again, and a pile of withered yellow weeds and several red strings appeared in Ito's hand. Ito's hands moved, and soon, a scarecrow was woven by Ito. Then he handed it to his left hand, and his right hand shook slightly and took a blank yellow talisman paper, and with a pop sound he stuck it on the scarecrow, using his finger as a pen and the power in his body as the ink. He wrote on the yellow talisman paper. In the next moment, traces of black runes appeared on the blank yellow talisman paper, and the paper became a true talisman. At this time, Ito placed the scarecrow with the talisman on the table and placed the gem with Zhuangzi's essence on the scarecrow, and then he retreated from the table and waved his hand to summon the heavenly sword. He used the profound handle-do steps and chanted the 7 stars and performed the ritual. This situation continued for almost 2 minutes, until now Ito stopped and pointed the heavenly sword in his hand and pointed it at the gem. In an instant, there was a muffled bang sound, and the entire gem immediately exploded into pieces. However, what was strange? Ito, in chi that was, no matter how, it couldn't get out of the powder was, and the scarecrow's essence was it, and the scarecrow that was unable to escape, Then there was a chi sound, and wisps of green smoke floated out of the scarecrow's body. Success. Seeing this, Ito's eyes lit up, and he said happily. Then, he quickly stepped forward and formed seals with his fingers. The green smoke that floated up was pushed back into the scarecrow, and he put the scarecrow away. Zhuangzi, let's see where you'll run this time, Ito said with a smile. Then his figure flashed, and he returned to the world of the 3 kingdoms, and appeared in the Jing province's Hanzhou city. The next day, in the afternoon, in Hanzhou city's province, Overseer Manor. After several days of hurrying, the travel-worn Shijitsai, Chengyu, Sunyu, and Sushu appeared in the province, Overseer Manor. Then he sat down in a large hall. Only us. Shijitsai looked at the somewhat empty room and said with a frown, It seems like there's a secret matter for us to discuss. Sunyu said thoughtfully, Secret matter? Could it be to discuss sending troops? Sushu said, If we're talking about sending troops, where do you think it will be? Shijitsai looked around and asked. You already know. Sushu said indifferently. Do you think it has something to do with Province's Lu Yu becoming emperor? Sunyu suddenly said, Province's matter is big, but it's not as important as the emperor. With the temperament of the province overseer, he definitely won't abandon the emperor and attack Lu Yu first. Sunyu shook his head and said, Maybe it's not about sending troops. Chengyu, who also hadn't said anything, looked at the others and said, It's not about sending troops? The other 4 frowned and couldn't help but lower their heads in contemplation. Just as the 5 of them were pondering, the sound of steady footsteps was heard. The province overseer of Jing, Lu Biao, and a young man wearing black Han clothing walked in through the door. But what shocked the 5 of them the most was that Lu Biao was slightly behind Lu Biao. Lu Biao was actually behind the young man by half a body. Moreover, there was no dissatisfaction on his face. Instead, it was filled with respect. That's right. The young man was none other than Seito. Seito strode straight to the main seat in the hall and sat down without any trace of politeness. As for Lu Biao, who originally belonged to the master, he sat on the left-hand side of Lu Biao. Greetings to the province overseer. Although the scene in front of them was full of shock and disbelief, they had seen even more inconceivable things. They quickly suppressed the strangeness in their hearts and stood up to greet Lu Biao. All of you, follow me to pay respects to His Majesty, Lu Biao said. Then he stood up and turned to face Seito. He bowed and said, Greetings to His Majesty. Shi Jitsai, Cheng Yu, Sun Yu, and Su Shu looked at each other and suppressed the shock in their hearts. They also bowed and said greetings to His Majesty. With their intelligence, the moment Lu Biao said the word His Majesty, they immediately understood the identity of the young man. It was the Emperor of Dahua, Chen Yi. He did not understand why the Son of Heaven did not stay in Chang, and instead came to Jingzhou, which was openly rebelling against his rule. At the same time, he did not understand why Lu Biao, who was supposed to be loyal to the Son of Heaven, Lu Xie, became his subject. We know that you all have a lot of questions in your hearts, but we will not explain. We only want you to know that Nanhua, Zhuxi, and Yu Ji are all demons and will soon die by our hands, Seito said with overflowing confidence. The five of them remained silent and did not reply. Now, we want to know if you are willing to be loyal to us and help us rule the world. Seito did not care about the five's reaction. He slightly released his aura and asked Shi Jitsai and the others, If we are not willing, what will your majesty do? Shi Jitsai raised his head and asked, We naturally have a way to deal with it. Seito said, Your majesty should know about us. Are you not afraid of us feigning loyalty? Su Shu asked, Since we dared to use you, we naturally have confidence that we will not be afraid of you feigning loyalty. Seito said with confidence, Your Majesty is not afraid of our power? Sun Yu asked, If you want to try, then try. See if we are afraid. Seito laughed arrogantly. Your Majesty, are you serious? Shi Jitsai's eyes lit up and said with a smile that was not a smile, What, do you want to try? Seito asked with interest. Yes. Shi Jitsai said with certainty. Good, then we will play along with you. Seito said with a smile. He then stood up from his seat and walked out of the hall. He said to Shi Jitsai, This place is narrow and there are many soldiers and civilians here. I am afraid of accidental injuries. Follow me out of the city. Shi Jitsai laughed heartily and replied, Good. Then he strode forward to catch up. The other four looked at each other and silently followed. Of course, Lu Biao and his personal guards were also with him. After some time, the group arrived outside Hanzhou City and stopped in an area with no one around. Let's begin, Seito said with one hand behind his back and an indifferent expression as he looked at Shi Jitsai, who was about 20 steps away from him. Your Majesty, do you really want to try? Shi Jitsai asked with narrowed eyes. He had said that he did not really want to use lightning to kill Seito. Although he had already said that he wanted to do this when he followed Nanhua to Jingzhou, Shi Jitsai wanted to use his own intelligence to lead the army and defeat Seito fair and square. He did not want to use this kind of trick. As for the reason why he said that before, it was because he wanted to see the Emperor of Dahua's bold plan and see if he was worthy of his service. Now that he had achieved his goal, the Emperor of Dahua was indeed very bold. He was not an ordinary person who was too arrogant. Therefore, Shi Jitsai wanted to find an opportunity to skip this matter. However, who would have thought that the Emperor of Dahua did not seem to be joking? He really wanted to use his own strength to resist the lightning. Could it be that the rumor that the Emperor of Dahua is an immortal is true? Shi Jitsai hesitated. Of course. If not, why would such great talents like you be willing to be used by me? Seito laughed. Shi Jitsai's eyes flashed, and he turned to look at Cheng Yu and the others. As for those who knew what it meant to protect themselves, they naturally wouldn't give Shi Jitsai any indication. They all lowered their eyes, as if their eyes were looking at their noses and their noses were looking at their hearts. Their minds were in a state of wandering. Sigh. Seeing this, Shijitsai sighed and straightened his expression. He looked at Sei Ito seriously and said, "Well then, your majesty, be careful." After saying that, Shijitsai raised his hand to cover his chest and used the Qi refinement chant to stimulate the strength in his body. In an instant, Shijitsai's chest lit up slightly. A green light shot out from Shijitsai's body into the sky with a momentum that soared into the sky. Then, in the next moment, the clouds in the sky around Han's host city changed. A large group of dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, and blue lightning brewed in it. The wind whistled, and it was a doomsday scene. "Your Majesty, it's too late to give up now." Shijitsai, whose hair and clothes were fluttering in the wind, said loudly. Chapter 19:13. Seito proudly replied, "Feel free to strike. Today, I will show you what a true dragon is." Seeing that Seito was not giving up, Shijitsai clenched his teeth and shouted, "Then Jitsai will wait and see." Then he raised his hand high and waved it down fiercely, pointing his finger at Ito-sei. Lightning strike! Boom! In an instant, a thick thunderbolt fiercely rushed out of the dark clouds in the sky and fell straight down to Ito-seiji. "Your Majesty!" Lu Biao's expression changed as he shouted. At the same time, Chengyu, Sun Yu, and Su Shu felt the power of Shijitsai's lightning for the first time. Their expressions also changed as they revealed a look of awe. Of course, they were not in awe of Shijitsai nor the lightning he summoned. Instead, they were in awe of the heavenly might that appeared through the lightning. However, just when everyone thought that Ito-sei would be turned into charcoal under the bombardment of the thunder, a long cry that penetrated the soul suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Roar! Then, the light exploded, and a thick golden dragon with clearly visible scales suddenly appeared beside Ito-sei. It flew straight up and collided with the heavenly thunder released by Shijitsai. Boom! A dazzling white light blossomed in the sky. Shijitsai, Chengyu, and the others, as well as Lu Biao and his bodyguards, were momentarily blinded. Fortunately, this situation did not last for long. After about half a minute, Shijitsai and the others regained their vision. However, at this time, there was not a single dark cloud in the sky above Han's Ho. It was completely blue, and only a golden dragon could be seen. Under the illumination of the sun, it emitted a golden light as it swam freely in the sky. From time to time, it would let out a long cry that directly penetrated the soul. Roar! It's a dragon! Lu Biao's bodyguards shouted excitedly. At this time, Lu Biao was also excited. However, the shrewd Lu Biao still had some rationality and did not react as badly as his bodyguards. However, his body was trembling slightly. At the same time, Shijitsai, Chengyu, Sun Yu, and Su Shu also looked at the golden dragon in the sky, and Ito-sei, who was standing under the golden dragon without any injuries. "How is it?" Sei Ito asked with a smile as he looked at Shijitsai and the others. "Jitsai is indebted to your Majesty for not abandoning me. I am willing to serve your Majesty like a dog." Shijitsai greets your Majesty. Shijitsai, who came back to his senses, looked deeply at Sei Ito and then bowed. Ito-sei smiled slightly, but he didn't let Shishirkai get up immediately. Instead, he turned to look at the other four people. "You greets your Majesty." Out of everyone's expectations, Sun Yu was the first to kneel. The reason why it was unexpected was because of the 5 people present. Was Jitsai to the Han was the most. In the original history, until the end of Cao Cao's reign, Jitsai did not forget his desire to support the Han. But he didn't expect that he would be the first one to submit to Ito-sei after Shijitsai, who was a bit of a pushover. Ito-sei took a deep look at Sun Yu and didn't say anything. Anyway, he had the power in his hands. With the power he had, he was not afraid that Jitsai would scheme in secret and create chaos in the future. However, if he really obtained Jitsai Ito's loyalty, it would be a pleasant surprise for Seito. After all, Jitsai Ito was the first person he found who could help the emperor. With Jitsai Ito taking the lead, Sun Yu and Chung Yu also knelt down to show their loyalty. Finally, Sei Ito looked at Su Shu. Forget it. Su Shu sighed when he saw Sei Ito looking at him. He also knelt down and said, "Your Majesty greets your Majesty." Haha, good, good. With the help of the five of you, I believe that the day of world domination is not far away. Sei Ito laughed happily. As if responding to his mood, the golden dragon in the sky also let out a long cry, filled with joy. Roar! Let's go. Let's return to the city. Sei Ito said. Then, everyone returned to Hanzhou, accompanied by the roar of the golden dragon in the sky, and returned to the prefecture lord's mansion. Then, Lu Biao ordered people to prepare a banquet. He called Huang Qingyan, who was still in the mansion, and everyone drank together. For a time, the wine cups intertwined and the singers danced. It was a joyous occasion. The next day, Sei Ito gathered everyone in a secret place in the back courtyard of the prefecture lord's mansion. In front of them, he opened a Rubik's Cube and pulled out various talents. He had Lu Biao, Chung Yu, and Sun Yu slowly arrange them in various parts of Jingzhou, making Jingzhou his territory. Of course, Sei Ito did not forget about Nanhua and the others, so he still had Lu Biao and Shi Jitsai resist the orders of the imperial court on the surface to confuse Nanhua and the others. Just like this, after spending around a day arranging matters in Jingzhou, Sei Ito parted ways with the others. He took out the scarecrow made from one of the 72 Taoist arts, soul chasing, and began to track down Zhuo. As the seal was undone, a wisp of green smoke instantly floated out from the scarecrow. Then, with a flash, it melted into the air. Sei Ito was not surprised by this, and continued to hold the scarecrow in his hand. Around 10 seconds later, the scarecrow in his hand jumped and stood on Sei Ito's palm. It turned slightly and pointed in a direction. Seeing this, Sei Ito smiled and flew into the sky. He held the scarecrow in one hand and flew in the direction the scarecrow had pointed in. Under the scarecrow's guidance, Sei Ito flew out of Jingzhou, passed through Yuzhou, and finally arrived in the sky above Tan City, where Shuzhou was located. Tansheng, Ito Sei, who was floating in the air, looked at the scarecrow spinning quickly in his hand and whispered in purple language. Then, his figure flashed, and he appeared in Tan City. At this moment, Sei Ito, who was hidden in an alley, raised his hand and made a hand seal, pointing at the scarecrow in his left hand. In the next moment, the scarecrow paused for a moment and pointed in a new direction. Sei Ito turned his head and looked in the direction the scarecrow had pointed. He smiled and walked out. Under the scarecrow's constant correction, he moved toward his target, Zhuo. At the same time, in a mansion in Tan City. Master, why did your face suddenly become so serious? A thin old man in luxurious clothes looked at a thin old man in a simple gray robe with a brown belt around his waist and a wooden hairpin in his hair. This thin old man was none other than Zhuo, whom Sei Ito was looking for. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel guilty and uneasy. I'm afraid that something bad will happen to me. Zhuo did not hide and answered with a frown. The thin old man and young man in his early 20s looked at each other and said, Master, aren't you overthinking it? Master Chun, you don't know. This is a special ability that I obtained after cultivating. Whenever there is a sign, there will be a response. I'm not overthinking it, but something bad is about to happen. I explained in a low voice. Master Chin's eyes flickered, but he did not speak. In order to prevent my matter from implicating your family, I'll take my leave. Zhuo, who had wandered the world for many years, understood the meaning behind Master Chen's actions. He was not angry, but smiled and got up to leave. Master Chen's Tao is profound, and his skills are unpredictable. You will surely be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Come and talk with me again another day. Master Chen said politely. Chen Gui did not try to keep him. Chen Gui was the head of the Chun, Chao, and Mi families of Shuzhou. He was the father of Chun Deng and a scholar. He held an important position under Tao, Qian, and Shuzhou. It was unclear how he had gotten involved with Zhuxi's teacher and even allowed him to talk at home. "Thank you for your kind words." Zhuxi smiled. Then, he saluted the Chun clan's father with a Dao salute and left the Chun clan's mansion under their courteous escort. "Master Chun, take care," Chen Gui said politely as he walked Zhuxi to the door. "Master, please stay," Zhuxi said. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. However, at this moment, the figure of a young man with a faint smile on his face, but without much emotion in his eyes, suddenly entered his sight. This caused Zhuxi, who was about to turn and leave, to stop in his tracks. His expression quickly changed twice. The person who had come was Sei Ito, who had relied on the scarecrow to find this place. Noticing Zhuxi's strange behavior, Chen Gui and Chun Ding also followed Zhuxi's gaze with doubtful gazes. "Fellow Taoist, don't come." Sei Ito smiled as he walked slowly towards Zhuxi. "Not bad," Zhuxi replied calmly. "Chun Estate. It seems that fellow Taoist has chosen the son of the Chun family." Sei Ito turned his head to look at the two Han Dynasty characters on the plaque hanging above the door. Then his gaze swept past Chun Gui and Chun Ding, who were standing beside Zhuxi. Finally, his gaze stopped on the young Chun Ding. Chun Gui's eyebrows twitched and a dark light flashed in his eyes. "How should I address you, young master?" Chun Gui stepped forward and asked with a smile on his face. "Chun," Sei Ito said calmly as he glanced at Chun Gui. When this name came out, Chun Gui and Chun Ding's expressions immediately froze. Their eyes were filled with shock. They had never imagined that this young man, who looked like the son of a great family, would actually force the emperor of the Han Dynasty to abdicate, unify the universe, and raise the flames of war throughout the 9 states. He was also the supreme ruler of the people of Shuzhou, the emperor of Dahua, Chun Yi. For a moment, their bodies stiffened. They didn't know what to do. After all, from the looks of things, their new emperor and Zhuxi did not get along. This was not good news for the Qin family. "Fellow Taoist, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you?" At that moment, Zhuxi suddenly spoke. His words were filled with killing intent and coldness. Chapter 1914. P.S. Congratulations to Nikfani for becoming the second sect leader. Thank you to Zhang Xiaozhong for your precious monthly votes. Hearing Zhuxi's words, Chen Gui and his sons' hearts tightened, and they instinctively moved away from Zhuxi. It was obvious that they wanted to distance themselves from Zhuxi. When Sei Ito heard this, he smiled with a strange expression and said softly, "I'm afraid you won't have that chance." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuxi felt his primordial spirit tremble, as if it had fallen into some kind of illusion. It became abnormally slow, like a snail. Zhuxi did not dare to be negligent, and he quickly activated his primordial spirit, silently reciting the scripture of tranquility in his heart. The great Tao is formless, but it gives birth to the heavens and the earth. The great Tao is emotionless, but moves the sun and the moon. The great Tao is nameless, but it nourishes all things. I do not know its name, but I call it Tao. In Tao, there is clarity and turbidity, there is movement and stillness. When the heavens are clear and the earth is turbid, the heavens move and the earth is still. Men are pure and women are turbid. Under the power of the scripture of tranquility, incantation, Zhuxi's heart trembled, and he recovered from that strange feeling. However, just as he was about to check the changes in his body, Sei Ito's figure had appeared in front of him without him noticing. He pointed at the golden light and touched his forehead. "Suppress." In an instant, Zhuxi, who had just recovered his primordial spirit, felt his primordial spirit tremble, and he was about to faint again. Because there were very few cultivators in the world, and he had not experienced many battles in the field of Tao, he was somewhat lacking in battle experience. Fortunately, Zhuxi's cultivation was profound enough, and his mind was stable enough. He knew what to do at the moment, so he circulated the primordial qi in his body and recovered. However, just as he was about to cast a Tao technique to escape from Sei Ito's grasp, he suddenly realized that his primordial spirit had been suppressed by some kind of mysterious Tao technique. He felt the changes in his primordial spirit. Zhuxi's expression finally changed. Ah! At this moment, a cry of surprise rang out from the mouths of Chun Gui and his son. It turned out that in the eyes of the two, the thrilling battle between Itsunari and Zhuxi was just a matter of a moment. They only felt a blur in front of them, and Itsunari suddenly appeared in front of Zhuxi. Then, he pointed his finger at Zhuxi's forehead, and the latter's expression suddenly changed. His face turned ugly and gloomy. "Fellow Taoist, you're really something," Zhuxi said in a deep voice. Ito smiled and retracted his index finger from Zhuxi's forehead before flicking it out again. In an instant, a muffled bang was heard. Zhuxi's head tilted up, and he immediately fainted, falling face first onto the ground. Bang! Ito then retracted his hand and turned to look at Chun Gui and his son. This subject bids farewell to Su Province, Chun Gui. Greetings, Your Majesty. When Chun Gui saw Ito looking at him, his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly bowed with a face full of fear and trepidation. This subject, Lieutenant Chun Deng, greets Your Majesty. Soon after, Chun Deng also bowed down. However, compared to his father, Chun Gui's expression was much calmer. He appeared to be very magnanimous. "You're not bad," Ito said as he sized Chun Deng up. Then, he flipped his palm and produced a pill. He used psychokinesis to deliver it to Chun Deng and continued, "I see that you have an old illness that has not been cured. Although your life is not in danger for now, if it happens again in the future, you will definitely lose your life. I cherish your talent and do not wish for you to die young. Today, I will give you a pill to resolve your old illness." Hearing this, Chun Gui's face immediately revealed an excited expression. Chun Deng was Chun Gui's only son. As a father, he naturally knew the condition of his precious son's body. Although it looked fine on the surface, there was an old illness in his body that had not been cured. Even the godly Dr. Hua Ta, who had taken over the treatment, had said that there had to be a special opportunity. He was afraid that he would not be able to cure it in his lifetime and might even be in danger of losing his life. But who would have thought that the problem that had been lingering in his heart would actually be solved today by the emperor that he had not taken to heart? How could he not be excited? As for Chun Deng himself, his young face also revealed shock and disbelief, as well as a complicated expression that was a mixture of emotions. His lips moved, and he was somewhat speechless. "Take it," Ito said calmly. "Deng thanks Your Majesty for saving my life. From today onwards, I will go through water and tread on fire for Your Majesty and serve you faithfully to repay Your Majesty's kindness." Chun Deng bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude. To the side, Chun Gui also prostrated himself in front of Ito. "I will watch," Ito said. Chun Deng straightened his body and extended his hands. With a respectful expression, he took the pill in front of him. Then, he raised his head and swallowed it without hesitation. Almost instantly, a strange warm current spread from Chun Deng's body. It was as if he was soaking in hot water, causing Chun Deng's face to reveal a comfortable expression. To the side, Chun Gui looked at Chun Deng, whose face was becoming redder and redder, with a face full of concern, waiting for the result. Ito, who was very confident in the effects of the pill, did not mind. He directly reached out and grabbed Zhuxi, who was on the ground, into his hand. Without saying a word to the father and son of the Chun family, he disappeared in a flash. It wasn't until he left for a while that Chun Deng exhaled a mouthful of foul air and slowly opened his eyes. "Yuan Long, my son, how do you feel?" Chun Gui hurriedly asked. "Father, I feel very good. I've never felt so good before," Chun Deng replied. Then his expression froze, and he subconsciously exclaimed, "That's right, Your Majesty." Hearing Chun Deng's exclamation, Chun Gui was also shocked. He hurriedly looked at the place where Ito had been standing. But at this time, there was no one there. "Your Majesty is a noble person," Chun Gui exclaimed. "Father, Zun is a wise ruler. From now on, let us properly assist His Majesty, Chun Deng said, looking at his father with a serious expression. That's how it should be. Chun Zhao nodded. From then on, Tao Qian discovered that the Chun family, who had always tried to control him in government affairs, not only suddenly became extremely cooperative, but they also did their best to assist him. This greatly surprised Tao Qian, as well as the other two major families in Shuzhou, the Chao family and the Mi family. They did not understand why the father and son of the Chun family had suddenly changed. Of course, this was a story for later. For now, let's talk about the other side. After leaving Shuzhou with Zhuo Seito's figure flashed and entered the Rubik's Cube world. Then he placed Zhuo on the ground, bent down, and searched Zhuo's body. Soon, he found a stack of silk cloth that had been folded into a square. Seito took the silk cloth, unfolded it, and lowered his head to examine it. But what made Seito feel regretful was that although there were some things recorded on the silk cloth, they were all knowledge related to alchemy. It was not the hidden heavenly book of Taoism that he had originally hoped to record. However, as a grandmaster of the tripod alchemy sect, although the contents of the things found on Zhuo's body were simple and crude, they were still good things that were hard to come by. They were still somewhat useful to Seito, so it was better than nothing. After collecting the silk cloth, Seito turned his head to look at Zhuo's old face. He reached out and placed his index finger on Zhuo's forehead, right in the middle of his eyebrows. The power of his primordial spirit stirred and flowed through his finger into Zhuo's mind. In an instant, Seito saw darkness and light. A huge white jade palace of unknown size appeared in front of him. A long jade staircase extended straight into the depths of the palace. Jade Brain Divine Court, the divine residence of Emperor Tai. Looking at the palace in front of him, Seito whispered to himself. The so-called Jade Brain Divine Court and Emperor Tai were the names of the primordial spirit that resided in the Naiwan Palace. The former was called in the Taoist scriptures, while the latter was a common name. After confirming the location, Seito took a step forward and walked along the jade staircase to the depths of the palace. And this walk took him a few minutes. It was not until just now that he passed through layers of clouds that he came to an even more splendid palace. He saw a middle-aged man wearing a yellow dragon emperor's robe, sitting high on a jade throne on a cloud platform. His expression was cold, but his face was 80% similar to Zhuo's. This person was none other than Emperor Tai, who had manifested his primordial spirit, or the innate spirit called the brain deity. At this moment, golden light flashed outside his body. A huge golden seal with cloud patterns floated outside his body, suppressing him around the jade throne and preventing him from leaving. You actually have the guts to come. Zhuo's primordial spirit on the jade throne sneered. Why wouldn't I dare to come? Seito took another step toward the jade throne and asked with a smile. This is my palace. How can I allow you to be so arrogant? Zhuo said, there are deities on the left. Let me take him down. As soon as he finished speaking, the clouds around the palace rolled over and over. Deities that were tall or short, fat or thin, ferocious or benevolent, or humanoid or beast-like appeared from within. They surrounded Seito. Deities in the body. Seito stopped and looked at the 100 or so deities around him with a smile. The so-called deities in the body were like Emperor Tai, who lived in the Naiwan Palace. They were the innate deities who manifested palaces from the vital acupoints of the human body and replaced the qi and organs of the human body. For example, the deities of the 5 organs of the human body, the Crimson Palace in the middle dantian, the Bo Tao in the lower dantian, and so on. You have to think carefully. Cultivation is not easy. If you are destroyed today, it will be difficult for you to be born as a vessel again. Seito said faintly, don't be hypocritical. Since you are here today, you must be here to avenge me. How can you let me go just because of my thoughts? Zhuo sneered. You can see through it. Seito laughed softly. If that's the case, let's see who's the real deal. As soon as he finished speaking, Ito's chi of Tao rolled over and over. As he changed his finger gestures, golden cloud-patterned seals appeared and shot toward the deities around him like meteors and rockets. The deities around him roared and used their special skills to meet him. In an instant, gusts of wind, fire, giant trees, sand, golden light, evil chi, and poisonous liquid appeared in the palace. Boom! Then, the two collided and burst out with a loud bang that shook the entire palace. Chapter 1915. Tian Feng, Tian Shou, Guiyuan Dong Zhao, Xan Pai, Yang Fu, Lu Su, Han Zhe, Zhugajin, Shirtao, Meng Jian, and the others are here for an audience. The rough voice of the soldiers echoed throughout the Chang'an palace. At this time, several days had passed since Wasi'ai was killed. In the past few days, Ito Sei used the information left by Wasi'ai to find the Jindan Taoist technique and the complete volume of the Dun Jia Heavenly Book. He also took the opportunity to deceive Yukichi Ito, who only had the strength of worldly immortal, and used the soul control technique to turn him into his puppet. He continued to show off in Jiangdong, which was still Yangzhou, and instigated those aristocratic families who had no loyalty at all to secretly stir up trouble, so that he could catch all of them in one fell swoop. As for Zishu, who was hiding in Yi province, and Nanhua, who was elusive, one of them had not even dealt with Yi province, so it was not worth Seito's time. The other was the strongest among the immortals in the late Han dynasty, and should have noticed Zui Si's death at this time. He would be vigilant and would be difficult to track down, so he temporarily let him go and planned to deal with him after dealing with some matters. Therefore, after knowing that the subordinates who were sent to search for famous talents had returned, Ito also returned to Chang'an. However, when he received the list of talents and found that Zhou Yu and Guijia, who wanted the most, were not on it, Ito could not help but feel disappointed. But since things had come to this, Ito did not take it to heart and began to treat this meeting seriously. In a moment, a group of 11 men, with the youngest being around 20 years old and the oldest being around 30 years old, walked into the hall. This commoner Tian Feng, Tian Shou, Guiyuan, Dong Zhao, Meng Jian, greet your majesty. The 11 men bowed and knelt. Everyone rise. Ito raised his arm and said softly with a dignified voice, Thank you, your majesty. Tian Feng and the others bowed again and stood up. Ito smiled. His gaze slowly swept over Tian Feng and the other 11 people. Although his gaze was very ordinary and not very bright, everyone who was swept by his gaze felt as if they had been seen through. It was as if they were standing naked in a snowy day, and they could not help but tighten their bodies. You are all geniuses. Ito chuckled. Then he turned his head and looked at the woman kneeling at the side, Kai Yin. He said softly, Announce the decree. Yes, your majesty. Kai Yin bowed slightly. Then she took out a roll of silk cloth from her bosom and stood up. He opened it in front of the 11 people. His voice was rhythmic, clear, and mellow, as if he was reciting poetry. I've heard of a famous scholar in Hebei, Tian Feng. He's upright and plain-spoken, and he's talented. I've specially made a Zini Guisher, specially appointed as Commandant C. He read for more than 10 minutes. Only then did he finish announcing everyone's background and official positions. Yes, your majesty. Tian Feng and the others looked at each other. They did not expect His Majesty De Hua to be so strange. He actually drew up official positions and titles before summoning them. Moreover, they were all important positions that govern a region or were in charge of important matters. Wasn't he afraid that they would not be able to do it? This surprised Tian Feng and the others. At the same time, they also felt deeply moved by His Majesty's trust in them. They accepted the imperial decree. Very good. With your help, I believe that it won't take long to sweep through the universe and return the world to peace. Seeing that no one refused, Ito could not help but laugh loudly. Then, Ito chatted with a few people for a while before letting them leave the hall. After Tian Feng and the others left, Sei Ito suddenly asked softly into the void, "Did you find it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the void flashed slightly, and a black-clothed figure appeared. She wore a strange animal mask on her face, but one could roughly see that the figure of a woman appeared from the void and half knelt in front of Seito. "Your Majesty, please punish me." The woman lowered her head and replied, "Go to Peace Mansion and get me a piece of Lu Xie's underwear." After a moment of silence, Seito suddenly said, "Yes," the woman replied. She instantly disappeared from the hall. "TSK, Zwci, you really know how to choose people." Looking at the sunlight shining in front of the hall, Seito narrowed his eyes and whispered to himself, "Zhaoji, play a song for me." Then, Seito turned his head to look at Kai Yin, who had sat down again after reading the imperial decree and was writing something on a new stack of paper. "Your Majesty, I am now your personal historian. I hope your Majesty will not make trouble." Kai Yin looked back at Seito seriously and said, the historian Kai Yin was talking about was naturally not the kind of historian who organized documents, but a special historian who was responsible for the emperor's daily life. Because Seito was not used to having eunuchs by his side, after he ascended the throne, he directly sent away all of the eunuchs and gave all of the matters in the palace to the palace maids. Naturally, some of the positions needed to be handled by women. It just so happened that Kai Yin knew how to read and was very interested in being a female official or a female doctor. So she recommended herself to Seito, who seemed to have a good temper, to be a historian. She was hired by Seito, who did not care about anything else. However, because of this, Kai Yin, who was completely devoted to her career as an official, no longer played the zither for him. This made Seito feel very regretful, so he would often find an opportunity to tease her. After all, teasing Kai Yin occasionally was one of life's joys. Seito pursed his lips and said, "Then forget it. Without a butcher like you, we would have to eat a pig with hair." Kai Yin felt ashamed and resentful. She angrily withdrew her gaze and ignored Seito. In the next moment, an ethereal female voice suddenly sounded in the hall. "Xiqing, Qingxian, I suddenly want to hear you play the flute. How about you play a song for me?" Seito tenderly looked at the beautiful woman in azure who had appeared in front of him. Moreover, he did not use the imperial title of "we," but the ordinary "I." This woman was none other than the renowned, talented woman of the Great Tang, Shi Qingxian. "Okay." Shi Qingxian smiled, and then she walked to the side of the hall and sat down cross-legged. She took a flute from her bosom, put it to her mouth, and began to gently play it. In a flash, an ethereal tune resounded through the hall, causing Kai Yin to fall into a daze as she fell into the artistic conception of the flute. The flute passed through the roof and out of the hall, drifting with the spring breeze to even farther places. However, no matter who it was, everyone who heard this song stopped in their tracks and listened with an intoxicated expression. They completely forgot where they were and what urgent matters they had to attend to. Until several minutes later. "What's the name of this song, big sister?" Kai Yin asked Shi Qingxian, who was sitting cross-legged across from her. Shi Qingxian softly chuckled and said, "This song is played by my clothes. It doesn't have a name." "Ah, this song was composed by Big Sister?" Kai Yin asked in surprise. She had truly never imagined that this woman, who seemed to be only a few years older than her, was a master of music who could create her own songs and play them as she pleased. Kai Yin, who had always regarded herself as a talented woman, was shocked and full of admiration. She wanted nothing more than to immediately grab hold of this big sister and explore music with her. "Big sister is truly formidable," Kai Yin praised. Shi Qingxian smiled faintly and accepted Kai Yin's praise. "Qingxian, let me introduce you. This is my scribe, Kai Yin Kai Zhaoji." Seito looked at Kai Yin, who was praising Shi Qingxian with great interest, and then suddenly introduced her to Shi Qingxian. After listening to Seito's introduction, Shi Qingxian immediately looked at Kai Yin in astonishment and said, "You are Kai Zhaoji?" Yes. Big sister has heard of me? Kai Yin asked in surprise. Daughter of the great scholar Kai Yong. Of course I have heard of you. Shi Qingxian rolled her eyes at Sei Ito and then smiled. Then she stood up from the praying mat and walked straight to Kai Yan's side, sitting down and chatting with Kai Yin in a low voice. Not long after, intermittent laughter came from between the two of them, echoing softly in the hall. On the side, Sei Ito looked speechlessly at the two women who ignored him and chatted with each other. With a helpless sigh, he recalled the contents of the hidden armor heavenly book that he had obtained from Zhuxi. But at this time, with a low whistle, a black-clothed woman with a mask on her face appeared in the hall. It was the woman who had been sent out to fetch something. Your Majesty. The woman took 2 steps forward and placed a set of clothes in her hand in front of Sei Ito. Sei Ito glanced at the clothes on the ground with an indifferent expression. With a shake of his hand, a yellow talisman suddenly appeared in his hand and was thrown onto the clothes by Sei Ito. In the next moment, the paper clothes shone slightly and burst into flames. Even Lu Xie's clothes were on fire. After more than a minute, the fire was extinguished, leaving behind a pile of useless black ash on the ground. But at this time, Sei Ito suddenly reached out and grabbed the black ash on the ground, scattering it on a new piece of white paper. Then, he wiped it with water and mixed it with the paper. Then, with a flick of his hand, he folded the new paper into a paper crane and blew at it. In an instant, the paper crane that should have been an inanimate object moved slightly and fluttered its wings from Sei Ito's hand. Follow it, and you will be able to find Lu Xie's whereabouts. Sei Ito turned to the woman next to him and said, Go. Yes. The woman complied and followed the paper crane out of the hall. Although the paper crane was small and not a real bird, its flying speed was so fast that it almost exceeded the limits of the eyes of ordinary people. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the paper crane and the woman disappeared from the hall. Chapter 1916. A few days later, accurate news came back. Lu Xie, who had been secretly taken away by Zhuxi, was now in Yuzhou. He was hiding in a secret house specially arranged by Lu Yu, the governor of Yuzhou. Wang Yun and Yang Feng, who were supposed to return to their hometown and enjoy the rest of their lives, as well as Cao Cao and his wife, who were supposed to be in Chang'an, were also there. They were secretly planning to issue fake edicts and documents against the usurpers. Sure enough, these guys won't give up. Sei Ito, who had finished reading the intelligence, sneered. Well, let them make a fuss. We can also clean up those aristocratic families who are unwilling to accept the status quo and prepare for the coming great rule. Then he looked up and said to Ren Mimi, the intelligence officer who had come to Chang and from Jiao province, tell Nightingale to continue monitoring them. She doesn't need to take care of them. Okay, Ren Mimi agreed. What's the situation in the other places? After dealing with the arrangements for Lu Xie and the others, Sei Ito asked about the situation in the other places. The bandits in Ji, Gun, Yu Su, and Silly have basically been pacified and law and order has been restored. Our people are starting the follow-up work. In Yangzhou, we also conquered Nanchang, Yu Zhang's ruling place, last night. The whole territory has officially fallen into our hands. However, because of Your Majesty's order, we didn't capture Yuji. Now, Yuji's followers are all in the territory. There may be some trouble in the follow-up work. Renmimi couldn't help but look up at Sei Ito. It doesn't matter. Yuji's problem will be solved soon. Sei Ito waved his hand. Renmimi, who didn't doubt him, nodded and continued to report. In Jiao province, we have completed the mystical qi transformation. In Jiang, Hepu, Jiaoji, and other places, we have built 10 large ship repair factories. If there are no accidents, we can basically produce 25 warships a month. At the same time, in Kangwu and Yulin counties, we have built several armory factories that can provide enough weapons for the soldiers recruited in the future. We have completed the basic transformation. Sei Ito nodded, indicating that he understood. In addition to the above, Lu Bu's Bing province army has reached the Yinmen Gate. Currently, they're confronting the Xiongnu army there. Li Ke, Guisi, Huaxiong, Niuji, and the rest of the Liang province army had also reached Wuwei County, but they were stopped by Ma Teng's son, Ma Chao. Then it's about Japan. At this point, Ren Mimi stopped again. What's wrong with Japan? Sei Ito asked in surprise. The Queen of Japan is willing to surrender. But the condition is that we have to make him the ruler of Japan and send troops to help him unify Honshu, Ren Mimi replied. Sei Ito sneered. Ha, she sure has the guts to open her mouth. Don't worry about it. Let the soldiers continue to attack, and then send Mimi to me. I like to see where she gets the guts to raise conditions with me. Ren Mimi didn't agree immediately. Instead, she looked hesitant. What's wrong? Sei Ito frowned. Your Majesty, that Mimi isn't easy to deal with. According to the information from the front line, Mimi seems to be able to use magic to control beasts and demons. Therefore, during the war with her country, we suffered a lot of casualties, Ren Mimi explained. So, you want me to accept her conditions? Sei Ito narrowed his eyes slightly. He said slowly, my idea is to accept her conditions first. Then, after we unify Honshu, we'll use the army to deal with her. Ren Mimi explained her plan. No need, Sei Ito said faintly. I have my own plans. You can continue. Before Ren Mimi could speak, Sei Ito continued. Yes, since this was the Emperor's will, Ren Mimi didn't insist and continued to report the information on her side. For example, the situation of the troops sent to attack the 3 Koreas, for example. The situation of the troops sent to attack Tushi, for example. The information obtained by the people sent to Yi province, all in all. It wasn't until half an hour later that she finished reporting everything. Since we're done talking about business, now let's talk about private matters. However, as soon as Ren Mimi's voice fell, her body suddenly appeared in Sei Ito's arms. At the same time, her plump breasts were tightly grasped by a tiger's claw. Then, she heard Sei Ito's slightly vulgar voice. Your Majesty. Ren Mimi's body softened, and she looked up at Sei Ito's face with lustful eyes. She called out intimately. Then, the 2 figures flashed and disappeared from the hall 2 days later. Seeing that the Yuzhou side hadn't spread the news and summoned the righteous cavalry to suppress him, Sei Ito, who felt that there was nothing to do, had a thought. He created a shadow clone to guard Chong, and while he used his teleportation ability to move to Neon, which was the main island of Neon in the future, he was very curious. What kind of ability did the real Bei Mi, who from the 3 Kingdoms period, have to be able to cause such a huge loss to his army that was close to becoming a cultivator, and to make such a request of him? With the help of his true immortal-level primordial spirit, Sei Ito appeared in the sky above the main island in a few flashes. At this time, it was coincidental that his own army had launched an attack on the Yamatai army. Amidst the sounds of killing, close to 1,000 Ahua soldiers clad in shining armor charged toward the Yamatai army like a golden flood. The Yamatai army revealed a look of fear, and their bodies involuntarily retreated. However, at this time, a loud roar came from the back of the Yamatai army. A large gray cloud instantly spread out from the back of the Yamatai army and enveloped the entire army. At this time, the Yamatai army and people all paused and let out a strange roar that didn't sound like a human. In the next moment, the entire army and people of Yamatai underwent a strange change. Their bodies were like balloons that had been blown up. They grew taller and stronger from their original height of 5 meters to 9 meters. Furthermore, they were all big and muscular like strong men. The coarse clothes on their bodies were torn apart, revealing their hideous muscles with veins and blood vessels. Their skin was crimson red, and their eyes were filled with learning. Their eyes revealed a beast-like, bloodthirsty expression. They bared their teeth and let out sounds like wolves and dogs. At this time, if a horn appeared on their heads and the bronze weapons in their hands were replaced with sticks, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were the evil spirits of Neon Legends. This should be the demonic arts that Bei Mi who released. Sei Ito thought to himself. After the transformation, The Yamatai soldiers, who were no different from wild monkeys, no longer had any fear in their hearts. They roared and charged forward, fiercely clashing with Ito's Dahua soldiers. In an instant, a loud boom rang out. The Dahua army that was supposed to be victorious was actually stopped abruptly. Under the monstrous strength of the Yamatai soldiers, the Dahua army couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Looking at the situation, if it wasn't for the protection of a Xian light barrier, they might have been killed by the enemy's stick. Fortunately, the weapons of the Yamatai soldiers weren't refined. They were either wooden sticks wrapped in iron or bronze, or soft weapons made from wrought iron. After just one attack, they were all deformed and couldn't be used again. However, these Yamatai soldiers who had been affected by the demonic arts completely ignored them. If they had no weapons, they would look for rocks. If they had no rocks, they would use their teeth. They fought with the well-equipped Dahua soldiers without any regard for their lives. Under such a suicidal battle, the Dahua soldiers' Xian light barrier had reached its limit and shattered. Then, under the attacks of one or a few of the Yamatai soldiers, they were all killed. Of course, as a price, every Dahua soldier's death would be exchanged for the lives of at least a few Yamatai soldiers. In this way, it wouldn't take long for the Yamatai soldiers to be depleted and destroyed. This was obviously not what the Queen Beimi wanted to see. Hence, after seeing the Dahua soldiers fighting with the Dahua soldiers, Beimi activated another demonic art. Suddenly, a strange ghost language sounded out from the back of Yamatai City. Following that, the ground trembled and dust flew up. A large number of wild beasts charged out from the back of the Yamatai City army. As though they had intelligence, they bypassed the soldiers of Yamatai City and found the soldiers of the Dahua Empire. They then cooperated with the demonized soldiers of Yamatai City to attack the soldiers of the Dahua Empire. Under the double attack of the wild beasts and the Dahua soldiers' casualties increased rapidly. This time, it was Ito's turn to be unhappy. Although these soldiers were the lowest level of personnel, and he didn't even know who they were, no matter how it was said, they were still the people of his magic cube world. Each one of them was a precious resource, so how could he allow these wild monkeys to consume them like this? He snorted coldly and waved his hand to release a large amount of lightning. In an instant, a series of thunderous rumbles could be heard. Hundreds of Yamatai soldiers were instantly turned into charcoal by the lightning strikes, dying on the spot. Furthermore, the speed of their deaths did not slow down at all. The Dahua soldiers who were freed raised their heads and looked at the sky. Then, their faces changed and they shouted excitedly, "Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty!" However, at this moment, a cold snort that obviously came from a woman's mouth echoed in the sky above the battlefield. In an instant, the roars of the Dahua soldiers were suppressed. "I didn't know that the Emperor of Hua had arrived. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you." Then, the woman's voice sounded again and spoke to Ito in the Han Dynasty's official language. At the same time, the spiritual power gushed out, forming a pure spiritual light that exuded a faint golden light. It spread in the sky, trying to offset the thunder and lightning released by Ito and save the people under his command. Chapter 1918. P.S. Thanks to Sacronite and Nikphany for their precious monthly votes. Under the illumination of Beimi, whose purifying light, the lightning in the sky was slightly suppressed. The demon soldiers and beasts below calmed down and fell to the ground one after another. But correspondingly, due to the aftereffects of demonization, the demon soldiers were reduced to skin and bones as if their blood had been sucked out by a fairy. Some of them were really dead, while some were faking their death. They closed their eyes and died. "Please have mercy, Your Majesty." After a moment, Beimi saw that her purifying light was still unable to completely neutralize the lightning released by Ito. "Umph." Hearing this, Ito snorted and waved his hand to retract the lightning in the sky. Almost in an instant, the sky that was covered by dark clouds and flashing with lightning became clear again. Thank you, Your Majesty. Beimihu expressed her gratitude. Beimihu, is this how you treat Your Majesty? Seito's gaze turned and looked at the back of the Yamatai army. Forgive my rudeness. After a moment of silence, Beimihu's voice sounded. Then, the clouds parted, revealing a platform with 16 witches in plain robes seated on it. One of the witches was wearing a black skylark feather robe with a pale yellow pattern. Her body was well-proportioned and slightly plump, and her face was fair and rosy. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, tied by a thin golden knot with 2 tassels at the end. She was a beautiful woman with a graceful and holy aura, and she was wearing a black skylark feather robe. Her skin was fair and rosy, and there was a red band on her forehead. Her long black hair cascaded down her back naturally, tied by a thin golden knot with 2 tassels. Needless to say, this person was the queen of Yamatai, Beimihu. At this time, Beimihu stood up from her seat and bowed to Seito, who was suspended in midair. Yamatai states, Zwa Beimihu greets Your Majesty the Emperor of China. The so-called female assistant. Actually, it was nothing. It was just an identity that Beimihu gave to her current state. Therefore, in Yamatai's state, this female assistant had a substantial meaning. To put it bluntly, she was a female regent. After all, it was on the surface of Yamatai. Her younger brother was the ruler of the entire country. Even though this illusion was something that everyone knew, you may rise. Seito said indifferently. Thank you, Your Majesty. Humi stood up. Your Majesty, Beimihu is very happy that Your Majesty has come to our country. I hope Your Majesty won't mind and will return to our country with me to receive you. Beimihu said with a smile. Okay. Seito agreed. After saying that, his figure flashed. Suddenly, he appeared beside Beimihu and reached out to grab her waist. Then, he carried her soft body back to the high seat. Beimihu, whose body was suddenly attacked, showed anger in her eyes, but she quickly hid it. She took out the dignity of a queen and ordered in Chinese, "Return to the palace." The reason why she used Chinese was because at this time, the Japanese didn't have the annoying monk Dong, who was bored enough to invent hiragana and katakana. The 50 tones were weird Japanese. Instead, the whole country imitated the Celestial Empire, using Chinese as the national language and Chinese as the national language. Everyone learned the etiquette and culture of the Celestial Empire. Therefore, in the upper class of the Japanese, Chinese became the official language. As for the people, the popular Chinese was passed down from the Qin dynasty. Now, it was basically out of tune. Even Seito couldn't understand it, let alone other people. It was a completely different language. After receiving Beimihu's instructions, these obviously virgins didn't say much. They immediately stepped forward, turned the carriage around, and carried Seito, who was on top of the carriage, towards Yamatai's state, and to be able to carry the mystical Queen Beimihu. These 16 witches were clearly no ordinary people. As soon as they moved, the entire chariot seemed to be riding on the wind, quickly moving forward. That speed, it looked like it wasn't slower than a normal man running at full speed. In just a short while, they had covered a distance of tens of meters. Retreat. Seeing the emperor leaving, the Dahua general knew that the battle wouldn't end anytime soon. He waved his hand and led the army back to the garrison camp. As for the soldiers of Yamatai State on the other side, they were completely ignored. They were left lying dead on the ground. They were even bitten and devoured by the beasts that were originally fighting alongside them. It was extremely miserable. My body has already been offered to my God. It doesn't belong to me anymore. Your Majesty, please have some self-respect. If Your Majesty wants to vent, I can call the accompanying witches to serve you. Or wait until we return to the palace and summon the maids to worship you. At this time, Beimihu, who felt the palm on her body, was a little presumptuous, said sternly, "Don't you witches have the duty to entertain the god? What, I'm not qualified." Seito's face darkened. He stared coldly at Beimihu, whose mature charm and beautiful virgin face, and said coldly, "That's not what Beimihu meant. Your Majesty, please don't misunderstand. It's just that Beimihu's body has already been offered to my god. It doesn't belong to me anymore. In order to avoid any conflict between your majesty and my god, I hope your majesty can choose someone else to favor. Beimihu reached out to stop the palm that had already invaded her clothes. She said half tactfully and half threateningly. But how would she know that the Emperor of Dahua had already gotten into a conflict with her god? And from the looks of it, it was to the point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. But due to some considerations, Seito listened to her and stopped. He changed the groping from taking advantage of her to a simple hug. Since you said so, then according to your words, let your accompanying witches serve me, Seito said indifferently. Yes, Beimi replied. She then turned her head and her eyes flashed with disdain. The so-called Emperor of Dahua is nothing more than this. He then called out, Reiko, Jasmine, both of you come up. Yes. As soon as he said that, two crisp sounds were heard. Two witches wearing pale, Zhou, Chuan-style, traditional witches' clothing appeared on the platform. It was unknown if it was because they had cultivated spiritual power to promote their body development, or if it was because they had good food after becoming witches, or for some other reason, but they were taller than the average male in Yamatai. They had reached the height of Japanese women in the future. They were about 1.6 meters tall. Their appearance was pure and beautiful, and they had a faint Han aura. They knelt in front of Seito and Beimihu. This is the Emperor of Dahua. He is the most respected person in the world. You two must serve him well. If you anger his majesty, I will remove your witches' bodies and send you to the music pavilion. Beimihu, who was still in Seito's embrace, said sternly. She was emitting the aura of a queen. Yes. The two witches trembled and hurriedly replied respectfully. Then, without getting up, they moved to Seito's side in a kneeling manner. Like maids, they began to massage Seito's legs and shoulders. What is the music pavilion? Seito, who saw the two witches' fear towards the music pavilion, raised his eyebrows and asked. It is a place similar to the music pavilion of the Hua dynasty. They always take the women who have committed crimes and train them. It is a place to sell goods and entertain men. Beimihu explained. To put it bluntly, it was an official prostitute's vocational and technical college. It was the predecessor of the nightclub of the future. No wonder. Seito suddenly understood. Then, he pulled one of the witches to his front and held her in his arms. His hand went through the other's veil and landed on the witch's full breasts. He began to knead them wantonly. As for the shaman, she seemed to have come to a realization long ago. Not only did she not show any grievance on her face, she even straightened her body to make Ito feel more comfortable. She looked as if she had received special training on this kind of thing and knew how to please a man. Sure enough, witches and prostitutes in ancient times were basically one family. Seito secretly sighed in his heart. Just like that, Seito played with the famous Japanese legendary queen Beimihu. Along with the pure witches who served her, the chariot unknowingly returned to a city with a very local Japanese style that was not much different from the houses of the great aristocratic families of the Han Dynasty. Finally, it stopped in front of a wooden house that looked like it was something. Then, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A large group of women who were no older than 30 rushed out from all directions and quickly walked to the carriage. They all knelt on the ground and saluted. Welcome, Your Highness the Queen. Your Majesty, please come in. Beimihu took the opportunity to get out of Seito's arms and said with a smile. Seito nodded slightly and stood up from the carriage with the help of the witches named Reiko and Jasmine. He followed Beimihu down from the carriage and walked into the house that was beginning to show signs of Edo style under Beimihu's guidance. Your Majesty, please rest for a while. I'll go change first and come back to eat with Your Majesty later. Beimihu, who had helped Seito settle down, bowed slightly and said, Got it. You may go. Seito casually waved his hand and said, Reiko, Jasmine, accompany Your Majesty well. Beimihu looked at the witches kneeling on both sides of Seito and said, Yes. The two witches quickly responded. Then, Beimihu bowed to Seito again and turned around to leave the room. She closed the door and left the room, to say Ito and the two witches. "Your Majesty, do you need us to serve you?" After a moment of silence, the witch named Reiko asked in a low voice. Ito Mori chuckled and reached out his hand to beckon Reiko. Reiko did not hesitate and quickly knelt in front of Seito. Seito lifted his robe with one hand and pressed Reiko's head with the other, pressing her head to his abdomen. Reiko, whose head was lowered, was stunned at first. Then she understood something. Maintaining the posture of bending down, she reached out to pull open Ito Naruto's pants and took out the Son of Heaven's sword. She opened her mouth and imitated the busker on the bridge that day. She swallowed the sword alive. In an instant, a warm feeling welled up in Seito's heart. "You're called Jasmine, right? Tell me about your Yamatai city and the situation of the surrounding countries." Seito, who was enjoying Reiko's service, raised his head and looked at the witch's Jasmine, who had lowered her head and ignored the obscene scene in front of her. "Yes, Your Majesty." Jasmine let out a sigh of relief and respectfully replied. She then began to talk about the situation of Yamatai City and the surrounding countries. Our Yamatai City. And this lecture lasted for a full hour. During this time, the Japanese queen, Hamahu, did not appear even once. Obviously, her change of clothes was just an excuse. She wanted to create an opportunity for Ito-sei to have sex with the two Miko girls. But it was also because of this gap that Ito finally understood the general situation of Japan in this era. At this time, the main island of Japan was still in the stage of transition from a female clan society to a male clan society. Therefore, in the Han Dynasty, according to the social norms of Huaxia at that time, was greatly affected by the authority of the Japanese male protagonist, the Golden Seal. This made the male rulers who had just awakened very dissatisfied. Therefore, at a certain time, more than 30 countries on the island rebelled together and overthrew the previous female ruler, a certain witch. That's right, a witch. In the female clan society, the witch, priestess, and the headman held the absolute ruling position in the clan. From a political perspective, the witch was even more powerful than the headman. This was because the witch could contact God and was the representative of God on earth. She was even the embodiment of God's descendants. The situation was very similar to the situation of the ancient mother goddess in the God-Slayer world. Of course, it was more or less the same in the display world. After overthrowing the previous leader, the 30 vassal states without a common leader were not willing to submit to each other. Everyone wanted to be the new common leader, and, as such, chaos was unavoidable. Hence, Yamatai state was dragged into it. This war lasted for more than a year. From the year 188, when the leader was overthrown, the vassal states fought against each other, and the island was in chaos for 190 years. From the looks of it, the war might last for another half a year. If it wasn't for the fact that their new Queen Bimahu was born as a witch and had the mystical ability to change the appearance of the Yamatai army in battle. The Yamatai army, which wasn't strong in terms of military strength, would have been beaten to a pulp long ago. However, it was raining all night. At this time, the soldiers of Dahua landed on the island and launched a unified attack on all the countries on the island. This made Himahu feel a lot of pressure. He knew that if he did not come up with a countermeasure, his country would definitely be destroyed by these outsiders. Therefore, he found an opportunity to send a note to the general of Dahua, conveying his message to the emperor of Dahua, Ito-sei. But he never expected that the emperor himself would be drawn here. What was even more shocking was that this emperor was also an expert with divine power, just like her. This situation immediately destroyed Simi, whose original plan of being arrogant. He had no choice but to sincerely submit. Of course, the last point was only Ito's guess after listening to Jasmine's words. But from the current situation, it should not be far from the truth. Thinking of this, a smile gradually appeared on Ito-sei's face, and he no longer pretended. He waved his hand and called Jasmine to his side, pointed to the bottom, and then lay down flat, enjoying the service of the two pure witches with peace of mind. Chapter 1919. Half a day later, at night. Your Majesty. Veli's voice came from outside the door. Come in. Ito-say said softly as he pulled his hands out of the arms of the two witches who were paralyzed like mud and sat up straight between their naked bodies. Sorry to disturb you. As soon as he finished his sentence, a soft hua sound was heard. The door was opened, and the figure of the Yamatai, queen, appeared from within. Seeing the situation in the room, Baimihu, who was about to enter the room, paused. A strange light flashed in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it and ignored the situation in the room. He said, "The banquet is ready, Your Majesty. We are about to invite you over. But looking at the situation, Your Majesty will have to wait for a while. Come in." Veli turned her head and shouted outside the room, "Your Majesty." Two maids kneeled on the ground and replied, "Go boil some water and help Your Majesty bathe and change clothes." Veli ordered. Yes. The two maids immediately left. "Queen, how about you help me bathe?" Ito reached out and grabbed the chest of the witch beside him as he asked with a smile. "Since Your Majesty doesn't mind me being clumsy, then I will do as you say." Veli's eyes flashed as she smiled. It seemed that as long as she didn't give herself to Ito, even if she had to lower herself and let Ito order her around like a maid, Veli would still be able to endure it. As expected of the legendary queen who was praised for many years in Japan. They didn't offend Your Majesty, right? Then he looked at the two witches, Jasmine and Jasmine, who were still sleeping soundly and hadn't woken up even after such a long time. "No, they serve me very well." Ito laughed strangely. "If that's the case, then I will give them to Your Majesty." Veli's tone was relaxed as she made the decision. It was as if she wasn't giving two people, but two objects that didn't have consciousness. "Then please." Ito laughed. Then he viciously scratched the bodies of the two sleeping magi. At this moment, the sound of light footsteps could be heard from outside. Then, a female servant appeared in front of the room and knelt down. "Your Highness, the hot water is ready. You can use it now." Mimi raised his head and looked at Ito. "Bring me there." Ito stood up naked from the ground. He grabbed a white robe worn by a witch and tied it around his waist, covering the Emperor's sword. "Yes," the female servant replied. He then led Ito and Baimihu to the bathroom. At the same time, another maidservant walked into the room and folded the clothes that Ito had thrown to the ground. She rushed to the bathroom with both hands. After a while, Ito and Mimi came to the bathroom. This bathroom could be said to be a real bathroom. There were no other furnishings in the entire room. There was only a large square pit in the middle of the floor. The pit was filled with water, and wisps of steam rose from the surface of the water. Other than that, in order to make up for the lack of soap and bathing bath, the water was also sprinkled with flower petals to enhance the fragrance, covering the dry part of the water surface. Seeing this, Ito smiled silently. In his mind, he suddenly remembered the scene of a concubine preparing to be married by Yongzheng. "Damn, what nonsense are you thinking?" Ito scolded in his mind. Then he took off his white robe and stepped into the water. In an instant, a very comfortable feeling rushed through Ito's skin to his heart. "Not bad. The water temperature is just right," Ito said as he sat in the water. Then he turned his head and looked at Mimi, who with a smile. The latter understood Ito's meaning. Without hesitation, she took off the Haori and golden witch costume outside, wearing only the white sheet that could barely cover part of her, but she walked into the pool and moved to Ito's side. During this process, the white sheet quickly became transparent and clung to Mimi's body. Her exquisite figure, jade grapes on her breasts, and fragrant grass on her lower body were revealed. "Mimihu, as long as you are willing to obey me, I promise to make you the Lord of Japan." Ito reached out his hand and touched Mimi's chest. "Your Majesty's kindness, Mimihu appreciates it." Mimihu dodged slightly and avoided Ito's dragon claw. She said softly, "But Mimihu's body already belongs to my god. Forgive Mimihu for failing to live up to Your Majesty's kindness." Then Mimihu turned around and took the towel from the maid who was standing aside, as if she didn't see anything. She started to clean Sei Ito's body. God, God, God. After so many years, why haven't I seen any god descending? It's just a rumor, Mimi who. Why are you so stubborn? Sei Ito's hand moved under the water and landed on Mimi Who's butt. He grabbed and squeezed it as he said in an evil tone, "My god is not a rumor." Mimi Who's expression changed when she heard that. She looked directly at Sei Ito with a majestic holy aura and said in a deep voice. Moreover, due to the influence of the spiritual energy that she unconsciously emitted, the entire pool began to boil and small bubbles began to appear. How can you prove it? Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and asked. I can let your majesty feel the power of God. Mimi Who said casually, if your majesty is lucky enough, perhaps you can even hear God's prophecy and receive God's blessing. Sei Ito's eyes narrowed even more when he heard that. Do you have a blessing? Sei Ito asked in a deep voice. Mimi Who didn't say anything. She flipped her hand and a golden flame appeared in her palm, burning on its own. It really has that guy's aura. Sei Ito thought to himself as he felt the faint divine aura from the flame. This is the light flame that my God gave to me. It can burn all the evil in the world. Mimi Who's voice sounded. Since your God is so efficacious, why don't you let him send down his power to help you unify the island? Instead, you sent me a form of surrender and asked for military assistance? Sei Ito asked again after a moment of silence. Because this is the mortal world. Mimi Who put away the flame and said, and there's no need to trouble my God with matters of state. Mortal world, matters of state. Sei Ito thought about the key words in Mimi Who's words and gradually understood something. Then, the two didn't say anything. Mimi Who continued to scrub Sei Ito's body carefully like a maid. Sei Ito also took the opportunity to take advantage of Mimi Who's soft body from time to time. About half an hour later, the two of them walked out of the pool and changed their clothes under the service of a real maid. They left the bathroom and went to the dining hall. Even though the guest was the emperor of a country, because this was Baimahu's residence, apart from Baimahu, who was the host, only Baimahu's younger brother, who was the emperor on the surface, showed up in the dining hall. The three of them sat down as the host and guest and started the feast. To be honest, the Japanese food at this time was really inedible. It was completely the food of the savages. Basically, they threw everything they could think of into the pot and cooked it immediately. The most they could do was to make it more beautiful. There was no need to mention the taste at all. It was truly the taste of nature. Sei Ito, who couldn't accept it, took 2 mouthfuls. He then got up and left in the name of having eaten enough. He went back to the room where the 2 witches were sleeping and took off his clothes to lie between them. He then hugged their warm bodies and fell asleep. The next day, he continued to bring the 2 witches who were sent out by Mimi Who to Yamatai as if they were on a scenic tour. It was not until 3 days later that he summoned the queen of Yamatai, Mimi Who. I can accept your surrender, but the premise is that Yamatai must not form any more armies. The city's security and national defense must be taken care of by my Chinese soldiers. Sei Ito said bluntly. This clause was exactly the same as how the U.S. treated Japan in the future. However, it was a step further. Not only were they not allowed to build fake armies like the self-defense forces, but they were also required to maintain public security. Mimi Who frowned and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, you're making things difficult for me. The condition is right here. It's up to you to agree or not. Ito said softly, This is also because you have served me well these past few days. Otherwise, I would not have agreed to accept Yamatai's surrender. I would have done the same as the other countries and annihilated them. Mimi Who couldn't help but be silent. You should be lucky that at least Yamatai still exists. Sei Ito paused and said again, Okay, I can agree to this condition, but I also have a condition. Mimi Who's expression changed a few times before she said resolutely, Let's hear it. Sei Ito said, I want the right to preach on this island. Mimi Who said, That's impossible. Ito refused without even thinking about it. If it was something from Taoism, Say Ito didn't mind if there were traces of Taoism in the Rubik's Cube world. But other sects, sorry, don't even think about it. He wasn't so bored that he would create a bunch of messy things right under his nose. There's no room for negotiation? Mimi who argued. Absolutely not. Seito said firmly. Then, there was another period of silence. Mimi who understands. After a while, Mimi who said in a low voice. Obviously, he had given up and accepted Sei Ito's harsh conditions. He wanted to turn Yamatai into a kingdom without a kingdom. Very good. I will give you 1 day to settle your affairs. 1 day later, I will order the army to enter Yamatai. If there is any resistance, I will treat it as Yamatai giving up on the proposal and fight to the death with me. Seito said slowly. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room, or rather from the Yamatai kingdom. Looking at Sei Ito's strange disappearance, Mimi whose face turned serious. He stared at Sei Ito's original seat and narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1920. 1 day later, the army in charge of attacking Yamatai was led into Yamatai by Baimahu himself. They started to follow the unrecorded verbal agreement and took over the security of the city. The next day, Seito stayed in Yamatai for another day and enjoyed a threesome with 2 witches. He left Yamatai and went to other places where the Japanese army was attacking. He also helped them destroy 1 or 2 so-called countries. After that, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Huaxia and appeared in the Chang'an Palace. What followed was a period of calm and tranquility. However, this situation did not last long. On this morning, a widely circulated document of rebellion was circulated throughout the 13 provinces of the Great Han Dynasty. Rebellion against the Chun Dynasty, the righteous Shua of the Han Dynasty, the heavenly treasure is not the righteous path. Today, the emperor of the Han Dynasty cannot bear to see the world lose its righteous path and its people perish. He is willing to rebel against the might of the Chun Dynasty and summons all righteous people to gather in Huaxia to fight against the Chun Dynasty. In an instant, the nobles who were ready to accept the rule of the Great Han Dynasty were shocked and responded to the summons. Liangzhou's Ma Chao, Hedong's Wei, Sili's Yang, Jingzhou's Zhang, Changsha's son, Hebei's Yuan, Hebei's Zhang, Yozhou's Gong's son, and other small clans, and Yozhou's governor Liu Yu. All right, there's also the Taihang yellow turbans who are supposed to be thieves. Huh, what a big lineup. Seito could not help but laugh as he looked at the families who were summoned by Rin Mimi. I didn't expect that these people would accept the yellow turbans. Rin Mimi sighed. The yellow turbans are also a form of power. They're also good cannon fodder. There's no reason for them to not make use of them. Moreover, they don't have to pay anything. Just the reputation of being good citizens can fool an army of nearly 200,000. Why not? Seito chuckled as he threw the document on the table in front of him. Your Majesty, what do you plan to do? Rin Mimi looked at Seito and asked. Let the troops wait for 2 more days and see if there's anyone else who wants to join. We have to give some people a chance to respond. Seito smiled. Yes, Rin Mimi replied, and then said with some regret. It's a pity that the 4 major families of Jiangdong did not respond. We'll have 1 less chance to deal with them openly. Seito pondered for a moment and decided, let's do it this way. We'll have Yangzhou begin the reorganization of the aristocratic families in our borders in advance. We'll force them a little. If that's the case, I'm afraid all the aristocratic families in the world will rebel. Rin Mimi said worriedly. As a citizen of Dahua who was born in the Tang Dynasty, she naturally knew what Seito meant by the rectification of the aristocratic families, cleaning up the crimes and reorganizing the land. There were also other, more detailed arrangements that could divide the great clans. All of these things touched the sensitive nerves of the great clans, especially the consolidation of the land. This was something that could shake the foundations of the great clans. At the very least, the Great Tang's Great Hua had been established for several years. It was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, but when carrying out this work, it still forced several great clans to disregard their strength and take the risk of rebelling, not to mention now that they were in a time of chaos. Moreover, there was Lu Xie, who was standing in front of them for the sake of righteousness. So it was no exaggeration to say that it would force all the great clans in the 13 provinces of the Han dynasty to unite and rebel. Then let them rebel. Hearing this, a cold smile appeared on Ito-Sei's face. It just so happens that it can help us relieve some of our work. Don't forget, our foundation is not the local army outside, but the entire Great Hua Empire and the countless soldiers in the Great Hua Empire who are ready to go. I was muddle-headed, Ren Mimi said in embarrassment. Sure enough, in the following days, a few more famous or obscure aristocratic families sent their private armies to Zhou County in Yuzhou Province secretly to form an alliance with the emperor, the aristocratic families, and the feudal vassals. This situation lasted until the end of April before it finally came to an end. But at this moment, an even more shocking piece of news came out. Yangzhou's Zhu, Gu Lu, and Zhang families allied with dozens of small and medium aristocratic families. They worked together with Wild Path Yuji to encourage the people to rebel against the Great Hua Empire. They expressed their willingness to respond to the emperor's decree and use the power of the entire province to rebel against the Great Hua Empire. As a result, it was only a call to arms. Thus, the emperor regained Yuzhou and Yangzhou without wasting a single soldier. This made the aristocratic families and officials in the alliance very excited. They believed that this was the blessing of the heavens and the will of the people. It proved that the Great Hua Empire was the true ruler and swept away the pressure they felt from Jing Province. It turned out that in the hearts of the Han dynasty's ministers, obtaining 2 provinces was a piece of cake. After all, in addition to Yu Province, Jing Province was led by Liu Biao, who was loyal to the Han dynasty. With the name of the emperor, it would be easy to obtain Jing Province's support. However, they never expected that after the emperor's decree was issued, Liu Biao of Jing Province did not respond. Instead, he clearly declared that his province would submit to Dehua and become under Dehua's rule. This was even harder for them to accept than Liu Yan of Yi Province declaring himself as the emperor of Yi Province. After all, Liu Yan was still a member of the Han dynasty. Even if he rebelled, it was still the Han dynasty. At most, it was just a change of emperor. However, joining the Great Hua Empire was different. It was a great betrayal. This made the officials who trusted Liu Biao very much unable to endure. They stomped their feet and scolded him. They said that Liu Biao was a traitor and had forgotten his ancestors. If Liu Biao could appear in front of them, they would have the thought of eating him alive. But now, Yangzhou rebelled. Moreover, it was the will of the people. This was many times better than relying on the loyalty of the people. At the same time, Yangzhou's new policies were spread to the 13 provinces through the mouths of various spies, merchants, and refugees. Then, just like what Sei Ito and Ren Mimi thought, many of the large clans who wanted to live a stable life felt threatened. They used their connections to rebel against Sei Ito. For example, the Chao family of the 3 great clans of Shuzhou. For example, the Kuai family and the Kai family of Jingzhou. Moreover, because these 3 families were originally large clans in the province, they almost killed the governor of Shuzhou, Tao Qian, and the governor of Jingzhou, Liu Biao. Fortunately, in Shuzhou and Jingzhou, there were Chun Deng of the Chun family, who was favored by Sei Ito. There were also Shi Zhicai, Cheng Yu, and other political talents who were recruited by Sei Ito, perhaps because they were invited to kill officials, or because they thought of the consequences of the new policies in advance and made corresponding countermeasures. The plan of the 3 families did not succeed. In short, the entire Great Hua Empire was like a rat crossing the street. There were shouts of killing everywhere. Your Majesty, it should be about time. If we wait any longer, this mess will be really difficult to clean up. Ren Mimi said. As usual, she came to deliver information to Sei Ito. No rush, no rush. Everyone is not lost yet. It is not too late to counterattack after they have lost. Ito-Sei, who was listening to the music played by Cayenne again, waved his hand carelessly. Seeing this, Renmimi could not do anything and could only agree. Fine, you are His Majesty. You have the final say. Under the influence of Sei Ito's strategy, the various armies that had been waiting for reinforcements were finally unable to resist the Han army's attacks. They all retreated from the front lines and gave up large amounts of land. Liangzhou's Shiliang army was pushed back to Fuping and Linxian. Jizhou's army was pushed back to Anping and Jiulu. Yangzhou's army was pushed back to Shanin and Zhang'an. Only Yuzhou and Guanzhou's armies were intact. However, Gunzhou was like Bingzhou and had entered a battle. However, the opponent was Qingzhou's Yellow Turban army. However, the chain reaction caused by this was that even more people who sat on the fence emerged and leaned towards the Han dynasty, causing the Han dynasty's prestige to soar. Sei Ito did not react to this and continued to sit in the Chong and palace, calmly looking at the changes in the world. However, he was immediately shaken by another piece of news. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes, hiding the cold light in his eyes as he softly said, "You said that the Xiongnu and Chong people sent out their troops." "That's right," Renmimi confirmed. "Did they want to take advantage of the chaos and send out their troops, or did someone contact them?" Sei Ito asked. "The Chong side is definitely trying to take advantage of the chaos. However, it's not so sure about the Xiongnu side. After all, Envoy Liu Yu has always been on good terms with the Xiongnu people," Renmimi replied. "It shouldn't be him. Even if there's something wrong with Liu Yu's head, those Han officials won't agree. Cao Cao and those outstanding generals won't agree either," Sei Ito said. "If that's the case, then they should be the same as the Chong people and want to take advantage of the chaos," Renmimi said. Ito Kanari was speechless. A moment later, he coldly laughed. "I won't give those fellows the chance to mess around." After saying this, he suddenly stood up from his seat and said to Renmimi and Cayenne, "You too, come here." Hearing this, Renmimi did not ask anything and quickly walked over to Sei Ito's side. Cayenne looked at Sei Ito in confusion before standing up and elegantly walking over to Sei Ito's side. At this moment, Sei Ito reached out and wrapped his arms around Renmimi and Cayenne's waists. He then used teleportation to disappear from the Chong and palace and reappeared outside Chong and city. "Your Majesty, you're going to..." Renmimi's eyes lit up as she whispered, as if she was afraid that someone would hear. "That's right," Sei Ito calmly said. He then pulled back his hands and walked out from between the bright-eyed Renmimi and the blushing Cayenne. Chapter 1921. P.S. Thanks to Sky Devil Dragon Wolf and Holy Knight for their precious monthly votes. The black hole suddenly appeared, and a large number of neat, armored, and valiant soldiers instantly appeared on the ground. They were so densely packed that one couldn't see the end of them. A large number of things like airships, mystical chi cannons, mystical chi pumps, mystical chi jets, and other things that were even more amazing and exaggerated than the things created by Liu Ban appeared around the army, occupying even more space. It wasn't until about 2 minutes later that the black hole disappeared that all of the changes completely stopped. "Greetings, Your Majesty." In the next moment, all of the soldiers present simultaneously knelt on one knee and beat their chests with their right hand as they shouted loudly. His voice was like a brilliant thunderclap that shook the entire sky. "All soldiers rise," Sei Ito said loudly. "Hua!" In an orderly movement, all of the soldiers stood up once again. "Good." Looking at the valiant posture of the soldiers in front of him, Sei Ito couldn't help but praise loudly. "Before you came, you should have received the order from the Ministry of War to prepare for war and know what kind of situation you're about to face. However, I still want to ask again, are you willing to help me expand my territory and make new contributions?" After pausing for a moment, Sei Ito raised his voice and asked again. "We will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire." The leading generals standing in the front row replied in unison. "We will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire." Soon after, All of the soldiers said in unison and repeated themselves without stopping. We will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. We will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Good, as expected of my valiant and magnificent men. Saito praised loudly. Then his expression changed, and he loudly ordered, Li Jing, Lu Haida, Wang Shichong, Wang Bodong, Su Shiji. We are here. The 5 people who were called immediately stepped forward and cupped their fists in response. The 5 of you will be led by Li Jing. The rest of you will follow closely behind. Immediately lead our troops to Bing province and fight against the Xiongnu. Saito ordered. Yes, the 5 replied in unison. Song Ji, Song Lu, Shang Zhen, Pei Yuanqing, Luo Cheng, Wang Junqi, Zhuo Tianqing. Saito once more called out names. The 6 stepped forward and cupped their fists in response. We are here. The 7 of you will be led by Song Ji. As for the rest of you, follow me and lead your troops to Liangzhou to fight against the Dichong. Ito Sei ordered. Yes. In Kaishan, Ho Junji, Chu Tudong. Ito Sei continued. We are here. The 3 of them stepped forward and responded. You 3 and Jess Zhaozes Sei Li. Let's fight together. Yes. Chai Shao. 10 some minutes later, all the new soldiers had been assigned. Then, under Saito's gaze, they left a cloud of dust in front of Saito and the others. With this army, your majesty no longer needs to worry about the world. Rinmimi softly chuckled. Remember to help them gather intelligence. Don't let these proud generals clash with the local generals, Saito softly said with a sigh. As generals of the Great China, although they respected the famous generals of the 3 Kingdoms era, they would never submit to them so easily. On the contrary, it might stir up their pride and make them want to compete with them. But this way, it was very easy to cause a conflict between the generals of the Great Tang and the generals of the 3 Kingdoms, and it would develop into a competition between the entire army. At that time, let alone working together, it would already be good if they did not drag the other side down. This was not something Saito wanted to see. Mimi understands. Rin Mimi, who had also thought of this, could not help but reply seriously. Let's go back. Saito turned around and said to Rin Mimi and Kai Yin, who still had a shocked expression on her face. Then he stretched out his hands and hugged their waists. He activated instant transmission and disappeared. The next second, he appeared in Chong and Palace. The following changes were simple. When the Great China New Army appeared, the whole world was shocked and looked askance. On the first day the new army arrived at the front line, the Jizhou counterattacked and recovered the Changshan Kingdom, along with the Bohai Sea and Nampi. On the second day, the Bohai Sea and Hajian Kingdom were recovered. Most of the Zhongshan Kingdom was back under control. On the third day, the Zhongshan Kingdom was recovered. They attacked Yuzhou and took down most of Zhuo County. The Han Emperor and the ministers were terrified and quickly added Zhuo County to resist the enemy. At the same time, Li Jing, who had gone to Bing Province, and the Great China New Army, who had gone to other provinces to fight, had arrived at their respective battle zones. On the fourth day, the Chao family of Shuzhou was destroyed. The Mei family, who had secretly supported the enemy, was implicated and imprisoned. On the same day, the new army of Gunzhou defeated the Yellow Turban army of Qingzhou and broke into Qingzhou. They took half of Qingzhou in Lianxiu Plain and Qi. On the same day, the Zhen family of Hebei was arrested and imprisoned. The Dai County of Yuzhou was defeated. The Great China New Army began to enter Shanggu from the east. The Bing Province cavalry and the Great China New Army defeated the Xiongnu and chased them for hundreds of miles. They took over Yinmen and Dingsak, as well as a small number of counties in the west and west. The Xianyang city of Jingzhou was defeated. The Kai family and the Kuai family were all captured and sent to Chang'an. The Ma Chao army of Liangzhou was defeated and gave up half of Ding and county. The Hanzhong sect of Yizhou was defeated. The sect of 5 pecks of rice suffered heavy losses. The sect of 5 pecks of Rice's Taoist Master Zhang Lu and esteemed Master Zi Su led the remaining troops and fled to Ba County. The Queen's fleet, which had been wandering along the coast, and the Great China New Army, which followed the Yangtze River, attacked Yangzhou. On the 5th day, the Beihai country of Qingzhou was defeated. The army arrived at Donglai. On the same day, the Great China New Army faced heavy resistance in Shanggu and Zhuo Prefecture. Their speed of advancement was greatly reduced. They also found 10 people with treasures in the Han Dynasty army. On the same day, the Bing Province Army and the New Army attacked Zhongxi in Yunzhou. They broke through and entered Wing, facing off against the Xiongnu Army. The Liangzhou Army and the Great China New Army took advantage of the heavy losses of the Ma Chao Army to take over Hanyang and Wudu prefectures. As for the Yizhou New Army, after handing over Hanzhong to the civil officials that arrived later, they set out to attack the Bailing region. At the same time, the Jingzhou New Army was split into two. One set out from Nanjun with the Jingzhou Army led by Su Shu and Shi Zhicai to attack Ba Prefecture. The other set out from Changsha with the Jingzhou Army led by Sun Yu and Wen Pin to attack Yangzhou. They worked together with the Yangzhou New Army and the Queen's Squadron to reclaim Yangzhou. On the 6th day, the entire Qingzhou was reclaimed. On the same day, Shanggu and Zhuo prefectures were broken. The army headed straight for Ji County. The Han Dynasty officials were terrified. They sent Sun Tzu, Zhao Yun, Huang Zhong, Cao Cao, Taisher Ci, and Zhang Yin to defend Ji County. They also ordered people to pack up. They fled to Beihai. On the same day, the Bing Province New Army used their Xianqi equipment to destroy the Xiongnu Army. They destroyed half of the Xiongnu Army, causing the Xiongnu Army to be terrified. On the same day, the entire Bing Province was reclaimed. At the same time, the Liangzhou New Army took the chance when the Shiliang Army and Ma Chao were in a standoff. They used their Xianqi equipment to destroy the Dichang tribe. They chased them for hundreds of miles and forced the Dichang tribe back to the border of Liangzhou. The Yizhou New Army reached Langzhou. The Jingzhou New Army and Jingzhou Army reached Linjiang. The Yangzhou Army reclaimed Jiujiang and Lujiang prefectures. They forced their way into Danyang. The Shuzhou New Army reached Guangling and faced Wu across the river. The other Jingzhou New Army and Jingzhou Army took down Yichuan. The Jiaozhou New Army took down Gan County. On the 7th day, the Yuzhou New Army started to besiege Ji County. The Han Dynasty Emperor sent out the Yellow Scarf warriors to help the generals block the attack. The Bing Province New Army asked for the emperor's orders. They charged into the grassland and started to chase the Xiongnu away. The Liangzhou New Army continued to chase the Dichang tribe and chase them out of Liangzhou. They then split into two groups. One group continued to chase the Dichang tribe into the west region. The other group went up Didao and attacked Jinwu. They worked together with the Shiliang Army to attack Ma Chao's base. On the same day, the Yizhou New Army went down Jialing River and headed straight for Anhan. The Jingzhou New Army and Jingzhou Army went down Changjiang toward Jiangzhou. At the same time, the Jingzhou New Army and Jingzhou Army left Yichuan and headed north toward Nanchang. The Jiaozhou New Army left Gan County to attack the other counties and towns in Yuzhong. They also attacked some of the counties and towns in Jiaozhou and Yuzhong. The Suzhou Army crossed the Zhang Army. They attacked the Wu lands. The Yangzhou New Army took down Pilyang and Wanling, shocking the entire Pilyang County. On the 8th day, although Yuzhou was still unable to take down Ji County, the Han Dynasty Army suffered heavy losses. They had lost close to 10,000 soldiers. Adding in the soldiers that were captured and killed, the Han Dynasty Army had lost close to 100,000 soldiers. Even with the 200,000 Yellow Turban Army, their strength was greatly reduced. They had less than 100,000 soldiers, which made the Han Dynasty people who were full of confidence feel defeated. On the 8th day, the Yizhou New Army, Jingzhou New Army, and Jingzhou Army gathered in Jiangzhou and attacked Jianwei toward Wuyang. The Jingzhou New Army and Jingzhou Army successfully took down Nanchang and shocked the entire Yuzhong. The Jiaozhou army continued to take over the Yuzhong and the various counties and towns that belonged to the association and reclaimed the land. The Yangzhou New Army left Wanling and attacked the Wu lands. Together with the Shuzhou New Army and the Queen Squadron, they surrounded the Wu lands. The other armies that attacked the Xiongnu and Xiongnu were not mentioned. On the 9th day, Ji County was broken. The Han Dynasty army retreated into Yuyang and continued to use the city as a base to defend against the pursuit of the Great China Army. On the other hand, the Liangzhou New Army and Xiliang Army launched an all-out attack on Ma Chao. They broke his army and captured thousands of people, forcing Ma Chao to retreat toward Zhangye. At this point, it could be said that Ma Chao's forces were finished. Reclaiming Liangzhou was just a matter of time. On the same day, the Yangzhou New Army and Shuzhou New Army attacked Wu County. They captured Yido Yuji and the 4 families of Wu County and sent them to Chang'an as prisoners. At this point, Yangzhou was reclaimed. The Jiaozhou New Army, Jingzhou New Army, and Jingzhou Army started to take over the counties and towns on a large scale. On the 10th day, the Han army broke through once more and continued to retreat toward the right Beiping. On the 11th day, the Han army broke through once more. They exited Yuyang and entered the right Beiping. On the same day, the Han dynasty people retreated from the right Beiping to the more secluded Taoshi prefecture. On the 12th day, the Han army still lost. As usual, they left behind 1,000 dead soldiers and thousands of prisoners and injured soldiers before escaping. On the 13th day, the Han army lost and retreated to the right Beiping. The Liangzhou New Army and Xiliang Iron Cavalry rushed to Zhangye to kill Ma Chao. At that time, the city was broken through. Ma Chao brought dozens of guards to Juquan. On the same day, the Yizhou New Army, along with the Jingzhou New Army and Jingzhou Army, arrived at Wuyang and started to fight with the Yizhou Army and the Wudo Taoist believers. On the 14th day, on the 15th day, on the official road to Xili, a huge fleet of carriages creaked as they moved forward. The reason why it was said to be huge was because there were many people in the caravan. Together with the escorts, there were nearly 1,000 of them. The caravan stretched for nearly 100 miles. However, it was not a caravan in the traditional sense, nor was it a caravan that migrated the entire clan. Looking at the square cages on the carriages and the men and women locked up within, it was obvious that this was a convoy used to transport prisoners. That's right, this convoy contained the members of the 4 families of Wu County, as well as many rebel generals and Yido Yuji. Meanwhile, at this time, as a slightly cold northern wind blew past, a simple figure holding a deer staff appeared in the prison carriage specially used to imprison the wild Taoist Yuji. Fellow Taoist Yuji. The old man looked at Yuji and called out softly. Yuji, who was resting with his eyes closed, was startled. He opened his eyes and looked at the newcomer. Immortal Master Nanhua, why are you here? Yuji asked in surprise. Yes, the old man holding the deer pole was the only immortal worthy of Sei Ito's attention in the entire Han dynasty, Nanhua. Because of the matter between me and Zhuxiai, you have fallen into a trap and are about to die. How can I bear to watch from the sidelines and be a heartless person? Nanhua sighed. Immortal Master, you shouldn't have come. Yuji sighed in a low voice. Nanhua didn't say anything and pointed at the chain on Yuji's body. In an instant, the chains on Yuji's body shattered with a crack. However, Nanhua's expression changed slightly as she quickly said, Not good. There's actually the merit of transmitting the alarm. Then he quickly grabbed Yuji's shoulder and was about to use an escape technique to leave. However, right at this time, Yuji, whose shoulder was pressed down, smiled strangely, waving his hand to slap Nanhua's back. Then, Nanhua immediately felt that her magic power suddenly stagnated. Fellow Taoist Yuji, Nanhua's expression changed as he said in a low voice. Sorry, Immortal Master. Although I'm unwilling, I can't disobey the Emperor's orders. I hope Immortal Master can forgive me. Yuji looked to the side and said in a low voice, You actually joined the demonic Taoist Chun Yi. Nanhua said with disbelief. Yuji didn't say anything and tacitly agreed. Fine, fine, fine. I, and I didn't recognize you and mistook you for someone else. Nanhua sorrowfully said. Then his expression changed, and his eyes shot out a cold light as he pointed at Yuji. In an instant, Yuji let out a blood-curdling scream, and his body aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. If the previous Yuji could be said to have the demeanor of an immortal, then the current Yuji was no different from an old man who was about to die. His skin was dry and wrinkled. His face was gray, and his body emitted an aura of decay. You actually destroyed my cultivation? Yuji said with a hoarse voice filled with resentment. Since you joined a demonic Taoist, you and I have no friendship. If not for our past friendship, how could I allow you to live in this world? Nanhua coldly said. Chapter 1922. Fellow Taoist Nanhua is truly generous. Just as Nanhua finished speaking, a new voice sounded in Nanhua and Yuji's ears. Your Majesty. Hearing this voice, Yuji's expression changed, and he called out with joy, Your Majesty, save me. In the next moment, the void moved, and Sei Ito's figure appeared. Sei Ito appeared in the prison carriage and glanced indifferently at Yuji. With a wave of his hand, Yuji's body instantly disappeared from the prison carriage as he appeared. Your Excellency is quite skilled, Nanhua said without any change in expression. This isn't the place to talk. How about we change locations? Sei Ito smiled. Our paths are different, and we cannot work together. Your Excellency and I have nothing to talk about. Let's part here and never meet again, Nanhua said indifferently. After saying that, with a thought, he used the escape technique. However, what made Nanhua's expression change was that the escape technique that he had been using for a long time lost its effect. No matter how much magic power he used, he was unable to create any ripples. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to try anymore. The space within a few meters has already been sealed by my primordial spirit. Unless your cultivation is higher than mine, you won't be able to escape unless you kill me, Sei Ito said indifferently. Nanhua Mayan frowned and turned her sharp gaze to Ito Sei. Your Excellency, do you really want to fight to the death with me? Nanhua said slowly, For the stability of the country, only one of us can live. Sei Ito looked straight at Nanhua. If you diligently govern, the government is clear, and the people live and work in peace, the country will naturally be stable. Otherwise, even without me, Nanhua, the people of the world will still rise up. They will rebel against your great Hua, Nanhua stated. I understand this. Sei Ito replied without blinking, but I don't like unstable elements like you existing under my rule. I recently had a feeling that there is an opportunity for me overseas and was preparing to travel there, Nanhua replied after a moment of silence. The meaning was very simple. He was prepared to take a step back and avoid overseas to not cause trouble under your rule. The reason why he chose to compromise so easily was because the strength of the Dahuan army was too terrifying. With his ability, even if he was given another 100 years, he would still be unable to defeat the Dahuan army. Even if he had 100 years to live, he wouldn't be able to overthrow Sei Ito's great Hua. In addition, Sei Ito's cultivation was not weaker than his own. Nanhua had already completely given up on the idea of becoming enemies with Sei Ito. Thus, before the two had a direct confrontation, it was better to sell a favor and mend their relationship. Everything under the heavens belongs to the king, Ito Seiji said, unmoved. Is there really no leeway at all? Nanhua's expression sank. Said. Yes, Sei Ito said. Come, fine. Then let us have a fight and completely end this karma. Nanhua's aura changed when he heard this. His hair and beard fluttered as he spoke loudly. That's how it should be, Sei Ito said with a laugh. In the next moment, the two pointed at each other. In an instant, a bolt of lightning and a cluster of flames flew out from their fingers and collided with each other. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the prison wagon. A powerful shockwave spread out. Fine cracks appeared on the wooden bars around the prison carriage. After that, Nanhua tossed out 36 golden soybeans of various sizes. The soybeans flashed with golden light and transformed into 36 mighty soldiers wearing golden armor and wielding golden spears and golden swords. Their bodies emitted a divine aura as they appeared in the prison wagons. This was one of the 36 Taoist techniques that only sky immortals could use, scattering beams to create soldiers. The soldiers that were summoned were not ordinary soldiers either. They were the celestial soldiers and generals of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, 6 Qi, and 6 Yi. Although they were not true sky immortals, they had the power of false immortals and were proficient in strange and righteous techniques. In a real battle, their power far surpassed that of an ordinary sky immortal. With the addition of these 36 mighty men, the small prison carriage finally couldn't bear the weight, and with a crash sound, it suddenly shattered. Together with Nanhua and Ito Mori, they appeared outside. Who is it? At the same time, the soldiers guarding the prison carriage finally woke up from the illusion that Nanhua had cast when she first arrived. Noticing the abnormality, they drew their weapons and shouted, "No need to pay attention to them. Keep the prisoners moving forward," Ito said loudly. It was at this moment that all the soldiers noticed the emperor surrounded by the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Yes, hearing the order, the general gritted his teeth and shouted in response. He continued to urge the carriage to move forward quickly. "Go!" Nanhua, who didn't pay attention to the vulgar people, shouted loudly. Immediately, the 36 heavenly soldiers, who were originally only surrounding and not attacking, moved together. They divided into 2 groups, front, back, left, and right, and handed the golden spears and swords in their hands to Ito. At this moment, Ito shouted in a low voice. A dazzling white light instantly erupted, stimulating the eyes of the heavenly soldiers in Nanhua. They couldn't help but blink subconsciously. Taking advantage of this blink, Ito immediately flashed out of the encirclement of the heavenly soldiers with the instant movement technique. He appeared beside Nanhua and flicked a cluster of purple-green flames at her. Nanhua, who sensed danger from her primordial spirit's warning sign, felt her heart tighten. Without thinking, she switched places with a heavenly soldier. It was the shadow shifting technique. However, in this way, the heavenly soldier suffered. Almost the instant the flame touched his body, he burned fiercely and was burned into a pile of ashes in a short while. After that, Ito didn't show any mercy. He waved his hand and scattered a cluster of purple-green tusita fire. In an instant, the flames filled the sky and covered the entire space like a sea of fire clouds. They burned toward the heavenly soldiers, heavenly generals, and Nanhua. Nanhua's expression changed slightly when she saw this. She immediately chanted a spell and pinched her fingers together to cast a life-saving spell. A large amount of Xianling rainwater appeared in the space and rushed toward the flames. If the space wasn't sealed by Ito, then Nanhua wouldn't have summoned the small amount of Xianling rainwater formed by her own magic power and the surrounding water vapor. Instead, she would have summoned the majestic seawater of the East Sea. After all, although the consumption of the two seemed similar, the latter's amount was more exaggerated. It was the best choice to deal with the flames. On the other hand, the former was good for saving people and educating people. However, it was a pity that the flames released by Ito weren't ordinary flames. It was the purple-green tusita fire that Taishang Laojun used to heat up the furnace. It had the attribute of incinerating everything. A simple water element restraining technique could extinguish the purple-green tusita fire. It was like adding oil to the fire, causing the flames to burn even more fiercely. Therefore, in less than a moment, the 36 heavenly soldiers around Nanhua were all burned into ashes. Only Nanhua was left in the space, bitterly holding on. In fact, Nanhua, who had the cultivation of a heavenly immortal, shouldn't have been so weak. However, it couldn't be helped. Who asked him to meet Ito who had many treasures and mystical methods. Therefore, it was very tragic. A person who practiced the Taoist sect's 36 heavenly spirit arts, who could play with heaven and earth, invert yin and yang, shift the stars and change the sun, who could summon the wind and rain, who could shake the mountains and shake the earth, was defeated to the point where he couldn't even resist. In addition, Nanhua's cultivation was suppressed, and he wasn't good at fighting. Therefore, in the end, he became like this. If I knew this day would come, I wouldn't have been reluctant to leave this world. I wouldn't have been willing to ascend to heaven and be ordered around by others. Unfortunately, it's too late for regrets. Nanhua said sorrowfully as he saw the light shield formed by the dark light and Doqi around him. After persisting for another 10 minutes, the purple-green Tusada fire trembled and rushed toward Nanhua's body. Nanhua, who knew that he was going to die, closed his eyes and waited for death to come. However, immediately afterwards, Nanhua felt his soul tremble and his consciousness become unclear. Then he quickly fainted. "You're an excellent tree fertilizer. I can't just burn you away like this," Say Ito muttered as he supported Nanhua with one hand. Then, with a thought, he brought Nanhua into the Rubik's Cube world and squeezed out the last bit of value from Nanhua. Unfortunately, even though Sei Ito's soul was a level higher than Nanhua's, he was still unable to do anything to Nanhua's soul. Unless he spent a lot of time and effort, he definitely wouldn't be able to obtain anything he wanted from Nanhua's soul in a short period of time. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't waste any more time. He directly used the power of the Rubik's Cube world to refine Nanhua into a nutrient solution and threw it into the world tree. Under the agitation of this nutrient liquid, there was a soft crack sound, and a small crack appeared at the root of the fruit. Obviously, after such a long time of feeding, the fruit had finally absorbed enough power and entered the final stage. He believed that after a few more times, it would be able to break through the skin and be born. Is it finally going to be born? I wonder what it will look like in the end. Sei Ito looked expectantly at the dark figure revealed through the skin of the fruit and chuckled. As if it had heard his words, the black shadow in the fruit moved slightly, conveying an emotion similar to that of a child playing happily. "Huh." Sei Ito smiled and reached out to stroke the skin of the fruit. Then, with a thought, he left the Rubik's Cube world and reappeared in the world of the romance of the three kingdoms that had been greatly changed by him. It's time to get rid of those rebels in one fell swoop. Looking up at the blue sky of the three kingdoms universe, Sei Ito whispered to himself. Then, with a flash, he appeared in the Chong and palace in Chong, and in the blink of an eye, and summoned Renmimi. "Your Majesty." A moment later, Renmimi came to the hall and greeted him. "Pass the order to the Nightingale Squad. Immediately capture the Emperor of the Han Dynasty and all the ministers, as well as the important members of the aristocratic families, and escort them to Chang'an," Sei Ito ordered without hesitation. Chapter 1923. On this night, in Changyuan County, a subordinate state of Liaodong in Yuzhou Province, dozens of figures dressed in black with strange animal masks on their faces flew past the low houses at an extremely fast speed. Finally, they landed in a few buildings that were considered luxurious compared to the other buildings. At this moment, several men in black who landed in one of the mansions looked at each other. One of the men in black immediately disappeared from the spot and appeared at the top of the central house of the entire building. He squatted down and quickly formed a few seals with his hands as if he was performing a magic trick. Then, in the next moment, as if it was snowing in winter, strands of pure white first suddenly appeared above the entire building. They floated down slowly and landed on the bodies of the soldiers who were either unconscious or strange, fusing into their bodies like phantoms. Then, the soldiers who were touched by the feather were stunned. Their eyelids drooped, and plop, plop, they fell to the ground one after another. Their mouths were wide open, and they made a loud snoring sound. This technique was from the Naruto world's grand Genjutsu, Nirvana technique. Seeing that the operation was successful, the man in black who cast the technique and the other two men in black who were hiding did not hesitate. They immediately jumped into the courtyard and searched room by room. After a while, they found the main target of this trip in a warm room. A young man who looked less than 10 years old. Emperor of Han, Lucia. At this time, he was lying on the bed, sleeping with his eyes closed. But from his slightly wrinkled brows from time to time, it was not difficult to see that even in his sleep, this young emperor's head was full of things which made him very worried. But in this regard, the man in black did not have the slightest reaction. He quietly stepped forward, took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms, opened the cork, and pointed the bottle mouth at Lucia's nose. After 2 or 3 seconds, Lucia's brows relaxed. Seeing this, the man in black took back the bottle, plugged the cork, and put away again. He leaned over and pulled Lucia from the bed and turned around to carry him on his back. During this process, Lucia seemed to have no feeling at all. His eyes were still closed. He looked like he was sleeping soundly. In fact, at this time, even if the black-clothed man's movements were bigger and more violent, Lucia would definitely not wake up. Because what the black-clothed man just gave Lucia was none other than Mongolian and Chinese medicine, Mafe San and the like, but the effect is more powerful than those special drugs. Under normal circumstances, as long as one was not stimulated by cold water or had enough sleep, one would never wake up from a coma. Then, the man in black who had finished carrying Lucia stood up and quickly walked out of the house. Soon, they met up with the other 2 people who were either carrying or carrying someone on their back. They nodded to each other again and rushed out of the building. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the darkness of the night. Half an hour later, in a deserted place outside Chanyuan City, dozens of black-clothed men, as well as a large group of undergarments, were sleeping soundly. They had no idea that they had been brought from their warm houses to the wilderness. All sorts of people with delicate skin and tender flesh appeared here. At this moment, one of the black-robed men asked, "Is everyone here?" "Sir, all the targets are here," another black-clothed man replied. Team 3, stay in Chanyuan and continue to monitor. The black-clothed man who asked the question nodded. He said again, "Yes, sir," another black-clothed man replied. Immediately after, there was a soft whistling sound, and several black-clothed people disappeared from the field in an instant like ghosts. Then, the black-clothed man who had spoken before took out an animal skin scroll from his arms and opened it. He slapped on it with his palm. "Pah!" In an instant, heaven and earth shook, and a distorted space appeared above the many black-clothed men and the targets lying on the ground. Then, it suddenly lit up, illuminating heaven and earth as if it was daytime. That night, in Chanyuan County, the administrative center of Liaodong Country in Yuzhou, dozens of figures dressed in black with strange animal masks on their faces flew past the low houses at an extremely fast speed. Finally, they landed in a few buildings that were considered luxurious compared to the other buildings. At this moment, several black-clothed men who landed in one of the big houses looked at each other. Then, one of the black-clothed men immediately disappeared from where he was and appeared at the top of the central house of the whole building. He squatted down and quickly formed several seals with his hands, as if he was performing a magic trick. Then, in the next moment, as if it was snowing in winter, strands of fine white fluff suddenly appeared above the whole building. They fluttered down and fell on the bodies of some unknown or strange soldiers. Then, they merged into the bodies of the soldiers like phantoms. Then, those soldiers who were touched by the feather were stunned. Their eyelids drooped, and they fell to the ground one after another. They opened their mouths wide and started snoring loudly. This technique was from the Naruto world's grand Genjutsu, Nirvana technique. Seeing that the operation was successful, the black-clothed man and the other 2 black-clothed men who were hiding did not hesitate. They immediately jumped into the courtyard and searched room by room. After a while, they found the main target of this trip in a warm room. It was a young man who looked less than 10 years old, the Emperor of Han, Lucia. At this moment, he was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, sleeping peacefully. However, from time to time, his slightly furrowed brows showed that even in his sleep, this young emperor's head was full of things, making him very distressed. However, the black-clothed man did not have the slightest reaction. He just quietly stepped forward and took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms. He opened the bottle cork and pointed the mouth of the bottle at Lu Xie's nose. After 2 or 3 seconds, Lu Xie's brows relaxed. Seeing this, the black-clothed man took back the bottle, plugged the cork, and put it away again. He leaned over and pulled Lu Xie from the bed and carried him on his back. During this process, Lu Xie seemed to feel nothing at all. His eyes were still closed, and he looked like he was sleeping soundly. In fact, at this time, even if the black-clothed man's movements were bigger and more violent, Lu Xie would never wake up. This was because the black-clothed man just gave Lu Xie was not something else. It was similar to Mongolian Chinese medicine and mephisin, but the effect was more powerful than those special drugs. Under normal circumstances, as long as one was not stimulated by cold water or slept enough, one would never wake up from coma. Then, the black-clothed man who carried Lu Xie stood up and quickly walked out of the house. Soon, he met up with the other 2 men who were either carrying or carrying others. They nodded to each other again and rushed out of the building. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the dark night. Half an hour later, somewhere outside Changyuan City, there was no one there. Dozens of black-clothed men, as well as a large group of undergarments, were sleeping soundly. They had no idea that they had been brought from their warm houses to the wilderness. All sorts of people with delicate skin and tender flesh appeared here. At this time, one of the black-clothed men asked, "Is everyone here?" "Sir, all the targets are here," another black-clothed man replied. Team 3, stay in Changyuan and continue to monitor. The black-clothed man nodded and said again, "Yes, sir," another black-clothed man replied. Immediately after, there was a soft whistling sound, and several black-clothed people disappeared from the field in an instant like ghosts. Then, the black-clothed man who had spoken before took out an animal skin scroll from his arms, opened it, and patted it with his palm. In an instant, the heaven and earth shook. A distorted space immediately appeared above the black-clothed men and the targets lying on the ground. Then, it suddenly lit up, illuminating the whole world as if it was daytime. That night, in Changyuan County, Liaodong Vassal State, in Yuzhou, dozens of figures dressed in black with strange animal masks on their faces flew past the low houses at an extremely fast speed. Finally, they landed in a few buildings that were considered luxurious compared to the other buildings. At this time, several black-clothed men who landed in one of the big houses looked at each other. Then, one of the black-clothed men immediately disappeared from where he was and appeared at the top of the central house of the whole building. He squatted down and quickly formed several seals with his hands as if he was performing a magic trick. Then, in the next moment, as if it was snowing in winter, tiny white fluffs suddenly appeared above the whole building. They fluttered down and fell on the bodies of unknown or strange soldiers. Then, they merged into the bodies of the soldiers like phantoms. Then, the consciousness of the soldiers who were touched by the feather paused. Their eyelids drooped, and they fell to the ground one after another. They opened their mouths wide and started snoring loudly. This technique was from the Naruto world's grand Jinjutsu, Nirvana technique. Seeing that the operation was successful, the black-clothed man who cast the technique and the other 2 black-clothed men who were hiding did not hesitate. They immediately jumped into the courtyard and searched room by room. After a while, they found the main target of this trip in a warm room. It was a young man who looked less than 10 years old, the Emperor of Han, Lu Xie. At this time, he was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, sleeping peacefully. But from his slightly knitted brows from time to time, it was not difficult to see that even in his sleep, this young emperor's head was full of things, making him very worried. However, the black-clothed man did not have the slightest reaction to this. He just quietly stepped forward, took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms, opened the bottle cork and pointed the bottle mouth at his nose. After 2 or 3 seconds, Lu Xie's brows relaxed. Seeing this, the black-clothed man took back the bottle, plugged the cork, and put it away again. Chapter 1924. P.S. Thank you to Blessed Night and Xingji Yi for your precious monthly votes. Amidst a neat, poochy sound, human heads soared into the sky under the push of the spurting blood. They rolled and fell to the ground, rolling far away with a gulu sound for a moment. The thick smell of blood filled the air in Chong and city. At the same time, the people of Chong, and who had never seen such a horrible scene at close range, screamed instinctively. Their faces turned pale. This is the consequence of rebelling and not following the teachings of the emperor. You better remember this well. Otherwise, don't blame the emperor for not reminding you when you are about to be slashed. The general in charge of the execution had a cold and hard expression. His sharp gaze swept across the people present one by one, and his voice was filled with threat as he spoke loudly. The people were distressed and did not dare to make a sound. Clean up the scene. Seeing this, the general snorted and ordered. Immediately, many soldiers stepped forward and dragged the headless corpses to the side as if they were dragging garbage. They threw the corpses onto the transport carts that had been prepared long ago. When the carts were full, they rode the horses into the distance, set up the carriage. Ito said lightly. Then, the carriage turned and moved toward the Chong and palace accompanied by many guards and maids. With the execution of the rebels on the streets of Chong, and coupled with the shock brought by the new army and Sei Ito's immortal attitude, the atmosphere of the entire Dahua changed immediately. Whether it was the civilians or the surviving aristocratic families, there was no longer any desire to resist in their hearts. They obediently accepted the various reforms issued by the Dahua imperial court. For a moment, the entire Dahua imperial court fell into a tide of reform. At the same time, in the process, the new army from the Dahua imperial court also launched a war of unification against the countries of the western region with thunderous momentum. The flames of war spread throughout the countries of the western region. In the first year of the Dahua Yongshi, summer, the 3 Koreas, Donghua, Dongyue, Goguryeo, and Beiwa were conquered. Other than Yamatai, the remaining 30 vassal states of a nation were destroyed. In the first year of the Dahua Yongshi, autumn, the new army of the Dahua imperial court officially declared war on the 3 Hu tribes of Wuheng, Fufeng, and Ilo. In the first year of Dahua Yongshi, in spring, the Hu tribes of the 3 lands were forced to migrate, and the 3 lands were conquered. At the same time, the Bing province new army charged into the depths of the desert, attacked the northern Xiongnu. Liangzhou's new army chased the Dichong into the Xiaoya tribe's territory and started a war with the Xiaoya tribe. After that, the Dahua new army split up and attacked the countries of the western regions, destroying Putu, Huhuyuchang, Shanshan, Jushirqian, Jushirho, Wanshao, Chiemo, and the other countries of the western regions. The new army of Yi province was defeated by the southern barbarians of Jianing, who knew how to use witchcraft and magic. Thus, the entire territory of Yi province was subdued. Thus, all 13 provinces of the Great Han Dynasty were officially incorporated into the Great Hua Dynasty. In addition, it was to appease the various tribes of Jianing. The emperor specially appointed Zhu Rong, the daughter of the chief of the Zhu Rong clan, Mrs. Zhu Rong in the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, to be a close servant in the palace. Liangrun, one of the official titles of the imperial concubines of the Han Dynasty. Her position was the same as the head of the left concubines of the 10th rank of nobility. Below her were Changshi, Shaoshi, Wu Guan, Shun Chong, and Wu Wan. Above them were the 7 sons, Chong, 8 sons, Beauty, Ronghua, Jing Yiju, Zhaoyi, and the empress who held the highest position. At the same time, he made Kai Yan, the bedchamber historian, a beauty to serve him. The first year of the Dahua Yongshi. In autumn, the Dahua New Army met the Xinbei tribes and officially declared war on the Xinbei tribes. The new army from Bing province attacked the northern Xiongnu imperial court. They fought and won, forcing the Xiongnu tribes to flee toward Siberia. The new army from Liang province defeated the Xiaoya tribes and forced the Dichong and Xiaoya tribes to retreat to the western regions. They were besieged by the Dahua New army from Yuchang and Wanshao. They were defeated and surrendered. The head of the tribe was sent to Chong, and as a prisoner. The new army attacked Bailing, Shichili, Weitu, Yinshi, Ciuli, Wulei, and other countries and defeated them. In the second year of the Dahua Yongshi, in the spring, Dahua started to popularize the Xianqi facilities for civilian use. At the end of spring, the Dahua New army attacked Chiotzi, Jingjue, Rongyu, and other countries of the western regions. The new army defeated the Xianbei tribes and forced the Xianbei imperial court to move north. Like the Xiongnu tribes, they entered the colder Siberia. In the summer, Jiao province officially sent out a new army. With the cooperation of the Queen's fleet, they marched along the coastline toward Uluo, Burma, and other countries. In the third year of the Dahua Yongshi, the people lived in peace and started to get used to the rule of Dahua and enjoyed the changes brought about by Dahua technology. In the same year, the Dahua New army officially stepped into the future Middle East, Russia, and Southeast Asia and started to wipe out evil. In the fourth year of the Dahua Yongshi, a portion of the Dahua New army entered the future India region and started a fight with a certain dynasty there. Another region had conflicts with the ancient nomads of the Middle East. Another group continued down south and stepped into the future Indonesia Islands and headed towards Australia. In the fifth year of the Dahua Yongshi, the Dahua New army officially stepped into the Roman Empire and started a fight with the people and cities under their rule. At this point, Dahua and the world's largest empire, Rome, officially entered a state of war. In the same year, after nearly half a year of sailing, a new army arrived in Canada at the end of the year. They disembarked, and with the heavy supplies on the ship, mystical Chi technicians set up a long-distance transmission array and began to receive the expedition army sent out from Dahua. At this time, the war between North and South America officially started. In the sixth year of the Dahua Yongshi, the new army was escorted by the Queen's squadron and went through the Arabian Sea and Aden Sea into the future Somalia region. From there, they landed in Africa and set up teleportation formations to start the Africa Conquest Plan. In the same year, Indonesia, Australia, and other places officially merged into Dahua. In the seventh year of the Dahua Yongshi, after close to 3 years of fighting, the Dahua New army entered Europe from the future Russia and Iran and officially engaged with the main forces of the Roman Empire. At this point, the entire Asia region was merged into Dahua territory and started to be digested. In the eighth year of the Dahua Yongshi, the emperor appointed Zhenmi from the Hebei Zhen family and Mi Zhen from the Shuzhou Mei family as his wives. Huang Yueying was appointed as the head envoy and was given access to the palace. She became a craftsman in the Ministry of Works and learned about Xianqi. Ma Jun, a famous inventor at the end of the Han Dynasty, and Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong were also appointed. At the same time, Zhurong was promoted to head envoy, and Kai Yin was promoted to Ronghua. In the ninth year of the Dahua Yongshi, Canada merged into Dahua territory. The Dahua New army broke through the Roman Empire army and entered Italy. In the 10th year of the Dahua Yongshi, the Qiao family's daughter, the Qiao and Xiao Qiao, entered the palace. At the same time, Zhurong was promoted to 7 sons, Kai Yin to Jinj, and Zhenmi and Mei Zhen to Ronghua and Beauty. Huang Yueying was promoted to Chongyi. In the winter of the same year, the Dahua New army attacked Italy, and the Roman Empire was on the verge of breaking. In the 11th year of the Dahua Yongshi, summer, the Roman Empire fell. The Dahua New army started to take over Europe. In the 12th year of the Dahua Yongshi, summer, America merged into Dahua and started to educate Europe at the same time. In the 13th year of the Dahua Yongshi, The emperor appointed Sun Shangxiang and Bu Xianshi as his wives. Zhurong was promoted to 8 sons, Kai Yin and Zhun Mi as Jiyu, and Mei Zhun as Ronghua. Huang Yueying was promoted to beauty and assistant minister of works to help Lu Miaozi develop Xianqi technology. De Qiao and Xiao Qiao were promoted to Chongyi. Apart from that, Xian Xianying was promoted to Shunchong and was given access to the palace. She was promoted to the General Staff Department to provide strategy. In the same year, the entire Africa merged into Dahua. They officially accepted Dahua's education and spread the name of the emperor. In the 14th year of the Dahua Yongshi, South America merged into Dahua and started to educate people. At this point, the entire world of the 3 kingdoms was officially unified. Everywhere in the world, there was no land of Dahua. In the autumn of the 14th year, the emperor led his concubines, ministers, and common people to gather at the intersection of Chang and cities for B Street and held a public ceremony. It was time. The world shook, the clouds rolled, and golden light shone down from the sky. It's finally done. Say Ito couldn't help but let out a long sigh as he felt the message from the Rubik's Cube in his mind. This journey could be said to be the longest he had stayed in the Dimension world since he got the Rubik's Cube. If he didn't remember that he still had things to do in the Origin world, he wanted to stay here and not go back. "Come," Seito called out. "Your Majesty." In an instant, the void flashed, and a petite figure appeared in front of him and half knelt on the ground. "Inform everyone that I'm going into seclusion. If anything happens during this period, let them decide on their own." Say Ito ordered. In addition, call Kai Jiu, Zhan Jiu, Mi Ronghua, Huang Marin, Zhurong's 8 sons, De Qiao, Xiao Qiao, Sun Ibu Yi, and Xian Xianying. Yes, the woman bowed her head and accepted the order. Then, her figure flashed and disappeared from the palace. After about 10 minutes, Kai Yin, Zhun Mi, Mi Ronghua, Huang Yueying, Zhurong, De Qiao, Xiao Qiao, Sun Shangxiang, Bu Yi, and Xian Xianying appeared in Seito's palace. "Your Majesty," led by the oldest, Kai Yin, the 10 of them saluted Sei Ito together. "Rise." Sei Ito raised his hand. "Why did your Majesty summon us?" The 10 of them stood up, and Kai Yin asked again. "I want to take you to a place." Sei Ito stood up and said, "Where?" Sun Shangxiang's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, "A fun place." Sei Ito smiled. "Really?" Zhurong's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he hurriedly asked. Similarly, Xiao Qiao, Bu Yi, Huang Yueying, and Xian Xianying also showed interest in their eyes. Only Kai Yin, Zhun Mi, Mi Ronghua, and De Qiao looked serious, like a housewife. Sei Ito smiled and kept them in suspense. "You'll know soon." Then, without waiting for Kai Yin and the others to respond, he directly disappeared from the palace with Kai Yin and the others and entered the Rubik's Cube world. "This place is..." Looking at the unfamiliar environment in front of her, Kai Yin said thoughtfully. Similarly, Zhun Mi, Mi Ronghua, De Qiao, Huang Yueying, Zhurong, Bu Yi, and Xian Xianying's eyes showed a hint of understanding. Clearly, as smart as she had already guessed something. "Just as you're thinking, this is the location of another Dahua." Sei Ito smiled. "Let's go." Then, he led Kai Yin and the others into the depths of the Chong, an imperial palace of Dahua. Because the place where they appeared was not far from the imperial palace, it only took them a few minutes to reach the depths of the imperial palace, and they finally stopped in front of palace. At this moment, Sei Ito's mind moved, and a shadow clone of Sei Ito appeared in the imperial palace. "For the rest of the time, my shadow clone will show you around. I still have some things to deal with, and I'll accompany you after I'm done." Sei Ito turned around and looked at Kai Yin and the others apologetically. "Your Majesty, please go ahead if you have something to do. There's no need to mention it." Kai Yin bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty, national affairs are more important. We're not the kind of people who don't know what's important." Jimmy also echoed, Although the others did not say anything, they had already been aware of this since they entered the imperial palace, so their expressions all revealed the meaning of, "Your Majesty, please go ahead. We're fine." Moreover, Seito was many times better than the emperors and men of the big clans they knew. He even left a shadow clone to accompany them, which was enough to show his respect for women like them. How could they not know what was good for them? "Well, then I'll go." Seito's gaze swept over Kai Yin and the others, and he said in a gentle voice. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared in front of Kai Yin and the others. After Seito himself left, the shadow clone of Seito said, "Come with me." On the other side, Seito, who had left the Chong, an imperial palace, appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. "Rubik's Cube, let's begin," Seito said. "Understood." Seito did not pay attention to the information in his mind. Instead, after giving the order, he immediately activated a middle-style dimensional transfer magic array under his feet. Then, in a burst of light surging out of the magic array, he turned into fragments of light characters and completely disappeared from the Rubik's Cube world. Almost at the moment he left, the huge passage connecting the three worlds in the void of the Rubik's Cube world shook slightly, and the rotation speed became faster. Then, one side of the passage expanded, gradually turning the passage into the shape of a trumpet with a wide bottom and a thin mouth. Then, in the next moment, a majestic suction force was born from the passage, sucking the elliptical dimensional world below the passage's entrance into the Rubik's Cube world along with its skin. The turbulent dimensional vibrations immediately spread out, but fortunately at this time, the world tree had already stretched out its branches to support the surrounding world screen and relied on its special ability to absorb the vibrations transmitted to the tree. This prevented the dimensional vibrations from spreading out of this area and causing an even more terrifying chain reaction. In this way, under the joint efforts of the world tree and the Rubik's Cube, the devouring of the three worlds officially entered the right path. At the same time, after an unknown period of ultradimensional flight, Seito's figure reappeared in Tokyo, Japan, in the main world as the light beam in front of him exploded. "I wonder how long it took this time," Seito muttered in a low voice. Chapter 1925. At this moment, an ugly and ferocious monster rushed towards Seito with shining eyes, as if it found delicious food. Ito-Sei's eyes glanced faintly, and he casually struck out. Bang! In the next moment, the monster's body suddenly exploded, turning into minced meat that filled the air and shot towards the ground. Fisk! It's more and more like a monster's nest. Seito looked at the familiar city ruins in front of him and couldn't help but curl his lips. The location where Ito-Sei appeared was none other than the territory of his original force, Akiryu City. Because he forgot to reset the coordinates before leaving, he couldn't directly use the teleportation magic circle to return home, so he had to continue to use the original space-time coordinates as a rivet. Then he didn't stay any longer and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. Then Seito walked to the sofa in the living room, stretched out his hand, and took the remote control placed on the coffee table into his hand. He aimed at the TV and pressed the key to turn it on. $%, $, and %, and asterisk caret, and asterisk, hashtag, caret, asterisk, and a pleasant music immediately came out from the TV that wasn't completely turned on. In just a few seconds, a girl group dressed in a fancy dress and revealing their thighs appeared on the TV. The guy named Yasushi Akiyuenku is really troublesome. Even at this time, he still didn't forget to promote his AKB-48. Looking at the girl group on the TV, although most of their faces had changed, some of the members were still strong. Seito couldn't help but sigh. Because of the relationship between Itano Tomomi and Maeda Atsuko, Seito also looked up some information about the AKB-48. Coupled with the memory of his previous life in his mind, Seito could more or less recognize some people's names. For example, Yuko Oshima, who has the name of Uncle Yu. For example, Takahashi Minami, who has the name of Brother Nan. For example, Mayo Watanabe, who has the name of Bioweapon. And Yuki Kashiwagi, who has the nickname of Mother Weather. However, he didn't turn on the TV to watch them, so after listening to a few times, he changed the channel. He immediately changed the channel and looked for TBS or NHK's side channel that was constantly broadcasting news. After a while, Sei Ito stopped and looked at the bottom left corner of the TV. April 5th, 2017 inch, a set of dates entered Sei Ito's eyes. Almost 3 days. Sei Ito muttered to himself as he recalled the date of his departure. With a flick of his finger, he switched the TV back to the channel that was playing AKB's song. He threw away the remote control and propped himself up with one arm on the back of the sofa. He flipped over and sat down on the sofa. Then he took out the little black ball and threw it forward. The next moment, the little black ball shook slightly. A laser beam instantly shot out from the small black sphere, forming a virtual optical screen with a green background. It appeared in front of Sei Ito. Sei Ito reached out his hand and started operating on the screen. In an instant, an image of the universe appeared on the screen. Inside, a fleet of the Orion Empire remained in Earth's orbit. There was no movement. On Mars, the Milky Way Federation's fleet was suddenly divided into two for some reason. One was surrounded by the Orion Empire's fleet and looked like a prisoner being monitored. The other floated on the side of the Orion Empire, keeping a certain distance from the Orion Empire's fleet, as if they were its followers and guards. This is a split? Sei Ito was surprised. It was just as Sei Ito guessed. The Milky Way Federation's fleet was split into two under the threat of the death of the Orion Empire's fleet. One was composed of some Sirians and some Pleiadians, while the other was composed of most of the Gray Men, some alien civilizations within the Vega Star cluster, and many Bugmen. After that, he ignored them and switched the screen to the vicinity of Jupiter's moon. Although he couldn't really detect the real situation there because of the distance, he could still get some vague information. The result was the same as the fleet in Earth's orbit. They were still guarding the Stargate they had built. No one knew what they were waiting for. Then, Sei Ito moved his arm again and switched the screen back to Earth. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful, sacred power suddenly erupted on Earth, triggering Sei Ito's sensitive nerves. Sei Ito's expression changed when he sensed this power. He quickly closed his eyes and used the Flying Thunder God technique to determine the source of the power. Soon, a spatial coordinate that overlapped with the location of the power outbreak appeared in Sei Ito's mind. It's the United Kingdom. Sei Ito, who found the source of the power outbreak, was shocked. Then, he quickly opened his eyes. He switched the virtual screen to the United Kingdom. In the image, a huge blazing mushroom cloud stood between heaven and earth like a pillar supporting the sky. A powerful shock wave spread out like a tsunami, lifting up the ground, destroying buildings, and smashing vegetation into pieces. In short, wherever the shock wave passed, everything was destroyed, regardless of whether it was people or objects. This location, I remember, it seems to be the place where the Orion Empire's battleship landed. Sei Ito, who felt that the explosion site was too familiar, muttered to himself hesitantly. In other words, the United Kingdom's secret inheritance finally couldn't help but take action and eliminate the Orion Empire that occupied their country. It's just that, are the United Kingdom really ready? Sei Ito frowned and secretly worried. He was not worried about the United Kingdom. After all, he had nothing to do with the United Kingdom. Whether the United Kingdom lived or died had nothing to do with him. What he was worried about was the possible retaliation from the Orion Empire and the consequences that might arise. Just for the sake of the annihilated Advance Party, they dared to directly challenge the Galactic Federation's fleet bearing the sign of the Multidimensional Intelligent Life Joint Council of the Universe, and even did not hesitate to destroy them. It was very likely that the Orion Empire would directly blow up the Earth out of anger. This was not what Sei Ito wanted to see. Do I have to launch an all-out attack in advance and eliminate these guys? Seito frowned and thought to himself. But then his expression changed. His face was a little gloomy as he cursed in a low voice. Damn it, these damn British guys. They could have picked any time to make trouble, but they just had to pick this time. Now, even if I wanted to give them a F asterisk king asterisk SS, I don't have enough paper left. Don't forget, at this time, the Rubik's Cube world was still carrying out the world-devouring mission. Although they could still use dimensional transfer magic circles to call people, things like space battleships were not possible. Therefore, it was no wonder that Ito, who had always been calm, was so flustered and exasperated. Now we can only hope that the Orion Empire is still interested in Earth and won't attack directly with weapons that could destroy stars. This feeling of fate not belonging to us is really F asterisk king, F asterisk king, F asterisk king, F asterisk king. Ito Sei cursed again in Mandarin. Then, Seito did not dare to hesitate. He quickly switched the image in the virtual screen back to the Earth's orbit and monitored the movements of the Orion Empire's fleet. If the Orion Empire made a move, he would not know about it. In the end, he would be foolishly buried together with the whole Earth. Under Seito's close monitoring, the Orion Empire's response did not take too long. In less than an hour, the Orion Empire's battleships, which had been squatting in the Earth's orbit, moved together, rushing towards the Earth with red atmospheric light all over their bodies. However, this action made Seito greatly relieved. Why are you here? Since the Orion Empire was willing to come directly with their battleships, it proved that they still had some interest in the Earth. They did not intend to destroy the Earth with one shot, but instead wanted to use their huge forces to directly crush the Earth. This gave the forces on Earth enough opportunity to resist. Although it was still possible to provoke the Orion Empire to use star-destroying weapons in the process, that was something that would happen a long time later. By that time, the Rubik's Cube world might have already devoured the Three Kingdoms world and returned to the vicinity of the main world. A life of singing and dancing. This situation may not last for long. Seito, who was slightly relieved, looked at the variety show that was playing on the TV and the Japanese artists who were laughing heartily in it, and sighed in a low voice. 10 minutes later, the Orion Empire's battleships broke through the Earth's atmosphere, entered the Earth's airspace, and flew straight to the United Kingdom. However, at this time, as if there was a strong signal interference, the virtual optical screen in front of Seito suddenly became distorted, making it difficult to continue monitoring the other party's situation. What's going on? Seito was surprised. In the countries that the battleships passed by, whether it was the humans hiding in their homes, bunkers, air raid shelters, or the animals running and jumping freely in the forest, all of them suddenly screamed and fell to the ground, holding their heads. Their faces were filled with pain and grief. In less than 10 seconds, their heads exploded and they were dead. Obviously, this signal interference thing in Seito's eyes was actually a large-scale weapon used by the Orion Empire to destroy the enemy. The purpose of using it was very simple. That is, to clean up all the rebels who might be hiding among the humans, and to deter the remaining humans so that they could better rule over them. This method was also the conventional means used by the Orion Empire to deal with the natives of the planet. Simple, cruel, and overbearing, there was no room for luck. It was just that the people of the Orion Empire had underestimated Earth, a small planet that was originally used by the upper universe to exile patients. Shortly after they launched this attack, more than a dozen astonishing auras suddenly erupted from various countries, launching attacks at the battleships in the sky. In an instant, a light more dazzling than the sun erupted over Europe. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.